The Dead of Fair Verisa, Book 1, Another Skin, P.S. Power, Orange Cat Publishing, Copyright 2023, all rights reserved. Chapter 1. The body of the dead man stirred as Azra approached. A tendril of dark green living energy, a mere wisp, moved from his pale skin and licked at the surface of the corpse on the stone altar. The grey flesh of the family patriarch, wrapped in a drab and dusty tan shroud, jerked, the well-trapped down fellow dancing a bit in his cloth prison. It was a common enough happening for Azra Lon, since it was his power in the world to work with those who were dead. But the woman behind him shuddered and stepped back in fear. That was interesting to note, and not typical at all. Oh, others had responded to their dead loved ones moving suddenly. In fact, even when they were prepared for it, many did similar things. The odd part was that this woman, dressed in drab grey mourning clothing as was proper, surged with red, blue and brown energy. A warm flash came off of her, as fire tried to form in the very air, the ground vibrating under their feet. Moisture slapped at him as well. Most wouldn't have understood what had happened, of course. He, however, could see the energy moving from the thin and slightly drab woman, as well as he could see it coming from himself naturally. Not everyone could do that, not even other mages. The Turner woman behind him, the elemental mage, probably couldn't see what he was doing at the moment. Possibly, of course. The woman was clearly powerful. Most needed spells and meditations to bring out and control their magics, ceremonies to school the mind and entreat the gods. This woman had lashed out in sudden startlement, sending a wave of energy that was noticeable at Azra, however. More correctly, that force had all been directed at her dead father, whose flesh started to smoulder a bit, smelling like cooked meat. Then it reformed, since Az was right there, the green of his own energy moving out, restoring the flesh instantly, without a word being spoken. It barely took effort on his part, but was done, in case the rich and powerful lady behind him was going to feel poorly over her actions. As he took another step closer to the man, in the tan courtyard of the grand house, looking down the hill onto the city of Verisa below, the dead man spoke. Technically, he took a gasping breath first, but it was hard to hear that part, a rather panicked squeak coming from the lady behind him. Sounding scared. Most feared the dead, of course. The man, Wode Turner, spoke then, his words being slow and dark-seeming, almost ghostly, which was pure affectation on the part of the dead man. Those being animated could speak normally enough if they wanted to, at least with a powerful Lon Necromancer aiding them. A weak one might get lesser results, but even then that aiding speech was one of the lower-level powers of his kind, a thing he could do without coming close to reviving the man. Aid me, Lord of the Dead. Allow me to rise, to defeat death, to hold my power in this realm. I will give you all you desire, gold and silver, my lands, my daughter to use as I did in life. Azra fought a wince. Most dead people wanted to live, of course. The whole reason to have him there was to make certain that they were locked out of that, so spirits or others with the ability to work with those who had passed didn't bring them back to steal, kill or rape those of the living lands. The vast majority of them didn't mention abusing their own family in their first breath, of course. They also didn't start out with an attempt to bribe him either. Not that it hadn't happened before. Eventually, if the dead had anything in the world at all, it would be offered to him. Most of the time people begged for life, though. He answered calmly, speaking a simple truth that few ever seem to notice on their own. The undead aren't truly returned. They are slaves, often left unthinking, only following orders and not truly having a life, Wode Turner. It is best to rest now, find the lands of the dead and slumber. There was a ceremony for that, to ensure such rest came, but the truth was that he could lock the man out of such an option easily enough. To prevent spirits from taking the body for their own end, mainly. It would at the same time keep this man from coming back. Not that he had the strength for that in the moment, not having just died. Given 10 years and enough will, some could manage it. By then, bodies tended to be well rotted or even burned to ash, making such things much more difficult. A more powerful Lon could have undone his work, but that probably wasn't going to happen. There was a reason why he had the place as the Verisa City Lord of the Dead, after all. His brother was also a Lon and older, but had given the title over to him because Azra simply exuded so much power. Too much so. Plus his brother had seen how hard things were for him, so had acted to protect his little sibling. He was a very good man, one of the best. Daro, his elder brother, had left to be a shoemaker, a thing that wasn't required of him, but rather a choice. He had the power, and that was, for him, more than most of their kind commanded. Not like his younger sibling did. If Azra had tried for that, being a maker of fine footwear, the leather would twitch on the table while he attempted to work on it. Those already dead would, if he had refused to use his power, eventually come and find him in the night, standing over him, waiting for orders. At least if no one of sufficient ability had prevented that by using the proper rites first, sealing the dead away from the flesh of the living. Though in his case, he didn't really need a full act or a spell. It was like breathing for him. Noticed only when he was using it too firmly, or he supposed if it ever didn't come when called on. Woad Turner grunted. There was a subtle but real sense of anger from the man. I need to live. I am not done with this world. I am a powerful man, a leader of the Turner. I need to use my daughter more, and those other girls of my household, dipping my wick into their moist pots. You may do that and more. You can have my power to order and give command in this place. You could wear my skin and take my place, as the most powerful of Turner in this city. Everything. You can have it all. I entreat you, Lord of the Dead, do not let me pass to the next world. I have so much more to do. People to hurt, to enslave to my will. The words were the type of thing that most wouldn't have used in public. Even monsters didn't just list off the crimes they wanted to press on other people like that. It was, he figured, a sign of who and what Woad Turner had been in life. A thing of true evil. Az grunted himself and glanced at the woman behind him. She wasn't pretty, truly. Then most weren't on the day of funeral rites. Thin, with a nervous air around her, hanging like a cloak. The woman did seem healthy, though, and while thin, it wasn't in the raw-boned fashion that spoke of starvation. Then, standing in a rich dwelling, even dressed in simple mourning clothes, she did have those pretty magical lights hanging around her. At least that Azra could see. That part was lovely, of course. She seemed worried, though, even as he spoke, explaining to her what was going on. The dead cannot lie. There was a slow, almost defeated nod then. I understand. You will bring him back to gain his power. It is too great an offer for anyone to refuse. I will not be rid of him. The children. Azra smiled, then slowly shook his head. Then he stood straighter. Not even if I was starving and about to pass on from it myself. I won't allow monsters to walk the land of the living. Do you have any questions for him, before I lock him away from our lands for all time? The woman, Ember Turner, swiped at her lank brown hair, shuddering again. Then she managed to look hard, glancing around to make certain no one else was listening. Ask him where he hid the family wealth. I'm his heir and the new head of the guild, but he always held all but a tenth of the funds himself, to keep us under his control. Those would be yours, of course, Lord Lon. Still, if we knew where they were, it would be useful to us. Other things have been hidden, texts and missives that might aid us all. It didn't take Az repeating the request for the man on the carved tan stone, raised 2 feet into the air, to speak again. Not with him standing next to the man, an arm's length away. That gold, those gems, they are mine. You were simply slaves to work as I willed. If you go into the second cellar deep below the house, there is a wall near the back on the right. A stone that can be pulled out, with force of a strong body, or by shifting the rock using our family gift. Behind that, in the hole you find there, some 10 feet down, are the chests and sacks of riches you seek to steal from me. It is mine. Bring me back, Lord of the Dead, and you can take it for yourself. Everything. You do not have a woman to use. Take my daughter and do what you will with her. Kill her and make her your slave. Simply let me live, please, I beg of you. Let me return. Azra rolled his eyes, not impressed with the man at all. True, the daughter wasn't ugly, for all she wasn't a high beauty, but it wasn't the first time that it had been suggested that he take a woman in trade. Honestly, he heard that kind of thing twice a month or more. Even the idea that he would kill them, then bring them back for his own use, was put out there, as if that idea wasn't as vile to him as it would be to anyone else. If this woman, Ember Turner, had volunteered to be with him, or asked for marriage, he might have considered her. Indeed, he'd probably do it without much thought. since she seemed to be of good spirit, and was fair enough of visage to warrant true consideration. Never as a slave, however. That was illegal there in Verisa, even if the man in front of him had clearly disregarded such petty concerns as law or morality. Oddly, the only thing like a slave allowed there would be the dead returned. The only person allowed to raise and keep them would be a Lon, and if others in the city had that power, they would have answered to him over the action. Not that he wouldn't have allowed it, if they were careful and not abusing the bodies they brought back. What he wouldn't do, and no one would allow, was murdering people just to use their animated corpse, especially to abuse that dead hunk of flesh. The man was leaving a bad taste on Azra's tongue, a thing that was a product of ember starting to set him ablaze. The body was smoking again already. That was, he thought, probably a handy skill. Fires had to be lit almost daily, even for him. Nodding, understanding why the smoke was happening and seeing the waves of red energy coming from the woman, he smiled gently. She winced, as if it meant something bad, like he was going to accept the offer of the dead man or take the family's wealth for himself, which he wouldn't do, even if, under the charter, he could have in this case. They couldn't have gotten it without the knowledge of the dead, so it was his by law. A thing he would ignore for anyone if it had come up. Let me lock him away from life first. Then we can burn the body or place it in a tomb. Which do you prefer? It didn't matter to him, of course. Once he prevented the body from being used by a spirit or Lon and put the spirit of the man away for all time, he wasn't coming back. The woman looked like he'd beaten her, cowering back. I'm so sorry, Lord of the Dead. I didn't mean to interfere with your duty. She honestly seemed ready to cry, acting as if she couldn't set him on fire as easily as the body in front of her. If that started to happen, all he could do was run away, probably screaming, his pretty and bright green and gold-coloured clothing darkening and turning even brighter as it caught fire. Which would also probably be nice-looking, until he died. That part, killing him, could be a problem, of course. Lacking a more powerful Lon to aid him nearby, it probably wouldn't take at all. His power would animate him, inside a few moments. That was a fate he didn't want to consider, if he could avoid it. Glancing at the woman, he bowed slightly. I do truly understand your eagerness to see to his disposal. I wouldn't speak ill of the dead, of course. Azra closed his lips then, the woman noting that, and going slightly wide-eyed. Then she grinned a tiny bit. Thank you, Lord of the Dead. Please, as you will. She gestured at the body, which was a grand thing, being nearly the move of a showman. With that, he caused a bright, dazzling, and probably too powerful purple light to rise around his body, lashing out with a sudden crack. An audible thing that caused the body to shudder, and the woman behind him to call out again, in fear. Sleep now, and do not rise again, Woad Turner. Your time in this world is done. No spirit, no god, no Lon or alchemist can bring you to life again. You will go to the lands that come after, and begin what tasks you need to see to there, not plaguing the dreams or thoughts of others. No curse you have uttered shall hold sway here. No desire you once held will be important to any. Go now, to the dark lands, and trouble us, the living, no more. Again, he lashed out at the man on the stone, with a lance of purple light, striking hard enough that the dead flesh responded, the air cracking in sympathy. Then, of course, the man ceased doing anything at all. Not even the light moving and shifting that being near Azra had caused moments before. Ember made the sign of the evil eye. Refreshingly, that was done toward her father, not him for once. In his life, seeing that kind of thing was practically like a friendly wave, of course. It was how most greeted him in the street, in fact. Standing back, he nodded. I can do the full rites, of course. This, you saw the light? He wasn't certain if that was the case. To many people, he simply stood there, the dead just moving and dancing, no matter how much power he tossed at them. Then he normally didn't bother going to such levels as he just had. He simply wanted to lock Woad Turner from the world he, Azra Lon, had to live in. The woman was an elemental mage, however, and clearly well-powered. So she nodded. The purple light, yes, that means he can't come back. Exactly. He's truly locked away from the world now, unless someone more powerful than myself seeks to free him. If we burn the body to dust, that will make such a thing far less likely. He closed his eyes, then opened them and looked around. We should prevent that. He wasn't a being I want to walk the earth again. He felt low saying this to the man's own daughter. even if she was his rape slave and tool to gain wealth in life. People could become odd in response to their own being dead, after all. This one took a deep, dramatic breath. I agree. Lord of the Dead. It will be done. You could do those rites for the others. They need to see that Father will not be returning for them. Those things he offered you. That was waved away, not in an unkind fashion. Azra wasn't old, and while pale, managed to be clean and rather well-groomed. Inside the rules he was allowed, at least. It will not be spoken of unless you need to discuss it. I am available for that as you will. You can visit me in the City of the Dead or call for me if you need. He meant that the woman might need to speak about the monster and have her confidence kept, but she acted shy suddenly and patted at her hair, then looked down, smiling a bit as if flirting. He thought. Honestly, he wasn't certain he had that right, having never noticed such being directed at himself before. Perhaps I'll do that. Thank you, Lord of the Dead. Now we should move him away from here for the pyre. We'll have a procession. Let me call for the others. The woman went to the house and yelled, her voice firm but not rough. She wasn't that old, possibly being about 25 or so. About 4 or 5 years older than Az himself. Old enough that it was perhaps odd that she wasn't married already. Az wasn't, of course, but that was due to being who he was. The Lord of the Dead of a city wasn't sought after for such things. Not often. It was in fact so rare that he wasn't at all certain his own mother hadn't been dead. She'd passed on the same day that his father had been laid to rest, after taking his own life in his madness, willing himself to death. It was telling. Before that moment, when his mother had fallen to the ground dead, Azra hadn't known she was undead at all. No one else had spoken of her vanishing. Then they hadn't asked about Daro either. He'd simply moved away several cities away to Tekla to have a good life. There had been a note, and half the funds that their father had held. All the rightful property of his brother legally had been left behind, to keep as a kindness. Most of that was still in the wall of the tomb he lived in, with a very real collection of coins in a case next to it. Indeed, it was as much as his father had left in the first place. Riches enough that his brother could have the rest, only 2 years after having left home. People moved out of the palace on the hill, rather somberly. There were about 40 people there, 37. He counted and tried to recall the faces, though no one spoke, giving him their names. They wouldn't, most likely. It was why Ember Turner had been out there with him at first alone. She was the one in charge, so had to face the fierce and dangerous Lord of the Dead on her own. That or they simply didn't want to risk annoying him. He moved forward, wrapping the man in his second shroud, the face covered, the eyes closed, being pulled down. No coins were placed over the eyes to pay for his trip into the land of the dead. They were burning the body. That, the payment, was missed a little, but he didn't normally mention that sort of thing. Not everyone would come to him, to see to their dead, either out of fear of him or lacking coin. It was a needed service, however, so he didn't charge for it. People could give him such if they had it or not. As he'd mentioned, he wouldn't have let that monster walk the world again, even if he was starving and about to die. Technically, he owned what the dead had on them, or under their control at the time of death. Not inheritance or lands, but if they had a purse of coins, it was supposed to be his. He rarely mentioned the idea, law or not. Enough people passed him some coin or bits of food or even other things at times, that he wasn't in need particularly. Not vastly rich, but wealthy enough to not fear he was failing in life. There was enough always coming to him without making lives harder that he could have shared with others and never noticed the lack. Several sturdy-looking men lifted the body, carrying it carefully, gently with some glances back at him, as if checking to make certain they were doing it correctly. It was just a hunk of dead meat, of course. They were being polite, and not just tossing it over their shoulders like a log. It was as much as Woad could have hoped for. Each of the men had a soft haze of glowing power around them. An aura of blue, with one of the men holding tan and brown in the main. None of them were as powerful as Ember, it seemed, but that lovely haze in the air was a sign of real enough power. Working with water and earth mainly, though being Turner, they each had other colours presented as well. Even air, which was a soft colour of magic that Az wasn't really certain he could have picked out. It was there and he could feel it, but so nearly clear that he honestly could have missed it at the same time. That was interesting to notice, but not that important. not unless a gale-force wind was being thrown at him. The walk to the empty field took a bit, since they had to wind down the hill, toward the city, the tan buildings below them showing bits of colour in places. Flags, and in several locations, sigils made of paint caught his attention. It wasn't festive at the moment, of course. No celebrations or feasts were in the offing. Soon there would be the summer festival, which Az was looking forward to himself. The city would, for a week, transform into a place of merriment, when that came. Bright colours and clothing would come out, as well as stands that sold rich foods and sweet drinks. Temporary stalls, who sold their wares freely to anyone, even the Lord of the Dead. He walked somberly, the family dressed in tan, grey, or in one case, a deep scarlet red wrap. That person was an old woman, with white hair and a stern, nearly vicious expression on her face. When she noticed him looking, she seemed ready to fight, red and brown light raising around her, her face seeming angry on a level that Az had rarely noticed in his life. Truly, only on the face of his father, when he'd been about to beat or harm him for being different, for looking wrong, like a High Lon. He nodded at her, ready to flee, or dance to the side if he needed to. There was nothing dead in that general area that he could call on. Well, there were things, but a swarm of insects attacking a Turner mage was going to be a distraction at best. Hidden in the rocks were the corpses of a few small animals, but nothing in range would be of real use to him. Not if he didn't unlock Woad, of course. The trick there wasn't that he couldn't do that, simply that he wasn't bringing the man back. So other than throwing a few hundred dead bugs at the woman, to distract her, he was going to have to flee on foot. If the family wanted him dead, he wasn't going to make it, of course. Still, he was surprised when, instead of throwing rocks and dirt at him, or a wall of flame or pure heat, the older woman shuffled over, her cane gripped in a wrinkled hand, to confront him directly, with words as anyone might have done on a stress-filled day. Her voice was soft but also hard, meaning she wanted him to hear, but not the others there. "You think I'm disrespectful, wearing red?" Looking around, dropping back so that everyone else moved ahead of them, walking in small groups, Azra cleared his throat. Then he leaned in. The woman didn't move back at all, showing she was rather brave. Most people avoided his touch, even if it was no more harmful or foul than the skin of anyone else. He was pale, of course, to the tan or darker tones of those around him. "Not really. You'd need to curse the body or spit on his corpse to be truly disrespectful. That's a lovely colour. Do you want me to distract the others so you can see to that? Bright colours. Well, I'm not dressed in the traditional death shroud, you notice. This robe is far more comfortable. Clean, too. Neither of those things is properly disrespectful. Traditionally, his clothing was supposed to be taken from the dead. It wasn't that hygienic. Azra just had his robes made by a seamstress in town. She did good work, and dressing in robes was allowed, under the city charter. It was that or a wrap made of shrouds for him, now that he had the position he did. He missed being young, where a simple tunic and trousers had been his daily outfit. The old woman looked away, coughed and grinned at him when she turned. "You knew Woad, then? My son wasn't a much-loved man. For cause. I thought you were going to insist that I show proper respect." As far as he could tell, the older woman truly was. The man simply didn't deserve much. Whispering, he explained the plan of the moment. "I've already bound him away from the world. Well enough that no one except myself and perhaps one of the High Lon could undo it. We'll burn him to ash, which will make even that unlikely. It's simply not worth the effort, bringing dust back together, and only a handful of being or gods can do that at all. I'm going to do the rites several times as a show. But the real work is already done. Do you need anything in particular?" There was a long pause, then a hard, wry expression on her old face. "I could say a curse over him as he burns. He can't come back or haunt us?" Az nodded. "Exactly. Let me do the first rite, then you can come forward for that. Unless, will it cause problems for you with the others, of course? Some people are particular in regard to the dead." That question had the woman waving her cane a bit. Low to the ground, though, not at his head. "Perhaps. Still, it needs to be done, and I'm old. If anyone needs to hate me for it, they won't have to hold to that for too much longer. I'll handle this, Sonny." She patted him on the arm with her offhand and moved forward. It was the first time that anyone had touched him on purpose in over half a year, so he noticed it. No one else there did, being focused on the walk to the pyre. That was already set up, a large and tall pile of sticks and wood that would burn for half a day or more. It was a sunny and warm day, so standing near a fire the whole time would be a wondrous gift, he didn't doubt. On the good side, there was a small stream and green trees in a small forest not too far away, meaning they had shade to stand or sit in, and cool, fairly clean water to sip as they waited. A thing they would be doing, of course. It took time to turn a body to dust and ash. Even at that, there would be bones left that needed to be collected and broken up when the fire died. That task wasn't strictly supposed to be his, of course. The family was going to have to see to that. They needed him to suggest it, however, or they'd forget. Not that it was important. He could bring a skeleton back. Truly, he could animate the bones or call flesh back onto it if he wanted. That was real work, even for him, but doable. Without the skin and flesh, such a being wasn't worth much, of course. They'd move and could do simple tasks, but not recall anything of their lives. With a body, if he desired to do it, Azra could bring a person back to a level that no one could tell they weren't a living person. Even mages wouldn't get it. Not even other Lon necromancers. Starting from charred bones, it was possible to make it seem like a being was there, but they wouldn't look like the person actually had in life. They would be poor at tasks as well, and would need to have orders to do every small movement directly. That wasn't what Woad Turner had wished for himself. He'd wanted to be brought back, as if alive, animated but unaging, able to do anything he once could have. Only what everyone ignored was that a person living in such a fashion was a true slave. The Lon bringing them back owned them. The person, if brought back well enough by a powerful enough person, would seem alive fully and totally. They could speak normally, think, dream, and do everything as they once had. They might even learn new things and find joy in the world again. Totally lacking will, if their master even hinted at wanting something done, no matter what that was. Truly, in Verisa, there were 10 men and women who walked, breathed, and lived, animated by Azra, as they did so. Working in the city, living with their families, coming to the city of the dead at night, called there by their connection to him. None of his friends were monsters, however. Woad Turner had been, so they would erase him for the comfort of his family. The body was placed on the pyre, which wasn't lit at all as of yet. He moved forward, holding both hands up, calling out as the people in tan and brown looked at him, their faces blank. No tears shed at all. Some of them clearly fighting smiles aimed at the dead man, pleased with his passing. They seemed to be shamed by that as well. At least he was getting sidelong glances, as if he were going to be judging them on the matter. Woad Turner is being laid to his final rest. He will not return. By my breath, he will not haunt the living. A line of very powerful purple, coming from around him over his head, moved as his right hand did, striking the body on the raised pile of sticks. The crowd gasped, seeing it happen. It was a powerful thing, after all. His body shall not rise. He did it again, using his left hand for it. That was all artistry, of course. Then, it all was. The man was already well and truly locked away from life. Still, these people were mages. They understood the kind of power he was showing at the moment. They understood what it meant. No spirit shall take his flesh or bone or aid his spirit to harm, annoy or plague the living. This time the purple was mixed with green. That, the pale and moss-like colour, was normally what animated bodies, but it was being used only for affect at the moment. It would take more than he was using by far, to even make the dead man twitch at all, locked away from life as he already was. It was pretty, though, he thought. Woad Turner, you will torment these people no longer. You will not breathe, speak, or strike out. You cannot. You will never harm these people ever again. Pointing both hands, a strike of pure purple came then, so strong that the world tried to turn that colour, even in the bright light of a sunny day. The birds and insects in the area stopped making any sound at all. Not that they'd been loud. There was a crack, light thunder, though nothing exploded. Finding first Ember and then the woman in red, he bowed. He is locked from the lands of the living. You wish to curse him. He cannot strike back at you now, not in any fashion. Those words started a scene that Azra had never, not even once in his entire life, ever seen. Even murderers didn't get such treatment. Each person moved forward, spit at the man and cursed him in full voice. I curse you to eternal torment. Find no ease in your rest, you demon. That came from a girl who looked no older than 15 or so, the last to have a go. Then she flared with red, pointing both of her hands at the man. Not the wood, the fellow in his grey shroud. Now burn! What happened next was impressive. Each man, woman and child there, all 37 of them, pointed at the man, a line of red coming from them. Some weren't that strong about it, but one or two drew lines so bright that he was nearly certain even a normal person with no magic at all would have seen it taking place. He saw all of them, of course. Woad, on top of the sticks, didn't just burn, he all but turned into a vapour. It was so hot that he turned first blue, then white, popping and crackling with a force that caused everyone to step back, even as most kept going, throwing fire at the dead man, making him burn in a way that, less than a candle mark, later meant the entire fire, including the wood ash, was gone. Even the bones were. It was, Azra had to admit, impressive. Chapter 2. What are you? The woman speaking was probably about 30 and had a certain look to her. It wasn't unpleasant, but the bright blouse and brilliant red skirt with sandals contrasted with her tan skin. Her hair was long, black and wrapped up like a proper lady, but she was bedecked with silver and copper chains and bangles, enough to show her not to be a daughter of Fair Verisa at all. The women there liked colour, and even jewellery, as well as anyone might, naturally. Even he dressed to impress in brilliant colours as often as not. This lady was making a true show of it, however, a thing that marked her as a performer of some sort. For all of that, her words weren't harsh-sounding, just honest curiosity. Even her gaze, with brown eyes and a dark mole painted on her cheek as a mark of beauty, seemed pleasant, coming with a smile even. She went on, winking at him. Pale skin, but not an albino. Black hair, but one eye of red, the other of ice blue. Marking you as a High Lord of the Dead, of course. In robes, not a shroud from a dead man's tomb. That's lacking a bit, isn't it? Also, how did you get your eyes to do that? Some form of magic? Possibly herbs, I gather. If so, I've never heard of them. A voice spoke from behind him, also a female. A slightly younger one, being Sarah Flowich. He turned as he noticed her, taking in that her look was a bit better than that of the woman questioning him on his odd appearance. In fact, Saraph was rather pretty, if he was going to be so crass as to notice such things. Which he always was, of course. He wondered for a moment what Saraph would say about him to a stranger. They weren't close, though he'd frequented her shop regularly enough. She simply had the best herbs and potions for health, as well as spices for food. She was also a full witch, but that wasn't useful to her most of the time. Flying around, moving things with her mind and reading the thoughts of others was probably a nice ability to have, but she worked in herbs, to keep herself fed. It was an honourable profession, needed even. Her voice was smooth, calm, and not playful or teasing at all, which she often was. This is Azra Lon, Lord of the Dead for the City of Verisa. He looks like this because he was born that way. Her words could have seemed mad, and truly the woman generally did seem that way, not being well balanced of mind at all. Instead, she seemed merely polite that day. Not that she was normally mean or upsetting in her aspect, not to anyone. Her thoughts just didn't track properly all the time. She'd speak to people who weren't there, answering words that might have been thoughts, but truly weren't the spirits of the dead. Azra would have known if that was the case, hearing them himself if they spoke in his presence. It truly could have been the thoughts of the living, of course. He wouldn't know if that was the case. That was a power of all witches, so the idea made sense to him. Then he wouldn't speak to spirits without announcing it to the room or gathering, so others would know what was taking place. Saraph, the tan, rather cute woman, would often just call out suddenly, which was strange and shocking to most. The performer looked at him again, went wide-eyed and then bowed, gracefully. I didn't know that any of the city-states had a High Lord of the Dead. That's rare. Most of your kind stays away from the living, sending threats to consume them, to maintain their lives. She blanched then, seeming fearful. Saraph snorted a bit but also smiled. It was charming, and only a little unhinged seeming at the edges. Azy isn't dead. He was born a High Lord. He doesn't even eat meat, much less people. A good sort that way, really. Pays his debts and doesn't use his power as an excuse to rule over others. Now his father wasn't right. Not a High Lord either. My guess is that Azra was born of a dead woman. Your mother died the day your father did, when he was locked from the world. That was both truth and very certain seeming, which he understood was the woman taking the story from his mind. If not at that moment, then at some point in the past. No silver energy licked at his head at the moment. It did with the woman they were talking to, the performer. Still, he glanced away. I've wondered about that, to be honest. Clearly she was dead, and being born of a dead woman is thought to be part of what creates a natural High Lord. All three known about in the last 10,000 years, though I don't call myself that. I'm just Az, pleased to meet you. He smiled and tried to look sane and wholesome. Saraf laughed at his efforts, but the other woman relaxed, enough that it was visible. I'm pleased to meet you as well then, Azra Lon. I'm Tali. Just the one name. A dancer and singer with Wanda Forbes' amazing troupe. You can both come see the show later tonight. Only a mere copper coin for a place to stand in the midline, and if you want a seat, the raised boxes are only 3 coppers each. We start at true twilight, so don't miss out. I'll see you both there. With that, the woman flounced off to find another mark to speak to, selling them on the idea of a show the likes of which they had never seen before. Saraf nodded at him, seeming happy about something. She's so fearful of you she nearly soiled herself. Not that she and her friends won't take your coin. I know you can bring me to the show like she said. I want a nice box though, not to be in the pit with the most common. I have a reputation to uphold after all. The words were a bit haughty sounding and playful in aspect, a thing she did with him. Normally he ignored her when she said things like that, since it was clear she didn't mean it. Being seen with him in public wasn't a good way for her to hold that reputation after all. People truly did fear him, as often as not, just for being what he was. Still, she was attractive and not too much older than him, insane enough that she might make a mistake and say yes too. Plus, she'd invited him. All right, I'll be here at half a mark before twilight then. Wear a cute dress. He nearly added that he'd get wine so that she could forget who she was with, then didn't. A line of silver cast out at him, not knocking him down, simply petting his head a bit. The witch straightened then and slowly nodded. I truly was joking about that. Not that I don't want to go. Let's do it. I'll bring the wine and cups. You still get to pay since you're the man. Otherwise it isn't real courting. So when are we getting married? Or is the plan to simply use me in bed and then sneak out in the night as if I won't know you're doing it? That's what most do. She sounded sad then, not bitter. Not as if she were jesting either. He grinned. We can do either, and it would be novel for me. Even going to a show is a thing I haven't done in a good while, of course. I'm allowed, but being the City Lord of the Dead has some rules attached to it. None of them are really to my benefit. Except the one that said any item on the person of a man or woman who passed on belonged to him. He didn't get most of that, of course, the families taking it when they placed their loved ones in the burial shrouds. Enough came in to hold him in decent stead that way, however. Sometimes just left on his doorstep in bundles or bags. The rest of it was simply annoying, of course. Like him having to live in the City of the Dead on the outskirts of town. True, the neighbours were quiet types, but his home was literally a windowless mausoleum, which held the second entrance to the catacombs under the city. Technically all of that, including the bones and bodies, belonged to him. It was cool in the summer months and no worse in the winter, which was the only real selling point. Also, he was only allowed by law to purchase alms bread from the bakers for some reason, coarse and heavy, not the nice white that his father had always managed to get them when he'd been alive. Then, Saraf hadn't been being mean when she'd mentioned that his father had been different. Brown-eyed and tan, like most in the city were, but dressed exclusively in death shroud wraps and rather lacking in sanity. Driven that way by his use of Alon's most dangerous power, wearing the skin of another, including that of Saraf's grandmother, the witch Esmeralda, a woman famous for being mad. That, the cloak made of her flesh that his father had put on and not taken off even to bathe, had given him the woman's mind, abilities and madness, along with several others who had been trapped inside of him. Azra and his brother had both taken many trips into the stone walls of their home for minor issues, as they'd grown up, thrown there by the powers of a witch. One who wasn't easy to deal with or reasonable most of the time. It hadn't been an easy thing. Then his father had been mad and rough at times, but was insane. not a monster like Woad Turner had been. Shaking himself, he didn't list the other 10 rules that only he had to follow, simply accepting them as his lot in life. The cute witch smiled at him gently. Fine then. You'll court me for marriage. Are you going to try for Ember Turner too? She's been thinking about you all day. A friend of mine. I don't get thoughts like that from everyone. Not unless they include me in them of a purpose. She did. We're close. Girl love, so you aren't shocked when we do that kind of thing in front of you later. Hold hands. And all that. That kind of thing wasn't rare, he knew. Not that he was close to any girls or women to know that kind of thing. He winced, though. Not about Ember having been thinking of him, if that had happened at all. Mainly over what she'd probably been thinking about, which wasn't going to be good. People feared him after all. He winced at that and tried to cover for it. Ouch. The thoughts, not you having a friend. That's a fine enough thing, even if you're a little too close. I don't care about things like that myself. The woman smiled at him then. It was once again charming and only a little lost seeming. She was thinking that you're a good sort. Exotic, too. Not someone she thinks she can approach, though you invited her to do that. We can't invite her tonight. Not with her father being burned today. In a few weeks we can do something small together. Have a somber meal, perhaps. He nodded, figuring that it wouldn't happen at all. Really, when he showed up in a few hours for the show, there was a very good chance that the woman wouldn't be there at all, having forgotten him. That or simply saying she had, not wanting to go suddenly. Which was fair, but he was a man of his word. If he told a person a thing would be done, then, if at all possible, it would be. If not, then he'd present himself with his explanation, even if it meant being yelled at for failure. So he'd be there, which he nodded about. Add half a candle before twilight, then. See you then, Saraf. He was in the main marketplace, on the side of the city that he lived on. That, his home, was a good way away, but only about a quarter of a candle mark worth of walking. What it was close to was the bakery he frequented. As he moved through the streets, he was stared at, and about half of the people looked through the 2 main fingers of their left hands, fingers splayed in a V, using the mark of the evil eye to ward him away. As if he might be evil, which was silliness. When Azra noticed that, he made a point of smiling and waving back, calling out at times, "Good day. Lovely weather we're having." A moment later he said more to another person, this one making the sign but also grinning. "Hello." When he called out, the basket maker, Jims, nodded and waved back. "Well met." A few other people greeted him, even after using the mark against him. Most just seemed scared, but it was less than it had been when he'd been younger, he noticed. Nearly half at least raised a hand politely or gave a nod. It wasn't how they treated everyone else, certainly, but it was better than tradition would have had it. On entering the bakery, Az noticed the familiar lady behind the counter. She was an older woman, with a grey complexion and hair to match, which she had been like for as long as he could remember. As she normally was, the lady was dressed in light blue clothing, with a skirt and loose top, a grey apron over that. It was for her a little like his robes were in his own life, except that she could have worn anything she wanted. Still, it was a sort of uniform of office, or so it seemed. Almost blankly she made the sign of the evil eyes as well, then smiled as she held it, looking through 2 of her fingers on her left hand. "Mrs. Baker, how is the day treating you so far?" She went slightly wide-eyed, as if he didn't say the same thing each time. Not that she was named Baker, of course. The family name was Turloy. He'd simply known her and her husband since he was a small child, was all. "Easy. I'm doing well enough, I suppose. The price of the fresh, soft white flour went up again due to the drought. I have some rough brown and that vegetable stew you put aside earlier. The brown isn't proper alms bread. We could make some of that. It will take a few hours." She said the words as if he was going to insist that he be given unsalted bread made of the cheapest ingredients, instead of a tasty rye or whatever the brown was that day. The cheapest normal bread, of course. He pulled some coins to pay for it, the woman waving at him to put that away. "Don't be silly. You get free bread, from any baker in the city. It's in the charter. We don't want to give insult, not having that alms bread ready. It was just that we ran out of oven space and no one died in the area, so we forgot to make some up for you." She seemed honestly worried about that. He simply smiled. "You know, that really isn't a problem. Any bread can be used for the dead, after all. Looks aside, I'm not dead, so, I appreciate good bread, I really do. I'm just not allowed to buy it. Only I think that means bread for meals. Cakes and all that should be fine. They just meant that I didn't have to purchase the alms bread for the dead with my own coin, when they wrote the charter originally. Only no one working in a bakery would sell that to him just in case. A thing he knew well, having had the conversation with the baker's wife several times over the years, with her acting as if he was going to send the dead, or possibly spirits, after her if he didn't get his way, as she nobly tried to follow the law as carefully as possible. To him it seemed clear that the initial law had been about making certain that the Lord of the Dead for the city actually ate regularly. It wasn't a bad position, but in hard times it meant that the person in charge of that task didn't have to leave to go live on a farm so they could eat. Over time it had warped into a set of prescribed foods that he wasn't allowed to get, unless it was a special day, with vendors who sold to the public. Then he could get whatever was on offer that way. Not eating meat, he missed soft white bread and cakes. Still, he was brought the pot he'd left earlier, with a thick vegetable stew in it, and a wrapped loaf of hard dark bread. The woman smiling at him. We have to follow the law. You should get a wife or servant to buy what you want. That's what your father did. Dirac save his soul. Indeed, at times he was the one that had been sent to get the bread, cakes, pies, and other things from the bakery, given that. His mother and older brother as well. They, everyone else in his family, had been normal-looking, of course. Then, before he'd taken the job as Lord of the Dead for the city, most people hadn't even made the evil eye sign at him. He'd been the funny-looking boy, but hadn't been hated for it in particular. Even at school, he'd been more or less accepted. Invoking Dirac was a kindness, he noticed. Not the Lord of the Dark Places, but an assumption that his father might have gone to the light. Hopefully that was true. He'd been mad, but that wasn't the fault of the one driven to such things. It was the responsibility of the god who allowed it in the first place, at least if you were going to be polite about it. He nodded at the woman. Well, Sarah Flowich did just suggest I court her. Her friend Ember Turner as well, I think. I'm certain they'll both want to live in the City of the Dead with me. It wasn't a grand place, truly. Mrs. Baker grinned. It was a sudden thing. Oh? That's not a bad idea? Both of them have their own places, and while you have to live there, they don't, according to the written charter. I'd have to check that, but it sounds right. Truly, you could buy property and house as many women as you wish to marry, if you can keep them. Most just have the one woman, of course. Having more is an older custom but allowed to a lord. I hadn't really considered that before. Even the head man here doesn't have an extra wife. Then he isn't a proper lord either. You are. Az nodded, knowing that part for himself. Headman Fawn didn't have an extra wife, instead having a lover, Marcus, a young man who had died of a pox a year before. Not too young of a man. Older than Azra by a year or two, in fact. Headman Fawn had come to him, to ask that his lover be returned to him, and Marcus had found that a wonderful idea, truly loving the other man. Being a good sort, Az had brought him back, and done a good enough job of it that no one knew the man was dead, except his family and friends, who had been at the funeral. He did a lot of the night work, in the City of the Dead, since he was drawn to Azra after dark. Also, the dead didn't sleep or rest in particular. So the dead man worked, when he wasn't with his love, or at his daily occupation. Not saying any of that, since he wasn't much of a gossip, he adjusted the warm stew pot and the wrapped bread, nodding. Thank you, Mrs. Baker. I'll be back tomorrow or the next day. He rarely missed a day, but occasionally ate other food. Bread was a chore for him, but they'd put things in the hot oven to cook or warm just like they would for anyone else. Technically, if he'd known how, he could have made his own bread and they would have baked it for him. That was beyond his skills, however. So he had stew, bread, and a lot of roasted tubers and grain porridge. That and fruit when it was in season. Walking carefully but quickly, he headed back home, to the City of the Dead. That had a nice stone wall, meant to keep the dead from easily escaping, so it was smooth and tall. Nearly twice his own height, in fact. It was all of stone on the inside, and the various tombs were close together, making a maze out of the whole thing. A chaotic one, that was almost impossible to navigate, if you hadn't been born there. He could run in it and not be lost, as could Darrow, but no one else living could manage that. A few spirits had it down, like Mondath, but that was it. Most of those who could manage it had played with him and his brother when they were younger. His place was in the centre, sticking up like a small but proper manor in the City of Stone. It looked a bit grim on the outside, and inside was dark and not a lot better. It had been designed as a family tomb then, about 5 generations before, had been given over to his line to live in. So it had things like a kitchen and a privy, but not running water. There was a cistern on the roof that had to be filled each day, meaning he had the dead handle those things for him, when true dark fell. It made his life easier, he supposed. He was still forced by law to live among the dead. Again, he figured that the original idea had been about putting the city lord of the dead on hand, and in their seat of power, while making sure they always had a place to live. A thing meant as a kindness. Now it was a trap. Unless he walked away, of course. Only, unlike his brother, Azra wasn't going to be able to simply move house to some other city and be just another worker. Even the woman from that day, who hadn't recognized his clothing, had gotten that he simply looked different, enough to be notable. So hiding who he was in some other place might not be worth the doing. True, the rules might be different for him. In some places he'd be put to death instantly, if the people could manage it. Killing him might not work, of course. It probably wouldn't. He'd just be dead, as powerful or more, and forced without control to feed on the living, sending his minions out into the night to collect the life energy he needed and craved. The only people who could stop a being like that were mages, and really most of the time you had to send a powerful living Lon after them, a necromancer of true power. Those were rare, of course, not needed for the most part, outside of what he was already doing for work, putting the dead to rest and preventing them from coming back. There was, much like with the witches, some utility for his kind in war. Dead bodies could be brought back, then not fall again in battle. There were limits to what one person could do that way, thankfully. Even the High Lords could only bring back about 100 bodies at one time. That one fact was what had kept them from overwhelming the entire world. The most useful mages were probably the healers, with the Turner element users being second. Pumping water and building in stone was incredible as far as talents went. In battle they could throw fire, which wasn't bad, really. A witch flying in and tearing your head off suddenly kind of won as far as use in battle went. Then he could bring dead men back, who knew their jobs, and spend his time back in camp, far away from the field of battle. That one was helpful as well, as far as he was concerned. He ate first, if a bit early, since the food was still warm and he'd missed any type of midday repast, except some sips of water from a stream. That had been good, the water cool and sweet, but it wasn't a replacement for actual food. Using his one bowl and spoon, he served himself, taking half the small pot, the rest being for the morning meal the next day, and ate half the rye loaf. That was dense and sour. Not bad for all that. After his middle was satisfied enough, he used some of the water that poured into his washing room sink, which had a small drain, but nothing else other than a spigot and a pipe that ran through the rock to the roof. He scrubbed up well, stripping down and washing with a solid herb soap. Stuff he'd gotten from Sarif that smelled of sage and sweet lavender. It had bits of hard green and brown in it, stripping away his skin with lye. Still, in the end, he was very clean, nice-smelling, and while a bit damp, his towel took care of most of that for him. Most of his wash water was gone, of course, but that was how life went, living out of a few buckets a day that way. After that, he put on his nicest, also newest robe. It was dark blue, with velvet black for the trim on the cuffs, and a strange sigil on the front. One that meant nothing at all. He knew that, having been the one to draw up the design. It wasn't even his initials, just being a circle with a fat line in the middle, the line having a triangle in the center. That wasn't ostentatious, just being sewn in blue thread, so the design barely showed. His hair was decently short, and when he looked in the mirror to brush it, glowing in gold so he could see, he very naturally summoned a spirit. That often happened, but it was easier to put up with ghosts and other such beings than to light a flame inside 10 times a day. This spirit took in what he looked like, noticing everything, and laughed. Finally decided to become a bird. I love the bright feathers, Azy. He sighed but smiled. Hello, Mondith. I'm going to a show. With a woman. The spirit, a sprite of golden light, brighter than what Az was putting out himself at the moment, looking like a shifting prism at times, different colours being hinted at, but not exactly there. The floating being was lovely, in its own way, of course. Spirits were like that. Ghosts just tended to look like people, of course. After a moment, seeming aghast, the voice came again. You know a woman? Are you certain you don't mean a dead woman? You know a few of those, of course. Is Bethra going with you? She's lovely, of course. Sighing, not letting that show, he answered. Politely. After all, Mondath wasn't trying to be mean. He'd been one of Az's closest friends as a child too, meaning he understood that he honestly didn't know any real women at all. Not ones who weren't dead. Bethra was actually attractive too, of course, but also both married and a mother. Taking her to a show would be an insult to her family, even if she didn't have a choice about doing what he said. Not her. I was kind of asked to go by Sarah Loich. I mean, she suggested I pay, being the man, which makes sense. She also suggested I pay proper court to her and possibly her friend Ember Turner. That... Mondath made a sound. A sudden shocked thing. It was a bit mean-sounding. Wait, I'll be right back, don't leave. Then faster than could be tracked, the familiar spirit vanished. He did wait, finishing up with his work in the mirror, lamenting his face a bit. He was too pale to start with. His black hair was very straight too. The real distraction was his left eye. The right was a pretty blue. A bit too light, being like the sky, but not evil-seeming. The left one, that was the colour of fresh blood, at least in the iris. The rest of the look was fine, he supposed. He had a good strong jawline, and while the robe was a bit grand-seeming, the colours worked well enough. Still, he was lopsided and off, and nothing he did was ever going to fix that. Possibly an eye patch, but there was nothing wrong with his vision, so covering half of that up just out of vanity didn't make sense. He was thinking about that when a rather harried-seeming spirit popped up next to him, invisible in the mirror in front of him. I have it. The information we need. Azra nodded, suspecting he understood what that would be. The whole thing was a jest. I'm stupid, and when I show up it will be awkward and unwanted. There was a pause then. What? No. That's ridiculous. If anything, Saraf is giddy and wondering if she can actually catch you as a husband. She's planning to bring in a couple of other women if she can too. All spinsters and fifth daughters, of course. But you can't be that picky. It's really about getting them all a man for social reasons, not because of your amazing looks or vast wealth. Still, all of that works. You should consider it. We could finally hear the patter of little feet around here. I mean, ones that aren't attached to rats or who are already dead. That was the spirit being playful, of course. They didn't have rats there. The dead people prevented that, catching them before it was ever a problem. He snorted. Don't worry, I'm certain I can ruin this in one evening. I won't even have to try hard. After all, I don't know what to say at this kind of a thing. I've never gone to anything with a woman before. The spirit chuckled at him. Don't worry. You're a nice person and already know Saraf, at least in passing. Tell her she looks nice and is always pretty. Laugh if she tells a joke and be interested in what she's saying, and it will go well. Be yourself. I mean your best self, but still, that's all you really have to do. That didn't sound right. But he had nothing else to go on and no one else to give him advice, so he nodded. I'll do that then. Thank you for your aid, Great Spirit Mondath. I'm certain I won't ruin the evening instantly or anything along those lines. Azra sighed, understanding that almost couldn't be what would be taking place at all. Chapter 3. Saraf Loich smiled as they walked along the tan brick street toward the outdoor meeting hall. It was a large space, made of packed mud brick and tan stone, painted red and white on the outside, giving a spot of colour to the otherwise boring area of the City of Verisa. The guard was out that night, carrying spears and swords on their sides, though most on the street didn't go armed. That was allowed, of course, but theft wasn't considered a huge issue there. Not as long as you stayed off the streets at true night and didn't go to the Low District, that or the docks. The witch had dressed in a lovely skirt, which was light blue, with white flowers stitched around the bottom, that had tiny embroidered yellow centres, daisies if a bit stylized. Her top was loose, and a light cream, with a pretty blue and white vest over it. Her curly dark hair was up in the back, with 2 strands hanging down in the front on either side. They glistened slightly, the street lamps already being lit for the evening. Those, the lamps, were a public service provided by the government of their city. paid for out of goods tariffs, of course. Nothing was free, which everyone knew. As they moved, hoping that it wasn't going to be the wrong thing to do, he spoke. "You look wonderful tonight, Saraf. I know I said to wear a pretty dress, but I didn't think you'd actually bother." He forced a chuckle and tried to sound pleasant, not as if he'd thought she wasn't going to come along with him at all. The woman took his arm, the contact warm and strange to him, not unwelcome. Oddly, even though a few people did make the sign of the evil eye at him, probably including the witch as well, over half of them also smiled. At least when he waved at them. The trip to the players' arena wasn't that long of one, of course. His soft shoes of heavy cloth with soles of wood made soft clicking sounds as they hit the hard street. Saraf was quieter that way, wearing leather on her feet. As they got closer to the event, the main body of people started to move along with them, heading in the same direction. A decently long line stood outside of the red and white painted complex, with brightly coloured actors and singers holding trays of small items they were selling. Cups of ale and scoops of roasted nuts. Seeing that, Saraf leaned into him and whispered, "I have wine in my bag, cups as well. A fine herb wine, in fact. Are we getting a box?" He nodded, that being the plan. It would cost more, but both be a finer experience, and not put them down in the central throng, standing shoulder to shoulder with people who might be afraid of him. Possibly her as well. After all, he could summon the dead. Lock people from the land of the living too, which would mean dying to most people, even if it was more complex than that. She could rip their heads off with a thought. One of those things was much scarier than the other, to his way of considering. "If we can get one, that sounds pleasant. I'm not certain how we set that up. We could stand here and start yelling about our rightful place. That will go over well, I bet." He grinned, wondering if that was the true secret. Instead, when they got to the pay box, most passing over a single copper, or two if they were with another person, he had a silver and a copper, ready to go. Seeing that, after staring at his clothing and that of the witch, the brightly coloured man at the gate bowed, a thing he hadn't been doing to anyone else. "My lord, my lady, you wish a box?" He took the coins and called out, "Nary, a box for these fine people." The words were grand and overdone, but gathered attention. Several people turned then, with the man closest to them frowning, only for a moment. Then he gave a nod. "I never thought about that. I suppose you magic types like song and dance too. I hear it's a good show. Thought I'd give it a try." The man went quiet at the end, his common clothing probably having been what he'd worked in that day. Azra smiled and nodded, his pale skin flashing a bit even in the twilight. "I do enjoy a good song. Have a pleasant evening, sir." The man nodded, walking into the building, not being led anywhere at all. A man in bright blue, green, and slightly strange garments that hung in strips jogged over, waving to them, taking in the strange looks of Az, but seeming to accept that he was a paying customer. A thing that was nicer than he'd actually expected, his life having taught him that most were a bit scared of him, until they knew him a bit. "This way. Come this way. We have a nice box left. The headman here and his lady are in the central box. Some wealthy merchants have the far side. Is that... We could ask them to leave the central one for you and trade around." That made no sense to him, so he shook his head. "This sounds fine. Thank you." His arm was still locked with Saraf's, so he was able to aid her up the awkward steps to the raised box. That platform wasn't a vast thing, raised high into the air, instead being a simple box, made of wood, with simple hard chairs, up about a man height into the air, high enough to easily see over the people standing in the middle. There were also chairs below them, raised about half as high, reachable by the rabble in the middle. There, in the centre of the arena, was a slightly shifting throng of people, with people moving around covertly selling overripe fruit and vegetables to throw at the players, if they failed in their show of the night. It was a tradition, of course. Such things weren't offered to the people in the boxes, probably because they'd mainly hit the people in the middle, not being able to reach the stage at all. It was a good distance from them, after all. Not waiting, Sarah freed up a large bottle with a wax stopper on it, and a soft rose colour to the whole thing that looked like glass but wasn't clear in any way. 2 wooded cups came out as well. She freed the topper easily, poured 1/2 full and passed it to him. "Sip. It isn't a strong wine, but the herbs in it will heighten the senses. It shouldn't leave us insensible, but you might see things. You normally see magic, don't you?" He could have blinked about that, but it was clear to him that the witch was reading his mind. He could see and feel the silver tendril of power coming from her, around her, as a light cloud, since the woman wasn't trying very hard to do anything at the moment. "That's right. Do you see things the same way?" That got a soft snort. "Not at all. I can tell that it's different for you, but I mainly feel things. I can see magic being done about the same time anyone else can. If it's strong enough, I see it glowing, of course. What is it like for you?" He nearly didn't say, though he realized that sharing that sort of thing about his life was probably the sort of thing one did when courting. So she could see that he was odd and know to run away, screaming into the night. In her case, possibly flying away, of course. So he smiled, gently looking forward. "Everyone has a soft glow of magic to them. Different types have various effects. Red means heat or fire. Green is life energy. Healers have a slightly different hue of that than Lon do, but they're similar. You produce silver when you do things and carry a light haze of it with you. So I can see what kind of magic a person might have. Everyone has something, but most don't have enough to really use, of course." Those words had his partner for the evening looking at him strangely, seeming odd and amazed, not upset, thankfully. "Most people have magic? Even just a little... that... I didn't know that. Could they learn to use it, do you think?" He had to think about that, but after a moment bobbed in place to show he wasn't that comfortable on the hard chair. "I don't really know. My guess is that a lot of people could learn to do some small things if they focused on the right area of magic. It's easier if you're very powerful, I think. I mean, even if I looked normal, the dead and spirits call to me, so I would have learned to use some of my magic, with no training at all. Then you get the idea when the skin of every dead animal you pass called for you to wear them and take in their abilities and spirit. People as well, but that's less common, really. At least it would be if I lived a different life. I've always thought that I'd do a good job making barrels." That was teasing, because he had no clue as to how well he'd do with that kind of task at all. No one ever in his entire life had suggested he was going to work at any task other than sealing and raising the dead. It was a thing that no one would ever let him escape either. He looked like a specific type of person, so he was the Lord of the Dead, and probably would be in any city that needed such a task to be done. At the same time, he doubted he had the skills to survive in the wilds or even on a country farm, outside of the walls of a place like Verisa. Letting that go, he readied himself to describe those around him, and their magics. When a man, one who was a bit older, having grey hair but a thin body that showed a certain wiry strength, walked out onto the slightly raised stage across the way from their seats. The crowd went quiet, except for some small rustling and shifting. A person down below coughed, but it was a soft matter, not one designed to call attention to themselves or away from the performer on stage. The fellow raised his right hand, turned slightly to the side, in a graceful fashion. Unlike the others there, this man was dressed in a fine red outfit, seemingly of velvet, though it was hard to tell in the distance. He was a good 15 paces away after all. "Gentles, please attend our humble showing, all assembled stage lights glowing." The man looked around, faked going wide-eyed, and called out loudly, "I said stage lights glowing." The white lights came up then, illuminating the man more clearly, seeming to dim the rest of the world in their intensity. Then, before he could say more, music started. It was heavy with drumming, strings being strummed and ladies singing in the background. Then men and women took the stage, brightly coloured in their raiment, dancing, striding and flowing, singly and arm in arm as the tune and songs changed. It was entertaining, and well enough done that no one threw anything at the dancers or singers. When a skit came after that, matters changed. Not because the acting was poor, but because there was a villain in the piece, an old-seeming man, dressed in a death shroud with pale skin, made that way due to makeup. Normal eyes, though, so it wasn't supposed to be him or anything. Just some other necromancer who, for comedic effect, kept bringing men and women back and using them in various lewd fashion. Next to him, Saraf stiffened up, when the call came up to punish the villain of the piece, throwing rotten vegetables at them. That did happen, but the crowd called out, a few of them. "Nay, that isn't what a proper Lord of the Dead does. Hit the showmaster. Verisa respects the dead." That, the showmaster, was the man in red, who had to dance then, dodging a barrage of fruit, doing most of it well enough to save his lovely outfit from staining, seeming well-humoured about it. Their Lord of the Dead moved to the front of the stage, laughing. "Ah, finally the respect I'm due. Thank you all." The man bowed then, not saying anything else. Then there was more song, and the next skit showed only a humble carter who was tricked into raising the baby of a giant. That one was more humorous to Az. Not that he was angry about the first bit. It was funny in the way of such shows. Not a thing that reflected him, but he doubted that carters had giants they had to feed either. No one hit him with rotten fruit, at least. They didn't even turn to him to make the evil eye. A few had before that, getting his normal wave and smile. After that skit, no one looked in his direction at all, which he didn't understand. Not until later, after he was walking Saraf back to her home, which was behind her shop. She seemed pleasant and only slightly drunk. He felt warm and buzzing, but not clumsy as of yet. She turned to him at her door and kissed him on the cheek. "That went well. We're doing that again soon. Dinner here in a week. You need to bring me some flowers before that to show that you're serious. I'll get Ember in as well if she doesn't come to you first. A few other women, possibly." Before he could comment on that, to show how uncertain he was about the idea, if she was serious at all, she changed the conversation. Those poor players. The crowd was actually upset with them for mocking you. Not that they intended to do that. It's a common act for them. They won't do it again tomorrow, I wager. You're far too popular here for that kind of thing." Finally, smiling, feeling a bit bitter, he blinked at the words. "I'm popular? I was not aware of that." His words were dry but not mean-seeming. A little unbelieving was all. The pretty witch kissed him again, this time on the lips. It was distracting, tingling and warm, soft. A thing that he'd never experienced before at all. He noticed a tendril of soft silver touching his head, and Saraf slightly widening her eyes, not discussing his lack of such experiences, which was kind of her. "Of course you're popular in Verisa. People are uneasy with you directly due to your power, but all here know that they can come and talk to you without fear. They understand that you don't abuse those you bring to life as well. Oh, some think that. You don't, though. Nothing. Truly, I would have figured that you'd at least have a woman that you used that way. Even given that, you walk the streets smiling and being kind to all. People have noticed that. Your father? He wasn't as well liked." She looked away as if those words might start a fight. It wouldn't, simply being the truth. "I know. He was mad at the end. It's tempting to wear the skin of others, to collect their powers and skills. It's also a mistake, always. You can't put the minds and thoughts, hopes and dreams of a dozen people in one head. It seems a way to collect power in magic. It is a way to do that, I suppose. It simply isn't worth the damage." His father hadn't always been evil or anything. He recalled him when he was very small. The man had been good to him. Gentle, even. Still, Az didn't hold a lot of good memories of the man. His mother had been kind and loving, even at the end, probably having been a good person in life. That he hadn't seen what was going on that way shook him, and not for the first time. His memory of her had been of a woman filled with life, energetic and happy, caring even to the point of doting on her sons. More so on him than Darrow, even if the other boy had been better in a lot of ways. Strong and handsome, with normal-coloured tan skin and nice eyes that were different enough that girls liked him, without marking him as evil or dangerous. More than once Darrow had taken a beating that had clearly been intended for him as well, protecting him from their father's wrath, his jealousy at his younger son's power, as if it were such a wondrous gift to work with the dead as easily as Azra did. He shook himself, noticing the strand of soft silver touching his head still, reading his innermost secrets, a thing that was embarrassing, but he supposed was also normal enough. Everyone would have a past, and Saraf was gifted with the skill to find out what that was, just like he could get information from the spirit world, about things taking place away from himself. Blaming her for knowing his life would be foolish and not a thing he planned to do. Even if she didn't want to see him any longer, over the idea. He was hugged, tightly. It was a sudden move that got him to jump just a bit. Close and warm, standing there on her doorstep. "Do you think that's true?" That I'd foolishly cast you aside for having had a difficult childhood or something that silly. Trust me, your father was kind and gentle compared to some. Part of what you suffered was due to my grandmother Esmeralda as well. Strong minds aren't a thing that often goes with magic. Healers have the easiest time, I think. The rest of us, well, it varies, of course. All we can do is our best and struggle for sanity. Now bring me those flowers. I'm partial to daisies, and it's the season for them, so you have no excuse. There was a playful swat. Then the woman turned, opened the wooden door at the side of her shop and escaped inside, leaving him to walk home. That wasn't too awful of a trip. He had to start glowing, a bright golden colour, before hitting the City of the Dead, of course. Verisa had streetlights, but only one person lived out where he did. Calling up the light to see by meant that spirits came, of course, called to him and also shown by the light, so that even a normal person could see and, of course, hear them. There were 3, but Mondoth floated forward instantly. So, that went well. Just so you know, you could have easily gotten her to lie with you. She's so used to that being what happens that she nearly asked you in. It's only that she's actually thinking of you as a serious suitor that prevented it. I know the signs. Collect those flowers in the morning. I bet she thinks you won't bring them. It's a testing, naturally. Just like asking for a box like that instead of low seating. Only, anyone with half a mind can see that you can easily be as wealthy as you choose to be. Flowers. Now that will require you to actually do some work. Strange things as well. Walking in the light of the sun. Which, true, you actually do all the time, but not everyone knows that. The spirits followed along with one of the others, a being that Az didn't know, speaking up after a while. It sounded like an older woman. The boy has a woman he's paying court to. That's interesting. I didn't know that High Lon were allowed to have women. There was a pause. Living ones, I mean. Is she possessed by one of us? Mondoth handled that, but with a polite air, even if the woman sounded a little simple. Oh no, she's a witch. Pretty too. It's hard for powerful magic types to find a mate, of course, so she's let herself be used for a while by various men, mainly travellers, so Az here won't be confronted every 3rd day by a man who's been inside his lady. That would be awkward, I have to think. There's thought to send several such women to him for marriage. That's allowable, since he can keep them. Plus, he's allowed that, being a lord of this city. Unusual, of course. Most hold to one wife or husband in these days. It isn't like when I was alive. The woman's spirit snorted then. Tell me how that is. When I was alive, we were in the time of the Fire King. Half my village was put to the flame. I was forced to be a wine slave until I was 13. Then I was sold to be the wife of a camel driver. We didn't have grand cities like this one at all. Just a few stone and mud gathering points. That sounded interesting. The Fire King had been in the histories he'd read in school, of course. That was about 1,000 years ago, I believe. There was silence for a moment, his words hanging in the air as he glowed, illuminating the City of the Dead, the stone tombs and grey rock monuments as he moved. There was a clacking from his hard shoes, the soles solid and unyielding. After a good bit of travel, the woman spoke. It was 907 years ago. My name was Marith, known as the Camel Wife. It wasn't an interesting life, truly, but I was happy enough. Sad at times, but I liked working with the animals. I loved my children and lived to see grandchildren. It was enough. Now, well, I watched the world, rarely speaking to anyone. I noticed this light and came here. You're the Lon of Verisa. Red-Eye. Mondoth snorted as they reached the tomb in the centre of the complex. It stuck up enough that anyone being lost could find it, by virtue of looking slightly upward. The first spirit, shifting in his golden glow, seemed annoyed suddenly. No one calls him that, not to his face. He's Azra Lon, Lord of the Dead, not Red-Eye. For one thing, why would anyone focus on that? The blue one is clearly more striking. Now you two stay outside here. This is his home, and not for the likes of you. Az didn't say anything, since Mondoth did things like that. Keeping the space inside more or less clear of other spirits. Not constantly or perfectly, but there weren't 1,000 of them inside the dwelling waiting for him, even if he glowed most of the time he was inside. This time he readied himself and was in bed inside half a candle mark. Not that he had that kind of thing going constantly, not even a sandglass to count the time. Thankfully there in Verisa, the day was marked in 4 parts, by loud bells from the Temple of Omar. At dawn, sun high, true night and half night, That last one wasn't very popular, since it came as everyone tried to sleep, of course. Omar insisted on it, however. If all was quiet, you could just hear the various bells inside of his home. The stone nearly stopped them, but he was used to paying attention. His bed was made of clean straw, wrapped in canvas, and his pillow was similar. The pallet was actually fine enough, being made of wood, and crafted to be large enough for several people to sleep in. He'd purchased it a year before, opting for something nicer than what he'd had as a child. If he married, he could have the straw replaced with feathers, he supposed. It was a thing that he'd never thought about much, he realized. His face being so strange, with mismatched eyes and his pale skin, he'd never considered actually having that kind of a life. One with a wife and perhaps a child or two. That it could be happening, and with Sarah Flowich, well, she was a bit different, but managed to keep her herb business, and while she did have a bit of a reputation, he could look past that. After all, if she hadn't thought anyone would seriously court her, having what fun and closeness she could only made sense. She wasn't ruined by it, or left with 10 bastard children or anything. Also, she'd mentioned girl love. That was a thing that varied a lot. It could mean anything from a close female friend of a woman who was chummy and all that, to a true love, far more important than a mere husband ever could be. If it was that second one, then getting married to the same man would make a good bit of sense, truly. As long as they did their wifely duties and so forth, none could speak against it, and they'd have their love close to them all the time. He heard faint sounds from the front room, that of it being tended and cleaned. The dead didn't stumble or fall in the dark, not if they knew a place well. That there were 10 such beings there, moving and working, filling the cistern and the water buckets, as well as cleaning the privy, was a thing he could feel. They all tended to come find him, and when they did, knew to work and guard him all night, returning to their families in the morning. That didn't always happen, since they might also be asked to stay the night with their people. He didn't get up to speak to them, even if he normally did that. Instead, he merely laid in bed, recalling the taste of Saraph's lips on his, of herbs and wine, the warmth of them as well, the tingle of the contact and the sense of longing that he'd felt when she'd gone inside. Finally, much later than he would have liked for his own peace of mind, he turned his thoughts to other matters. The next day he didn't have any duties to perform as far as he knew. No one had died since Woad Turner that he'd been told of. Not everyone would seek to ask him for aid with their dead, even if they did pass. A few very devout followers of several of the gods would trust in their faith to prevent them from rising. It rarely worked, but most people weren't important enough for anyone to seek to bring back or have possessed. Those at most risk were, of course, lovely women and pretty girls. On occasion, men with the correct powers would steal their bodies and bring them back for a time. Lacking the right level of power or skill, that didn't last too long, turning into rotting and shambling corpses inside a few weeks as they did. Occasionally, people would do that with other ideas in mind. Murder or theft, for instance. It was illegal to steal or kill, even using the dead, but harder to work out who had done it, if a dead person was the only one seen. As for raising them to use in a bedroom fashion, well, it wasn't his way, but most of the time that was ignored when it happened. He, as the Lord of the Dead, technically had a right to do that kind of thing. Even his insane father hadn't used that, of course. Except with his mother. Even at that it was different. It sort of had to be. Being married to a woman and keeping her held to life wasn't the same as taking every half-pretty man or woman in the city to service one in a delicate fashion. He could have done that, since he was allowed to take any dead person as his slave. Slavery meant that they had to serve as he desired. Hence the annoying skit that evening. After all, the players had only been gently mocking what was fairly close to reality as often as not. If a Lon was powerful enough, then there would be no difference between the living and the dead. Even their hearts would beat and their bodies would be warm. The only issue was that the dead had to do everything they were told by their master, perfectly and without hesitation, no matter what they desired or had in life. The only thing that they couldn't do was lie. That, interestingly, was a known thing, but one that many forgot for some reason. The dead only spoke the truth as they knew it. So when Woad had shared his monstrous acts, Azra hadn't questioned if they were true or not. He hadn't had to do that at all. On the other hand, being him meant that Saraph had, until she'd read his mind, simply assumed that he used his friends in ways that he simply didn't. not for high-minded reasons either. It wasn't that he felt too good for a dead woman, or that his being the one to animate them made them his children, or any such insanity. It was mainly that his mother, having been dead, dying when his father had, seemed to make doing that kind of thing lightly into a bad thing. As bad as if he kept a living woman or man and made them do that kind of thing with him. A matter he held to, as he kept slaves and put them to work for his own ends in other fashion. Tending his home and all that. That part made some sense to him, since they would seek him out if they could. If he didn't give them a task, they'd literally stand there in his room watching him, even as he slept. More than once he'd woken to find that taking place. That had taken place for him as a mere child. So to give them a life, he had to deal with their peculiarities. Technically, he could have allowed them to do anything, even sitting in the outer room. But it really was useful of them to get the chores done like they did, even if slavery was a bad thing. One no one else was legally allowed to do, in the fair city of Verisa. Only him. Chapter 4. Azra picked through the fields near the outer wall of the City of the Dead. Flowers grew there, and while daisies were in good standing, he was also able to select some nice butterfly flowers and accent the white and yellow with some aromatic and lovely lavender. Those were buds rather than full flowers, but he thought that the idea worked. Not that he understood the complicated flower code or anything. Daisies were, he thought, an indication of something like friendship. He tried to recall what his mother had told him of such things years before. Nothing came to him. Not even the normal things a young man of Verisa should have understood in order to court a woman. He'd never done that sort of thing when his parents had been alive. Darrow had, but it was difficult for anyone with the last name and title of Lon to find love, even a fine-looking lad like his brother. Still, he went with what was nice-seeming and smelled good. Then, fearing it was a bit early to do, he walked to the central market and wondered if he should go inside of Saraf's herb shop at all. There were other people there, and if he'd botched the flower meaning too much, it wouldn't serve to insult her in public. He nearly turned and left, when he was suddenly pushed from behind. That had happened to him a few times, when he'd been younger, people seeking to bully him for looking different. This felt like something else, however. When he turned, the pressure continuing to motivate him forward, toward the shop door, he noticed that it was Tally, the dancing girl and singer from the show the evening before. No running away now. You have the flowers and the girl is inside. You're delivering those to the pretty one from yesterday, aren't you, Azzy? Taking a step, not certain what to do, he chuckled. The sound was soft, though, weak, even to his own ears. That's the plan, and she asked for them, particularly the daisies. But I don't know if I added the right things otherwise. I have no one to ask, really. The woman snorted, rolled her eyes, and then cleared her throat. Let me see what we have here, then. I've been told I have a mind for such things. Daisies, meaning either innocence, loyal love, or I'll never tell, depending on how things went last night. He cleared his throat. Well enough, but I think I can tell about it without giving insult. Not that I will. Innocence, then. Now lavender, which means distrust. Even if you don't think highly of the woman, don't give her those. They were plucked and tossed across the street, with some vigour, as if the buds had personally wronged the brightly skirted lady. And butterfly weed, let me go. So no. Grinning, those were removed as well, but held on to. She shrugged at him when he glanced at them. What? They're still pretty. I can let you go too if you need, being a traveller as I am, so it isn't an insult or poor message to me. Now, a grouping of daisies, a bit plain. Here. She tugged a yellow ribbon off of her wrist, tied next to a dozen others and more chains and bangles than he'd ever seen on a person, and wrapped the base of the flowers, the stems, tightly. Then she nodded. There. Not perfect, but showing up early with flowers, especially those requested, is going to be taken well, I have to imagine. This way. I need to see to some herbs anyway. There was more pushing, which was a bit rude but sort of needed, if he was going in without worrying about being too shy. The inside of the space was warm and well-scented, 100 or more different types of plant adding to the aroma. There was fresh air coming through an unshuttered window. A soft breeze hit him that he hadn't noticed in the cool of the morning while he was outdoors. Toward the back of the shop, Saraf looked up, seeing him and then Tally. She frowned a bit, until she noticed the flowers. Then she looked nearly coy. There were several others there that day, waiting for various packages to be made up, no doubt. Be right with you. Now, Mother Morin, I have that mint and chamomile wash for you. Just scrub up with it twice a day in the morning and before bed. It should clear up that rash in no time. Make sure to wash it off well, in clean water. Apparently the coin for that had already been passed. If the older woman was embarrassed about her rash, it didn't show on her face. Then, Az couldn't see anything of the sort at all. He decided not to ask. The man present was younger, but after 2 long moments was handed a folded paper filled with herbs, no instructions coming at all. Then Saraf came from around the counter and fairly snatched the daisies from his grasp, from his right hand. Her fingers grazed his own lightly, nearly stroking them. Lovely. The ribbon is a nice touch as well. He nodded, since that was true, if not his work. I met Tally here outside and she helped make the arrangement I had less insulting. It had lavender and butterfly flower. Then she donated the ribbon to the cause. I'll pay for her herbs today in exchange. He grinned. I should have let her order first. Now her entire troop's order will be coming, no doubt. Well, that's probably fair. I mean lavender, who knew? He waved, wondering if he was going to have to go home first before finishing his shopping for the day. Tally snickered. I came for some soap. If Loverboy here is paying for me, I'll take the finest you have. She giggled, which she seemed too old for, and winked at Saraf playfully. Or more realistically, I'd like 3 pounds of strong lye soap. That had the lady delivering some with a mix of herbs inside of it, to promote health and prevent lice and skin mites. True to his word, he delivered the 3 coppers for it, which wasn't a bad deal as far as soap went. It was wrapped in a cloth sack that had been tied to the dancer's waist. He'd honestly thought that it was just a piece of decorative cloth before that, being a lovely blue colour, like a robin's egg. Tally, all smiles, turned on them then, seeming almost sinister in her presentation, like teasing was about to present itself, until the door to the shop opened and a head popped inside. Mistress Lowych, Headman Fawn seeks your aid. You as well, Master Azra. The speaker was Marcus, who didn't seem shocked to see him in town at all. Then he was animating the young man, and he could feel where he was at any given time. At least that seemed correct. Az had never tested it. Still, he spoke to the dead man, who was of good aspect and clear skin, seeming as alive as anyone ever could, even. Has someone died? That was the main reason anyone sent for him. About half the time when that happened, it was Marcus doing it. Most of the rest was done by Conrad, a local boy of no particular magical power that he'd ever noticed, who was willing to walk into the city of the dead and call for him, as if they were old friends regardless. That skill paid off for him, normally making a copper each time he delivered a message. Marcus nodded instantly. 3 people. One of them seems to be with the players, a woman I do not know, older, with blue hair. Dead or not, Marcus understood that Tally was probably one of that sort as well, so he spoke to her directly. The woman blanched. Naylan, I just saw her last night. I need to check on this. Is that allowed here? Saraf nodded. Of course, this way. I don't know why they need me for it. I'll grab my kit in case someone is alive. Az nodded at that, and they all hurried, the shop being closed tightly, and scurried down the street, into the heart of the city. It took a good 20 minutes to reach the office of the head man, since that was where Fawn worked from. He was even there, waiting for them. The man wasn't old for a headman of a city. In his mid-40s and still strong-seeming, for all his day-to-day work had him mainly walking around and talking to people, instead of doing any sort of manual labour. Somehow he looked powerful, regardless. Tall, with a square jaw and light hair to go with his blue eyes and light tan skin. He was standing in the front of the room, inside the yellow-painted building he worked out of. That had white trim, as well as a medium-sized cat in the front room. That, the animal, had a strange orange and red coloration to it, with many spots and what seemed like eyes on its forehead, as part of the pattern in its fur. The man wasn't petting the beast, which was rubbing against the headman's legs, begging for attention. Fawn looked at them, nodded smartly, and swallowed. Thank you for coming, all of you. I don't know this young lady. The words came with a look, and that was directed solely at Az, as if he was the one responsible for a strange dancer showing up. He nearly snorted, since him being near another person at all was rare most days. Still, he nodded somberly. One of the troupe that's in the city to perform. It sounds like she knows one of the people killed. The headman went still, then nodded. They were all women, but I take the meaning. One of them seems to be from that group. We don't know what happened. An attack, certainly. Something I don't recognize. Like an animal or... Well, come this way. We have them with the healer. The man walked off, out the door of the yellow building, without asking them to follow or ordering them not to. They all did, though Tally seemed uneasy about doing so, reticent. Then, being an outsider was never easy. After a moment, the headman in front of them, marching off with good speed, Az noticed that same kind of feeling creeping into his own thoughts, as if he wasn't expected to go with the man. Only he had a place there. Strange-looking or not, he was the one in charge of the dead in their fair city. The Lord of the Dead. Making the bodies of those murdered his responsibility, a thing that no one had ever suggested to him before. The old texts had mentioned various necromancers, using their abilities to find the culprit of crimes, however. No one had ever gone to him for that duty, but murder was rare, there in Verisa. Death was common enough, being the outcome of life for most. Murder, the taking of a life, that was. He blinked, then nodded. Rare was the wrong word. Hidden was a better one. The easy way around such a thing would be to simply hide the body, of course. That, or deal with someone who could seal the person away who wouldn't ask any questions of the dead. A thing that he'd done himself. Woad Turner had wanted to speak to him, to beg for his aid. He didn't know that the dead would care to speak about who their killers were. Not their bodies, at least. The spirits of a person, now those would speak, if anyone was able and willing to listen. The healer they needed was some distance away, down the main street of the city called Centre Way. If he walked toward the west, he'd eventually reach the turn-off to the City of the Dead, the main market as well. Fawn didn't speak until he opened the door of the healer's shop. Inside the space was dark, but with 2 opened windows. The fresh air was warm, even if it was early in the day, and the scent of blood and something else was thick in the air. Not death. Not yet. Open bowels, probably. It wasn't a pleasant odour. The bearded man in green, the style of robe similar to the one that Az was wearing himself, turned and went wide-eyed. On the good side, that was cast over all of them, not directed only at himself. Then, hurriedly, the man, seeming nervous, coated in sweat, his red beard not damp yet, nodded. He was a round fellow, but also tall, a deeper tan than most in the city, and older, likely in his 60s or so. There was white in his hair and beard, but it wasn't the main colour. He had lines, but not that many, truly. He could, being one who worked with life, perhaps be much older and healthier than he seemed at the moment. Flickering light of translucent green danced from his body, reaching out not to any of them, but rather to the other room. Az could feel them, the dead calling out to him. "They're in here. What do we know about what took place?" "No. Let's ask them. That's my task here. This way." He waited, the nervous healer Walder giving him a wave. "I tried to heal them, several times. They're gone. I'm sorry." That was directed at Fawn, the headman swallowing hard, as if the deaths impacted him directly. No one had mentioned that. Taking a deep breath, walking into the room, Azra saw the bodies, laid out on the floor, covered in red, some of that being clothing, but most turning rust-coloured as it dried. The centre of one woman was nearly gone, explaining the stench in the room. He just moved to her and focused, not asking what was needed, simply casting a dark green light toward her. A thing intense enough that the dim room lit up in that colour, causing Healer Walder to go wide-eyed at the display of power. She was elderly, and had pure blue hair that seemed to be false in some fashion. At least he'd never seen the like outside of clothing or raw cloth. It wasn't a soft thing, but a shocking and odd one, meaning she was the performer. The name escaped him at the moment. Turning, he looked at Tally. "I need to talk to them all. I can bring your friend to a seeming of life. It isn't the same as being alive, and she'll be beholden to my will. Is that allowable to you and your people?" He waited, ready to simply ask the other 2 women, people from their area, what had gone on. Tally, seeming nervous, nodded. "Do it, High Lord." We need to know what happened." The words were firm and dark, as if pain was going to be involved. Instead, as the green light washed over the woman, she simply came back together, her skin smoothing and turning to a soft tan, lighter than anyone else in the space other than himself. After a moment, the woman simply sat up, gasping, breathing hard for some time. He could ask her not to, but it wasn't needed. Tally moved forward, touching her friend. "Naylan, it's me, Talisa. Can you speak to us?" The woman snorted softly. "I can, of course. I was in a very dark place after that thing came out of the alley. I'd heard screams, a younger woman or girl. I feared rapine, so started to call out for aid. Then a beast, grey fur, I think, and claws of red covered in blood, it came at me. There was a fire across my body and, well, then I was here." She glanced around, then nodded, looking at Azra. "I understand. I'm no longer alive. This is very fine work. The wounds are closed, gone even." She looked down and then carefully stood. After a moment she looked at the others. The bodies on the ground. Both were ladies. One was very young, no older than 12 or perhaps 13. The other was similar in look but older. Not too aged, truly. Naylan took a deep breath, one that she didn't truly need, not being alive any longer. Then she looked at Azra. "I'm old, great Lord of Death. I would trade my unlife so that these two might share in this gift." Tally gasped. "Naylan, no! You live again." She looked scared. Az closed his eyes, then shook his head. "Not exactly. She has the right of it. She seems to live, to breathe, has warmth, but she's not alive. She won't age or die. She also has no free will, counter to my own. It's slavery, not a true gift. It's all I can do. On the good side, if these others have people to allow it, I can do the same for them. My ability has a limit, being I can only hold 100 or so people to such a state. Also, of course, if I die and am bound, they will stop as well and then become nothing more than a body, the rules of nature applying again." Saraf gave him a nod then. "They cannot move that far from you, or the magic will stop working." He nodded. "Not exactly. They will continue on until I release them or pass on myself and am locked from this world. But during the night they will try to come back to where I am. So if you wish to continue, you must live in Verisa, Naylan. We should ask these others questions as well to see if they saw more." He waited, not knowing the women or who their people were, not knowing if Naylan would choose what small life he had for her, to merely pass. Nor did he suggest any course of action, since she would be forced to go with his word on the matter if he did. The healer looked at him closely. Fawn, though, turned away. "This is Emily Fargo and her daughter Alice. They have no one else in the world, not even a distant cousin to speak for them. That leaves it to me as the headman here. Bring them back, if you will, Master Lon. I will pay you for their existence, since no one else can." That was, of course, for the strangers. After all, he'd never asked anyone for funds directly like that. It did serve to make the headman seem like a good person, so Az didn't bother to naysay his word on it, simply nodding and casting light. First onto the mother, the green glow making the entire space bright again, then moving over to the daughter. They had wounds along the throat and neck. The girl had clearly had the back of her neck bitten clean through, a chunk of flesh removed, possibly eaten. Certainly not there in the room with them, or it would have flown into place, taking less time for the wound to heal. After a small while, not too long of one, they both sat up, the mother gasping as Naylan had. The girl, Alice, brushing her long brown hair from her face. "Hello, I'm Alice Fargo. I don't seem to know where I am. I was meeting with—" She looked away, seeming scared for a moment. From the furtive glance that was directed at her mother. Azra smiled. "You can tell us. You won't be in trouble for it." He could actually assure that. The girl, looking down at the blood on her front, which wasn't much compared to what Naylan had going on, nodded. "It was Willa Sten. She told me that her brother Boris, that he likes me. I was supposed to meet with her, only when I got to the alley there was only a creature. That it wasn't a wolf, but seems like what I heard a battle beast is like. Tall and thin, grey and tan, long snout and wicked claws. It was fast too. I tried to run, then there was pain, and then nothing." She touched the back of her neck, grimacing. Without asking, Emily, the mother, started to speak, still gasping and shaking. I saw it too. It killed her and I was there, at the mouth of the alley, between the bookshop and the barrel makers. It smelled of refuse and something else, some herb. I don't know what. Pungent, but I can't name it. I'd know it if I smelled it again. She tightened, her breath slowing, looking up at Az. I'm dead. We both are. Naylan grunted. It seemed feisty, not defeated. Not even sad for what she'd lost. The three of us in one go. I heard one of you or both and ran over, calling out about rapine, and was killed in half a moment. There was a smell. Something dark, if that makes sense. Like a musk, but a plant too. Not an animal stench. Smoky. The girl, who was pretty enough to easily believe some boy was enamored of her, spoke up then, showing something of a keen mind. We're dead. I can see that Lord Az is here and understand what that has to mean. That we don't have long then. The dead will rot. I told you what I saw there in the alley. It isn't much. A beast. Probably a shapeshifter. Clearly we need to ask if Willa or Boris Sten had anything to do with it. We should go directly, given time being limited. He was about to explain, when Healer Walder cleared his throat. A good thought. I was told that your current state will last, however, as long as it is not removed by Master Lon. Headman Fawn is paying for it. The man himself nodded, as if that were a simple fact, also as if the price were high. Azra looked at the girl, then he winked. It probably seemed strange, but he was going for relaxed and he hoped charming. Don't tell anyone, but I don't really charge for my services. People give me things and it's enough. I don't need much. We can probably take some time to allow you all to clean up if you wish. Then, we should go to the herb shop. Interestingly, everyone there got his plan. Headman Fawn nodded. Still, with some haste, if 3 were killed, others might be in danger. I need to alert the guard. You're certain that this is a battle beast, Alice? The man was casual in the use of the name. It was a bit off. Emily stood then, seeming frightened. The girl, however, was bold and spoke freely. I said that it matched the descriptions I had in school from text only. It seems likely to be one of those. It was a physical presence. It could be an illusion, I suppose. I don't have any magic, truly. I can light a small flame, or I could. I don't know if I can now as well. Azra moved to the door, everyone there following him. Not that he had a grand plan, simply to allow the ladies to clean up and then get them to the herb shop. Headman Fawn nodded when they got to the outer door. I'll go with Emily and Alice to see to them. Could you others aid? It was Naylan. He waited, uncertain of the new name. He was correct, however. Tali took a deep breath. I can do that for her. The others. It will be hard to explain what happened. They might try to flee with her. That only made sense. At least if they didn't know she'd be compelled to find him at night. To close with him, bodily. He could perhaps order her not to do it, but that might not work if she were too far away. The old text spoke of those brought back existing at hundreds or thousands of days' travel away from the source of their new life. Those people had to be kept in cages, so they didn't simply walk away into the night, however. I'll go with her then. The only way that will work is if they take me as well. Hopefully they allow us to aid in the investigation first. This situation feels off to me, dangerous, as if it isn't over. There was a firm nod from Sarah, who clutched her daisies and waved them a bit. Alice smiled at them. Daisies? True love? You were given them by a suitor? It was a bit wistful seeming and soft, as if Alice thought she might never have such a thing for herself, being dead like she was. The witch gave the girl a wink. These are from Azy here. I think we're going to get married. We haven't set anything up yet. I'm getting a little excited. She grinned. Then I'm also not well, mentally, so might be making this whole thing up. Still, the flowers are real, so I'm hopeful. Headman Fawn closed his eyes, then nodded. That's wonderful news, both of you. We'll arrange the signing hall for you to do that in. Perhaps set up the players' arena for the ceremony. Right now we should go and see to the rest of this. Az could see the use in that. Also, while not against the idea of marriage, he was feeling a tiny bit rushed. Going from it being a thing that probably would never happen for him, to a thing an actual living woman was suggesting might be welcome in her world. True, she wasn't always the sanest person in seeming. So far her mind had been more or less clear, however, as he'd been around her for a while. Her thinking was playful and saucy, and her habits strange to him at times. Not bad or evil, however. There had been no lashing out or abuse. Not so far. Her grandmother had been like that, at least when she'd been inside his father's head. A cloak of her skin being wrapped around his shoulders, rotting and stinking as her life and powers were absorbed into the man. They all left then, or started to. He waved for attention to set some plans. Everyone meet at the herb shop, Saraphs, when you're ready. No need to hurry too much. If you can't come, then... well, we'll meet up later. The ladies wouldn't have a choice, not the dead ones. The headman hurried away with the girl and her mother, with Narlan and Talisa ahead of them, the older woman clutching at her dress front, since it was gaping open and covered with blood. Saraph spoke, but only after some time. Fawn, there is Alice's father. The man does get around. He always has. He's even dallied with me a time or two. A good while back. Nothing serious. She winced, clearly thinking that Az was going to take offence at the idea. It was strange that the headman had been involved in so many places, but it fit with what Azra had learned of the man. Marcus was undead so that the man could lie with him, as well as his wife. Clearly there was more than that going on. Many women and probably other men as well. It wasn't his business, so he nodded, watching around them, wondering if he'd be able to see a war beast by the magic they gave off. He'd never noticed that in anyone, but such people were rare. People who could change their physical form, traits and aptitudes in short order. A man or woman who could turn themselves into a creature of amazing strength, speed and power. In battle they were hard to stop. Unlike his own skills, those who gained such talents did it in purpose, by killing and eating a close relative. Given that, it wasn't a common ability, not one cultivated by the sane or good of heart. They had to walk for some distance to the players' arena. When they got there, the players and workers were moving around, or sitting in back of the space, where they had wagons set up. Those had hard backs, like tiny houses, and had been painted to a certain gaudy loveliness. They all made good use of reds, yellows and blues, with a smattering of green and no purple at all, that being the most expensive colour of paint to use for anything. The man who had led them the night before nodded at them, dressed this time in a tan shirt with buttons on the front, and brown trousers that were tight enough to seem uncomfortable, even on his lean form. He moved over to them at a half-run, seeming worried, looking directly at the older woman. "Naylan, you didn't come back last night. Your front, is that blood?" The older lady nodded. "It is. Mine, I'm dead. We think it was a war beast, but haven't proved that yet. It could be something else. 2 other women were killed at the same time. Last night, in the dark. I came to change clothing and let you all know about this. I'm not alive, of course. The High Lord here is doing this for me. I can stay this way, but if I do, I can't leave with you. I'm his slave. It's that or go to the true death. I haven't decided which I'm going to pick yet. I hear that he's such a master of the dead that if I should decide on this unlife, I'll never rot or suffer." The man gasped. "Oh, Naylan, oh my, I see, I believe." Then he leaned in. "We need to run. We're strangers and this will be blamed on us. It always is when things go wrong." Azra could see that, of course. Saraph looked away, a tendril of silver coming off of her, above her head. It touched the man in charge lightly. Then she swallowed. "We have a real investigation here. AZ got us witnesses and we aren't pointing fingers at the wrong person. If one of you did have something to do with this, then yes, we'll have to go after them. If not, then you're all safe." She spoke the words as if it could be true. Az shook his head. "Safe. Except that something out there in the fine streets of Fair Verisa killed 3 people last night. I don't know how safe that truly leaves any of us." Chapter 5. There was a small group of patrons standing outside of the herb shop when they returned, some few candle marks after separating to cleanse themselves and change to alternate clothing. All of the women chose to dress in drab clothing, compared to what they'd been in. Brown and tan were popular that day, it seemed. Each had grey in the mix as well. It wasn't a trivial sign, it being a response to their new state, or at least the beliefs of the ladies as to what being dead meant for them now. They were, consciously or not, dressed in the colours of burial shrouds. Alice at least had taken time to place her long dark hair back, tied with a fine blue ribbon. None of them had bothered to put paint or colour on their faces either. They weren't pale, since his work that way in reanimation was better than many could manage. Still, they looked drab and off, having not made their normal efforts that way. Though it was perhaps that they'd come out to work, and had been dressed up for other things the night before. Regardless, adjusting to their new lives would probably take some time and effort, unless he simply ordered them to be fine with it, naturally. Azra decided to leave that sort of thing up to them. He couldn't even bring it up without influencing them. They were so tightly tied to his will. Leaving the thought for the moment, he moved along with Saraf, who was glared at by several individuals, even after realizing who else was there, until they looked at him for some reason. They were annoyed with the headman taking their time, or the other ladies. But he was blinked at, and then, one by one, everyone made the sign against him. This time, managing to paste a smile on his face, he did the same thing, looking through the first 2 fingers of his left hand, held over his single blue eye, in a very sloppy fashion, as if it was how they waved to each other, instead of trying to guard against the evil of the grave and dark world beyond. Well met. Forgive us having closed the shop like this, he bowed, with Saraf snorting a little. Indeed, these 3 ladies were attacked and killed, rather gruesomely last night, deeper in town. We're trying to find their killer now. An older man with no hair on the top of his brown head, and white mixed with grey hanging down on the sides, dressed in normal merchant clothing, arrayed in brown and cream summer robes, stared at them, then slowly nodded, his face showing guilt. The magic of his body showing, that he might have some small control over air, not enough to even shift it around truly. The strange haze was barely noticeable. A tendril of silver came at the man from Saraf, who smiled at the man after only a moment. It's real enough. Azy here brought them back, but they aren't truly alive, as close as one can ever hope for. It was still a great wrong done and not repaired by this action. We need to work out what we can, given that. Groaning, doing it out loud, Headman Fawn rolled his eyes. It was nearly a playful thing. Totally false, of course, meant to reduce panic. We don't want everyone running off or living in fear, Saraf. Right now, we're just going to see if we can find the scent that these ladies noticed last night is all. There's no danger here, of course. No need to mention this to anyone. That wasn't going to work, naturally. In fact, several of the people in earshot started to wander off almost instantly, walking fast as soon as they thought no one was watching, either getting off the street, to hide in their homes, or even more likely, to spread the word to everyone else in the city. It wasn't the type of thing that he would have ever been told. Something as minor as death beasts killing women wouldn't have been mentioned to him at any point, or to his father before him, most likely. Not unless, as had happened, he encountered the bodies. Shaking his head, he moved toward the shop, the tan brick front having old mint-green paint on it that was flaking off in places. A thing that he hadn't really noticed before. A lot of the City of Verisa was like that. Bright and colourful on the surface then, when you really looked, there were cracks and flakes all over the place. Most of it was tan in the distance. Headman Fawn nodded, seeming serious as soon as everyone else, those not investigating with them, left. We need to stop this as soon as possible. 3 deaths is going to frighten everyone. Others will die if we can't find the real culprit soon. I'll have the guard out. We need to get with Captain Derritt on this. The man sounded dark, miserable and a little defeated. Probably because it was going to be nearly impossible to actually find a war beast. They were regular men and occasionally women during the day, unless they changed form to kill or worse. The idea was, Azra thought, to hold such people to battle situations. Only when there was no war, they were simply ordinary individuals. Ones willing to murder and eat a loved one or close relative. Not the sort you wanted in a good city like Verisa. As Saraf moved inside, toward the back, waving the dead ladies to follow her, Az stopped, speaking gently. Do we have a listing of who lives here in Verisa who has served in the army as a war beast? The headman looked sour, then nodded. We do, of course. The problem with that is that simply being such a creature isn't... In the last 2 wars we needed the forces, so it was decided in council to force some people, The man stopped, looked away, and then stopped moving at all. Not even breathing. Az didn't love how that sounded, but took a deep breath, accepting for the moment that some attempt had been made to not simply create an evil in the world, even if he couldn't see how that was going to function at the moment. I see. That, a knife forced into their hands to kill a child, or... The headman shook his head, perhaps with a bit more energy than was needed. No, nothing like that. People with aged parents or grandparents who were about to die of age, infirmity or such. We pushed them to smother or kill them, and then made them eat the flesh. I didn't do it myself. Still, it was needed for the protection of us all. The people who did it, they weren't all mad or evil in nature. It's different when a person seeks power that way. We cannot allow good people to be accused based on what I allowed to happen. Az took a slow breath, nodding, his pale flesh going cold for a moment, even in the warmth of the midday. He thought before speaking, then shrugged and shook his head. Granted, I can see a need for care that way. At the same time, we need to know who the guilty person is. Even if they were forced to be as they are now, or even compelled with magic to act in the moment. We can't know the answer without asking the question. Fearing it to the point of refusing to look at the likely cause aids no one at the same time. He sounded old, he thought, more so than his 21 years. The headman glared at him, as if suspecting a trick, only to tense and then nod tightly. I'll get that list. How do we protect the innocent, or is the plan to simply kill them all and have you force the guilty to confess? The words were a leap, and not what he had planned at all. Not that he had anything more than looking at the list and seeing who might have been in the area at the time of the death. We need to have Saraf look at them. She can read minds, after all. Also finding who might have been in the right place last night, as well as anyone with a motive. They started with Alice Fargo, and she'd been lured there by a friend of hers with the promise of a tryst. At least that was how he was taking the idea. Perhaps something of simpler and less advanced nature. The girl was only 13 after all. Instead of hitting him for the statement, Headman Fawn sighed. That makes sense. Please, hold to care in this. We can't allow a panic to set in. Not that we can easily prevent it now. Half the city knows of what happened by now. By tonight there will be armed gangs in the street hunting the beast. Az made a noise that he wasn't used to. A scoff, he thought it was called. The thing ripped from his face suddenly, and got a wry and slightly annoyed look from the man in front of him. In the background he could hear and feel the ladies as they sampled and smelled various herbs and oils. Saraf seemed to be efficient and have some sort of a method involved in what she was doing, presenting one thing at a time, then having the women take breaks to let their noses recover between each sniff. Sighing, Azra explained, I'm not going out to hunt a war beast, even with a group of people. Cowardice, I suppose, but still. That sounds like a poor plan to me. We have warriors and guards for that. The idea reminded him to lock his dead friends inside the tomb that night, along with himself. The dead didn't feel pain and would come back into being whole rapidly if harmed, so they weren't in danger, as long as he wasn't killed. Even then it might not stop him or his people. They might be frightened, though, unless he took steps to protect them. He winced and shook his head slightly, getting the taller, rather broader across the shoulders man to pat him on the arm. That's called sanity, not cowardice. A good point, in fact. Good walls and locked doors will protect people more than anything else, unless people have magic or weapons of note. We'll need to increase the watch. More, we need to break this open. I'll get those lists. It isn't that many people, but some of them might have a reason to seek revenge. He knew that. Now, at any rate, that his own city fathers had forced people to eat their own relatives after murdering them wasn't the kind of thing that everyone would simply forget. Azra hadn't been that wild about his father at the end. For years, to be honest. If someone had forced him to kill the man and eat him, he would have tried to do some rather horrible things to those individuals in response. It was possible he was wrong, but the idea that someone had tried to convert Alice Fargo into a war beast to punish her father came to mind. Though she'd been the one person obviously bitten. A chunk of flesh removed from the back of her neck. An instantly fatal move. One that only a great beast of some sort might manage. Something in the setup was wrong, given that. Not thinking, after Headman Fawn left the shop, he stepped toward the front and spoke, wincing when the words came out. If a person sets another up for death, does that count as murder as far as war beast creation goes? Everyone left in the building turned to look at him, three blankly, with Saraf actually chuckling. It was a bit off and mad-sounding, but her face wasn't smiling at all, so it didn't seem to be her taking pleasure in death. She took a deep breath. I don't know, to be honest. I've met some of that sort, in the last defense of Verisa. They seemed like people most of the time. None of them shared how they'd gotten that way. I only know that they have to kill and eat a relative. What counts as killing? Why do you ask? Ducking a bit, feeling as if he was going to wrong or at least worry the others, he spoke anyway. Better rude than incomplete and allowing others to die because of it. Alice had a bite taken from her. If her friend, the one that got her into place, were to eat that, instead of it being swallowed. We can't know who it is, and I don't know if they're related, of course. Who were those people again, Alice? He was, of course, grasping at straws and probably simply wrong. The cute dead girl simply nodded and spoke, instantly. Willa and Boris Sten. I can answer the question, though, even if I wasn't supposed to know it. Willa is also a child of Headman Fawn Sturgis. Boris isn't. The girl seemed a bit sassy suddenly, glaring at her mother. It might have been nice if you'd let me know that I had a father who was alive. I had to snoop and find the old letters he sent you and love notes. That's not the way I would have learned about myself if I'd had a choice. Emily blushed, a thing that had Saraf staring at her, even in the darkened room. They had light from the window, but it wasn't bright. The mother made a face, seeming embarrassed. I'd thought he loved me once. Then, well, he's what he is. You haven't asked who your father was since you were very small, so I didn't think to mention it. Rather, I avoided saying anything. It wouldn't have aided you at all. Fawn is a man with many children. She blushed again, more brightly this time, then looked away slowly. Saraf shrugged. Back to the sense. We have several hundred to get through. Azy, could you go and get some food for us? Fruit and bread sounds pleasant. He smiled then, since he did have coin for that kind of thing. Fruit? I can't buy bread other than dark arms for the dead. It's fine, and the local bakery near my place adds salt since they know I have to eat it. He shrugged as Alice touched her middle. The girl spoke openly. Do we need to eat any longer? She seemed baffled by the idea, which was off. Az could feel that she understood the basic rules there since it poured off of her, hitting him rather solidly. She was, he thought, informing the others by asking instead of telling them, and seeming too well read. So he nodded. You don't need to eat, nor breathe. You won't sleep at all as well. However, you can do all of those, or at least make it seem like you are. You will find yourself breathing regularly, but if you must go without air, being choked or underwater for a time, you won't feel the need at all. You won't feel pain, hunger or fatigue either. You aren't stronger than you were before, but you can go on forever without stopping now. As for food, he shrugged and looked away. You can, and it will have the normal effects to a point. You won't change in size from it, and it won't nourish you. Alice stared at him, clearly knowing more, so he sighed. Yes, you could eat a human being, and that would send power back to me, but it won't be needed or required of you. If I need an army of the dead, then I plan to die, the lasting death, rather than fall to such actions. He could, he thought, animate at least 100 people to a high level already. Not that he'd ever done that, but the idea simply felt correct. He wasn't at all having difficulty with the 14 people he was doing already. Truly, while he felt them all constantly, they didn't seem to be a magical drain on him at all, not even a tiny portion, which could mean he was far stronger than he'd ever bothered to dream of. If so, that was going to stay a secret. Otherwise, he'd be forced to raise those armies eventually. Saraf rolled her eyes at him. Just give your coin to someone and have them purchase the bread for you. That isn't even breaking the rules of the charter. You can hire work done. Truly, any of us could go and do that as well if you wanted. We're needed here for the moment, however. She tightened, as if he were going to take offense at her idea. Her very good idea. One that he'd never had at all. Except that it might press the baker to refuse sales to people, if he thought I was getting around the rules too easily. Not everyone loves me, after all. That was a simple truth. Saraf finally smiled, smirking as if he were being strange to her way of thinking. Dark bread, then? I like it fine. If it has salt at least and is leavened. Some summer apples if you can find them. With his orders he turned and left, marching smartly into the market to his favourite fruit seller first. Attal was an older man, short and with dark skin, wrinkled and missing well over half his teeth. When Az got to his stall, which had a cloth top and open sides, the fruit standing out in the air in the shade, the fellow grinned at him. "Az, we have some nice plums in today. Some early grapes as well." He nodded as he normally did with the old man. "Well met, Attal. Those sound good, actually. Also, are there any summer apples?" Sarah Flowich asked after those. He froze then, having spoken true words, but casually, as if it were a normal thing for the name of a woman to be on his lips. The man simply winked. "Saraph is a good girl in her way. You're finally looking there for a friend." "Good. I can see it. She's not difficult to look at, I have to admit. She also holds a strong business here in our city. Of the 20 or so herbalists, she often has the best local supplies, flying out to get them herself as she does." That was a thing he'd never considered before. Being able to fly was a wondrous idea, of course. Better than having corpses walking around all over the place, begging for their lives and asking him to wear their skins as they did. He imagined flying for a moment, and found that he couldn't really. The idea of being in the air, and with a breeze around him, certainly he could do that. What he had an issue with was thinking about being past the walls of the city there by any great distance. That was down to him having never simply gone very far away. Down to the river, and even out on a boat with Daro some handful of times. Out in the woods to camp in the spring and fall as well. A lot, to be honest about the idea. They'd spent weeks out in the woods avoiding their father, hunting for Daro, foraging for himself. His brother was a necromancer and not bad at it. He could eat meat without it coming back to animation, however. Working with leather was inside his skills as well. Az avoided even well-cured leather, just in case. Not that it did much when it happened, but it felt unpleasant to him to touch. Wrong, since it came back to life, or could. He had eaten meat and it didn't hurt him at all. What happened was that he felt it inside of him the entire time, until it didn't exist as flesh any longer. So he ate fruit. That and a lot of roots and vegetables. He pulled his shopping sack out, getting 5 times what he needed for a day's eating, not haggling for it, since Attal always gave him the best price he could. He also didn't ask too many questions about why he needed so much that day. 4 coppers for the lot. That works, thank you. Now I need some bread. Do you think I can get some white bread if I tell Mrs. Baker that my future wife sent me to get it? The old man smiled, his pink gums showing, and made a noise that seemed like air was escaping without his meaning to. It was a silly moment, truly. No. Still. Run it past her anyway. Mrs. Turloy is full to the top with rules. A good sort, even with that. She'll be pleased to hear your news, I wager. I knew her mother before she passed some 20 years back. Now there was a woman who understood her way around a good pie. Some other things as well, not that you heard it from me. The man looked around and grinned, then whispered, "Apple wine to die for." Az drank on occasion himself. Not that he was planning to do that in the middle of the day, nor when he might be needed to lay the dead tightly or bring them back. Not that he couldn't do the work if he was lost to drink. He simply never had, so didn't know if it would work or not. Plus, being foolish that way wasn't going to help his mind stay right. That, remaining sane, was part of his long-term plan, even if no one else knew that. When he got to the bakery, a rather warm walk away down the tan streets of his city, even in mid-afternoon, the tan building scented the neighbourhood with warm yeast, flour and spices. Sugar as well, though that was a softer undertone. It grew stronger when he moved inside, the whole place being hot compared to the world outside. Mr. Turloy came out, smiling when he saw who was there, waving gently, not bothering with the sign of the evil eye at all. "Azra, you'll be needing some bread." He nodded, then thinking back to what Attal had mentioned, he smiled. "Saraph asked me to get some white loaves for her and some others. I won't try and trick you. I'm eating too. We have 5 in the group. You heard that 3 women were killed last night." He was nearly diffident on the matter. The man swallowed tensely. "A war beast from the sound. Hopefully not one of ours, but we have to ask if that's the case. You and Saraph are working on that, with the guard and headman Fawn, we heard. Minister Ohm was in earlier and asked for our prayers on the matter. Misty is over at the temple. doing that and leaving an offering for protection. Here. The man simply took the canvas bag that Az pulled from the inside of his robes, tied to the inner belt, and placed 4 small white loaves in the bag and 1 dark rye. Then he took the coin for it, giving him a nod as he made change. Find the killer, Azra. We have to stop this before it goes on too long. Hopefully it's already over. Just in case, know that the city will rest easier tonight, knowing that the Lord of the Dead is out there protecting us. He nearly took a step back, both in doubt that him being around ever aided in sleep, and from the idea that anyone would be looking to him in particular for such comfort. Still, he wasn't an idiot, and Mr. Turloy was always a good sort when it came to him, so he nodded. We'll do our best. My place in this is fairly small, bringing back the witnesses mainly. Most of this will lie with the council and the headman, the guard as well. They have a man for such things. Captain Desate, I think. The baker sighed on hearing that. I didn't know he was in Verisa again. Good then. Very little escapes his gaze, I hear. Still, I'll tell everyone that you'll have your friends out tonight to protect us all. He nearly said no, not wanting to bother his people like that. Then he nodded. After all, they could do the work and stay aware in times and places where others might fail. Yes, carefully, however. I don't want any of them to be scared or feel uncomfortable. It was probably a strange thing for the man to hear, but the fellow simply smiled and teared up, just a little at the words. Understood, Azra Lon. Understood. I'll put that about as well. Then the man waved him away, as if they'd known each other his entire life, which they had. When he left, he had 2 small but decently well-filled bags, which took both hands to use. That meant he had to call out to people as he walked, and they made the sign against him. Well met. He called that out 6 times before he was stopped at all. That was done by a decently tall, fairly skinny young lad, one with spots on his face, freckles and light red hair. He was dressed in rags and needed a wash, as noticed. A street boy, so he had to sleep where he could. Conrad, the messenger. Lord Lon, I don't suppose you have some place I could stay for the night. I've asked others, but my normal spots are all outside. Hidden, but I don't know that the nose of a great man-killer is going to miss me. I wouldn't ask. Normal-like, I just don't have no place to go. None of the street people do. That wasn't a thing he'd ever considered before, it being a day to notice that sort of lack in himself, apparently. His life had been rather small, given that. He tightened, the boy wincing as if he were going to be struck. Except that Azra wasn't upset with the boy. Only himself, for not noticing that the child needed help that no one else was going to give him. That he not only had the means to provide, but had for well over a year. You can get those people together. They can stay at my place, of course. It should be safe, if not truly comfortable for them. Come before dark with those who are willing. Here, take this coin and get food for everyone. It isn't enough. He had more, but not with him. What was left was a few silvers worth, mainly in copper. Conrad took it and then slowly nodded. I'll be there at least, even if I have to rest among the bones like you do. Thanks be unto you, Lord Lon. I asked 10 souls for aid this morning, and you're the one that didn't threaten to cuff my ear for the trouble of it. There could be a lot of folks. Everyone is afraid. He nodded since he didn't know what to say at all, worried about people as he was. Conrad took off at a slow run, his bare feet padding on the stone of the streets. The scent of the child left with him, a thing that he needed to see to for that night, if everyone was going to be staying with him. That was a new problem as well. He needed to allow everyone to wash up and suggest it without giving offence to anyone. When he got back to the herb shop, Headman Fawn was back with a list of names, also with a man who looked powerful and hard across the face, who stared at him closely when he came in. Everyone else turned to him as well. Saraf speaking first. We have it, we think. Valerian and passion flower in a mix. A sleep potion. A decently powerful one, but nothing fast enough acting to be used in kidnapping. You can't be slipped it in a drink either. It's a powerful aroma. Here. She held out a small piece of folded paper, which Alice took from the witch and brought to him, quickly enough that it seemed nearly planned. The girl nodded at it as it was held to his nose. This was the scent, almost exactly. There might have been a slight difference. If so, I can't get any closer than this. Mother agrees. Nayland said it seemed right, but I think she was too far away. meaning that whatever it was had been in the alley deeper, not on the beast itself. Unless I'm wrong, of course. The new man there spoke. He was dressed in dark blue, with light stockings showing and buckled shoes. His black hair showing, his hat, a soft felt matter in his hand. That was grey, like a guard. Well spoken, miss, a clue, but we don't know what it means as of yet. Master Fawn said that you ordered the Register of War Beasts brought in, Lord Lon. The words were bland, but the stare was tight and focused on his face. His eyes particularly. The scent of valerian was familiar to him, being of unwashed stockings as it was. The passion flower was nicer, but not lovely enough to hide the musky plant scent of the other herb. When Alice took the folded paper away, it was a relief. The concoction truly stank. He smiled at the man there, not agreeing with his words. I suggested an idea only. I have no place ordering almost anyone around, after all. You're Captain Derritt? The other man nodded, stroking his thick moustache. That I am, Lord Lon. Now I see your plan, I do believe. I even have some of my own. Chapter 6. Az didn't particularly feel as if he was the right person to lead any kind of investigation, naturally. Captain Derritt, who was actually in the Verisa army, not the guard, left almost instantly, leaving him and Saraf to try and see what names were on the list of war creatures that they knew about in their city. There were 11 of them. None were names that he recognized at all. After a moment, not loving the sound of the idea, he was about to suggest that they go to each person's residence and simply see if they might be a killer. If Saraf read their minds, that could, he supposed, give them the knowledge they needed. He nearly spoke the words when the door to the herb shop opened again. This time, with some true bustling in the movement, a group of women came in. They had some energy to them, in fact. Magical power which was being held close to the surface, ready to be brought into play, instantly. From the feel of it, they were all Turner. 2 of them had been at the funeral of Woad Turner some few days prior, in fact. Ember was the one to glow most brightly. Interestingly, as she called out for Saraf, she noted that Az was there and smiled. The thin woman seemed happier that day, but fierce at the same time. Saraf, we rushed out to find information on the attacks of last night. We were told by our sources that you might have more information. The woman frowned a tiny bit, looking at Emily Fargo, but gave a nod to Alice and lingered on Nayland for some reason. Alice did that back and spoke. I was led by a friend to meet with her and her brother in an alley not far from my house, over by the wine district, Willa and Boris Sten. When I got there, I was attacked. A large grey and tan creature on 2 legs, with a long snout and ears that stuck up. I don't recall it having clothing on or not. I can't see how it would fit, but it might have. Or not. I was set upon, the back of my neck bitten. A piece, a large one, removed instantly. I moved no more than 3 steps before I died. Emily tightened, looked at Ember Turner directly in the centre of the group of 4 well-dressed ladies, and took a deep, unneeded breath. I'd followed her. My daughter doesn't normally go out at night. I worry over her. I'd gone into the alley to catch her before she could service some man or get with child and saw her die. I ran forward to fight the beast. The description is about what I saw. There were trousers in brown. Nothing else. Not that I noticed. I tried to run as well, it didn't work. She looked over at Narlan, who actually snorted gently, then smiled. It seemed annoyed. She, all of them, had gone over the story a lot that day. Doing that sort of thing was going to wear on a person, obviously. I'd heard a noise, screaming and struggling. Fearing a young woman was being abused, I called out, hoping that the attacker or attackers would run away. It's worked before. Instead of a man with too much drink in him fleeing, there was that beast. I've seen the like before, if only at a distance. A war beast. A shape-shifting man or woman turned into a killing creature. It gutted me like a pig. I don't think I even got my hands up in fright. Then I woke, Azy here raising us from the dead, with a healer and your headman Fawn and this witch, Saraf there to find our killers. That's about what I know, other than a scent we all found. Saraf took over then, holding up the paper packet, which once again was taken by Alice and brought over to Ember, handed to her instead of being held under her nose. Their witch waved at the folded packet of herbs. Valerian and passion flower, a mix that will compel sleep, for most who drink it in a tea. From the description, the area, or the beast, had been saturated in it. We don't know more than that at the moment. Azra asked for the city list of those who have served in our defense as war beasts, in the past. Nothing is jumping out at us. Az waved for Ember to close with the front counter, and had all of the new Turner women moving forward, pressing around the book, not seeming bothered about bumping into him or the dead women to do it. That wasn't done with disdain or violence, merely in a companionable fashion, he thought. It wasn't the sort of thing that he was used to noting, to be honest. Then anyone with a mind and eyes to see would note that the ladies there, the dead ones, weren't shambling revenants come to eat the flesh of the living. All of them could, it seemed, read the names. Some of the lines had been marked as the man or woman having passed, with a marking for the year that it had taken place. Of the ones alive, only one of them had a lady tapping the page. Lewis Turner. He's my second cousin. Not powerful in the family magic. Good enough, but in the last war he'd been pushed to end his grandfather, who lay dying anyway, of thick lungs, and then consume part of him. I wasn't there for it. He hasn't been the same since then. Dark and gloomy. I can't blame him. Then he was forced to kill in battle. That can darken a mind all on its own. The other Turner women nodded, as if to allow that they'd heard the tale before. Azra didn't want to accuse anyone, and truly that story wasn't a grand one, but it didn't mean the fellow would harm anyone there in Verisa. Marking the line in his head, he nodded. We'll need to speak with him. Saraf especially. The truth is that we have no reason to think that anyone forced to make such a change is behind this more than those who would choose this path on their own. It sounded defensive, as if he were taking up for the man himself already. That wasn't the case. But the Turner woman next to Ember, who he had no name for, and who was older seeming, being in her 40s or so at a guess, smiled. Grimly, but with some relief. We can do that. He's a bit gloomy, but not evil. I don't think it could be him. If it is, that's why we all came. Working as a group, we can take a war beast even in their dire form. It's one of our tasks on the battlefield, when such things come. There was a nod from their witch, who locked eyes with Ember. A wisp of silver passing to the other woman. Lingering. From the reaction and widening eyes of the thin elemental magic user, something had been passed to her, not taken away. A thing that he didn't know was possible. At least he hadn't before that moment. Alice spoke with candour and showing a keen mind once again. Witches can do that kind of thing alone, unless the beast can close or there are too many of them, correct? Saraf chuckled a tiny bit. It sounded off, but a nod came as well. Aye, that we can. Of course, if Azy needs to battle that sort, you lot will be brought into play. She patted Alice on the arm, like they were old friends. Then, without pain, instantly repairing damage and never getting tired, you stand a better chance than you did the first time. The Turner woman with the second cousin they needed to meet nodded. Rather a shame that you aren't warriors. I hear that can be a most impressive combination. Then our Lord of the Dead is a special sort. Have you seen Marcus Longbury? He's delicious looking and has been for years. Better now than when he was alive, and when I've spoken to him, I can't tell that he isn't truly. Like with you three. I'm standing here, and to me you all live still. Even hearing the tale you told. Nor will you age or weaken. It's a power, truly. Everyone looked at Az as if he had more to add. Which he did, of course. Except that they must do what I say. Even what I wish might influence them, without an order being given. They aren't free. Well, I mean, truly you all are. Since I'll do my best to leave you with your life. So it's like you suddenly have a new father, rather than a hand on the whip. Still, I have to go carefully that way. Ember stiffened, and Saraf shook her head, catching the attention of the 4 Turner women there. A good father. Oh, speaking of good, I've been arranging for Azy to take both of us as wives, Ember. I have my eye on a few other women who could use a good man who might not get one as well. Janissa Borrow, perhaps? We could meet to speak of that later. For now, we need to make some visits. We'll cover Lewis Turner first, since it probably isn't him. You know the location there, Jenna? The Turner woman who had spoken, who had brown hair and an ample form without being plump, gave a single nod, indicating that her name was Jenna. Az tried to lock that into place in his mind. I do. It isn't far from my own home, in fact. Shall we go now? Azra cleared his throat suddenly. I need to come back here after collecting some coin up. The street people, Those who need safety and are willing to risk it are staying with me in the City of the Dead tonight. They might need some things for health or relaxation. Conrad the message boy is collecting them and buying some small portion of food for that. I don't know how many will truly come. Most people have their own places, I think. He felt slow and naive for a moment, even as everyone else nodded. Ember even smiled, seeming pleased for some reason. That's a kindness. A bit frightening as well. She looked down then, smiling. Then I imagine the idea that someone might steal from you, or attempt to force themselves on you, is less of a threat to you than to many. He supposed it was. The way his coin was hidden, and that of his brother, required that a man or woman hold a certain level of power over the dead in order to make it function. It had been set in place by his great-grandfather, and required ancient limbs of the dead buried behind a very heavy stone slab be reinvigorated in order to lift the heavy sheet of rock at all. Technically, a person might break through it with tools and will, if they had all the time they needed to make that work. Az figured it would take no more than a full day's labor for 2 healthy men. Maybe less. So, if he ever left his home there for any length of time, it would be prudent to leave a guard on it. It wasn't a matter he'd ever given a lot of thought. Really, leaving one of the people he was animating should be enough, except the portion where they'd try to find him every night. Walking away, or even running at full speed toward his location. That was a problem that had never been considered before. He could order them not to do such a thing, of course. That was his plan for the night, truly. To meet with each of his people, his friends, and then to set them a new task. It was a thing that he'd done a few times, so he knew it could work. How long his orders would be followed if he wasn't around, Azra didn't know exactly. The old books all agreed that there was a limit to such things, that it was in days, not months or years as well, even for the strongest of his kind. Shaking himself a bit, he focused on the room around himself, one filled with women, 2 of whom had mentioned or been mentioned with the word marriage in the same breath as their name. His as well. A thing that he was ignoring a bit. Not because it wasn't welcome, it truly was. On a deep level, he'd always simply accepted that he'd be alone. Then, when death came, if it did, that would simply be his end. Also without anyone else being around him at all. At the same time, Saraf clearly had a trick or plan going on, using him for some reason. She'd hinted at that pleasantly enough, without bothering to explain herself to him. Not well enough for him to understand more than the basics. It simply felt like there was more going on. Saraf, a silver tendril reaching out to several people in the room, including him, smiled and then winked, just a bit, not explaining anything in the moment at all. Her words were practical. You'll need soap and a light, very natural perfume, like hunters wear to hide the people from the nose of the killer. Truly, we need to all do that. The guard on the street as well. I'll put something together for that. First, we need to see to your family member and clear him. She looked at Jenna, but the other Turner as well. They were all related at some remove, just like everyone who worked with the dead was at some level. Everyone in the city who could animate the dead or speak to a ghost was one of his people. Most of them hid that, of course. Az didn't blame them. Everyone moved then as a group, which was odd, since it was more people than he normally travelled with. More ladies as well. In a strange fashion he blended with them, being in a robe. Plain brown that day, having not known he was going to be meeting new people. Still, it was clean, if sturdy, and not a death shroud. There was only so much he was allowed to do that way, by the rules of the fair city. He kept his eyes sharp, not knowing what he was supposed to do personally if a war beast came at them. Except that he understood that portion clearly. Everyone there probably did. His new people would have to defend him. That seemed off to him, being that they were under his protection, as far as he thought of things. A matter that was suddenly more complicated, given 3 women were suddenly there as well. He held others, 2 of them, who fit that well enough, being young and pretty enough that people would talk when they realized what was going on. Alice and Emily were certainly in that grouping. From what had been said, Alice was single and not betrothed. Emily hadn't been mentioned at all that way. Narlan hadn't either. He felt horrible for a moment as they walked, thinking of the lives he might be ruining, his nature forcing the women to stay there near him. It was the wrong time to ask about such things, of course. Except that Saraf did it for him, having been reading his mind. Narlan, do you have a man? Or woman? The older woman cleared her throat. Yes, but no one who will have to mourn my loss as more than a good friend. I was thinking about that earlier. If I had to die or... Well, this isn't life, I understand. But it's also not exactly being burnt on a pyre. I can stay here without breaking any hearts, which is your meaning. The rather pretty witch touched her curly black hair and nodded. She wasn't the tallest in the group, being only a little larger than Alice was, in fact. Everyone else was of a similar size, with Azra, who wasn't a giant, being the tallest there. When she spoke, her voice was calm enough. That's correct, of course. Emily, how about you? This time there was a light cattiness to the words, as if she knew the answer and felt some sort of way about it. There was a complicated flow of magics from the woman, with Ember glaring a bit in the witch's direction for some reason. Emily simply shifted a bit. I had to take to selling myself some years ago, so no man will have me now. I knew that would be the outcome when I did it. My child is going to eat, no matter what I have to do. If you think less of me for it, well then do. It changes nothing. She was nearly fierce-seeming, ready to battle at least with words against the magic user. Alice stiffened as well and turned her head toward Saraph. Ember and her friends each responded in a similar fashion, with no one clenching a fist or summoning power as of the moment. Saraph didn't seem to notice any of it, simply sighing. I know, we all do. Still, this is a new day and a new situation. We'll figure something out. For you as well, Alice. Using that name hit Az hard. It wasn't his fault she'd been killed, but for a moment he wondered if he was wronging her, holding her to the world as a child. Then she wasn't a baby. Girls her age could marry. It was rare and strange, often done in a fashion that spoke of abuse, but it could happen. Looking a bit youthful, with several more years to her span, and it might work well enough for her. The dead couldn't have children, of course. Even he couldn't make that happen. At least he didn't think that was the case. For him to be born of a dead woman, if that was how things had taken place, she would have had to die in childbirth. Then been reanimated to save him. He didn't know how to find out the truth. Darrow might know more than he did, but his older brother was 3 years his senior, not 10. He probably wouldn't know anything at all. They walked, chattering a bit as women did. Men were either very loud, yelling and carrying on, or moved much more quietly. It was a thing that Azra had noticed, watching people in the marketplace. Part of it was due to the fact that women moved in larger groups most of the time. For his part, he watched and looked for magic, not seeing anything until they stopped at a door. It was on the bottom level of a 3-story structure. One crowded in with the others but painted a bright orange. It was a lively coloration and looked clean. The place was tidy, without any detritus or mess left about. No one living there was dumping their chamber pots out of the window, from what he could tell. That got you a fine, of course, if you were caught doing it. Jenna Turner tapped at the wooden door. It was a rough thing, heavy, with solid black iron bands at the top and bottom, holding the individual planks in place. In a few places there were signs of wear, scratches and streaks of dirt. From a dog, of course. He could tell that was part of the story, since it started to bark, rather fiercely, as soon as the noise came at the door. Quiet, Muttley! It's just someone come to visit. The man doing the speaking sounded older. Big as well. That wasn't wrong as soon as the door was opened up, with the fellow holding a medium-sized running hound, who seemed to be desperately trying to escape. Attack as well. Going, it seemed, for the clutch of Turner for some reason, even if the pup's master was one of those sort himself. He did have that magic, showing the blue of water as a predominant affinity. The man also had a red-tinged moving animal inside of him, made of energy and power, which was both larger and smaller than the big fellow himself. That part was impressive. It wasn't 2 images, being a single thing that baffled the mind to behold, large and small at once, solid and see-through. The man was at least a full head taller than Azra was, and he looked strong, and as if hard physical labour had been a part of his life for a long time. Like a guard or soldier. That or a river sailor. He had brown hair which was shorn close to his scalp, a bit unevenly, and a bald spot that was visible when he bowed toward the assembled people. His face falling a bit. So, this is the group come to kill me, I understand. Just know that I wasn't the one who did it. Killed those women last night. So if you get rid of me and I don't blame you for it, you can't stop there. Take us all. Leave no one cursed like I am in this city, and it will work. The man scanned them all, but locked eyes with Azra. The dog, seeing that, went silent. After all, dogs loved Az. Not all of them, all the time, just most of them. That had always been the case and was considered odd. Animals could sense evil, after all, so everyone figured that he must be hated by that sort of tiny beast. Lord of the Dead. The man bowed. Not for the others, Az noticed. Spoken to directly, he smiled. We have a witch with us. Is it well if she reads your mind, to see if you're the killer? The man could say no, just snorting instead, grinning a bit. Do it. There was no hesitation. A silver tendril, gentle and translucent, reaching from the curly-haired tan woman, her dress a bit plain compared to the others standing there. She was the prettiest, however. Alice was in the same rough range, but looked unfinished, being youthful. Emily was attractive enough that the man glanced her way, as noticed, unless he thought her the witch. Saraf nodded a moment later. This isn't the one. You dosed yourself with valerian and passion flower blend last night, however. I can smell it. The large man Lewis laughed then, relaxing. Even the dog, not too small and nicely appointed with black fur, a white spot on its underbelly, did the same, suddenly seeming passive and not too worked up any longer. There was a nod from Lewis Turner. We all do that. The beast won't really rest without some kind of drug being used. Drink helps for a while. Valerian is good. Eventually you have need of stronger things, some dose with poppy as well. I haven't taken to that yet. Those that do tend to die soon enough after. It's coming, of course. It does for all of us. Nodding, Azra took a deep breath. Do you have any idea who the killer is? The faster we find them, the better off we all are. We only want the guilty party, and if they have a good enough reason, we aren't insisting on harsh punishments. He didn't like to lie, so made a face then. We might not have a choice in that. Still, the more we know, the fewer mistakes we'll likely make. The words had the man laughing. It sounded genuine and not all that bitter or mean. Someone actually admitting that they might make a mistake. Amazing. It's been a long while since I met such a person to be true on the matter. I have some names. Doggett Shears is the prime one to look at. He wasn't recruited, like most of the rest of us were. People go missing and he brags a bit, hinting without ever saying exactly what his part was. The man, Lewis, adjusted the dog, who was starting to struggle a little. Then Doggett Shears is a bit gone in the head. Not a normal man at all. Even when he was younger he wasn't. Not that we were friends back then. I knew of him. The Turner don't run the streets even as children. The central core grouping of women there all nodded, as if that simply made sense. Not that Az had actually dashed all about the city on his own as a boy. He'd been allowed out, but so many people had looked at him and made the sign against him that he hadn't done what many boys of his age had at any point. It had left him with a lot of time to read and study. Committing the name of Doggett Shears to memory, he nodded up at the other fellow. Do you know about where we can find him, this Doggett? Also, there were other names. Right. Doggett is down by the wharf on the river outside the city proper. I'd have to ask after him for myself past that. Mary Knott is the other person you need to see to first. She was enlisted at the same time I was. Look, I don't sleep easy with what I had to do to Grandad. The truth is he understood and told me to do it, as sick and depraved as it was. That makes a difference. I heard that the headman here and his cronies held a blade in Mary's hand and forced her to stab her mother, then eat part of her heart. She speaks of getting revenge for that. She used to. Then a year ago she went silent on the matter. Azra understood the idea there. He wouldn't talk about crimes he intended to commit shortly either. Everyone else seemed to get the idea as well, from the words. Mary is on the list we have with her address. We'll go there next then. Only, we're going to lose the light in a few hours. I don't think we want to be visiting after dark. Especially since they were going after people who might be killers. Not doing it could mean not catching the guilty, however. Instead of letting himself be seen as a coward, he straightened. We should hurry, given that. They left Lewis there at his home and went to see Mary first, since she was closer, living only 3 streets away. Her building wasn't as nice or tidy as the one Lewis Turner lived in, though it was a nice bright green in colour. The paint was old and flaking at the edges, looking aged. From the scent, it wasn't as well cared for, also close to mealtime. Azra sighed. I should have stopped to eat. I didn't even think to bring food with me. That probably sounded off. Selfish, given the task of the moment. Sarif chuckled. True, we'll hurry our steps, this way. They had to walk up 2 flights of stairs to bother Mary, and when she opened the door, she smiled. She was small, but right there in her middle, struggling and shifting, growling and slavering, was a translucent red beast of energy. Again, larger than she was and smaller at the same time. Unlike Lewis Turner, she didn't seem to hold any other magic of note. Sarif! Ember, too, come to visit, I see. She sounded pleased, but seemed a bit concerned. Sarif checked her instantly, then moved in and gave her a hug. Mary, we're going around checking all the war beasts. There were 3 murders last night. These 3 here, in fact. You're clear, of course. That doesn't mean you might not have insight we can use. Oh, this is Azy. I mentioned him to you before. He was stared at suddenly, the woman straightening. Oh, you could have warned me so I could have straightened myself first. Pleased to meet you, Lord Lon. Do you wish to come in? This way. She moved back, but Ember shook her head. Not this time, Mary. We need to get to the docks, to see a dog at Shears if we can find him. The small woman screwed her face up and rolled her eyes. He won't be the killer. I served with him in the last set of battles. Unreliable, lazy, and not of good hygiene at all. But he hesitated to harm anyone, even in his beast form. I mean, that could change, so check him as well. We should meet soon. For a meal, perhaps. For some reason she was looking directly at him, scanning his eyes. Many people did that, since the different colours left him feeling unbalanced. A bit evil as well. Only this one wasn't scowling, she was just looking. So he smiled at the idea. That sounds wonderful, of course. I don't know how to plan that kind of thing, but I can learn, I'm certain. He had to sound weird and possibly insane. It was the truth, however. Sarif smiled as if she'd been given a present. Next week. Now we need to hurry. The docks are no place for a good woman like myself, once night comes. Like any of us. Azra had to agree. They had some time, but none to waste. Waving at Mary, he turned and left, the others following him, even if he didn't know exactly where he was headed. It turned out that it wasn't too difficult to find Doggett Shears once on the docks. The man was there, drunk and filthy, lying in the street when they got there. They didn't even have to ask anyone who that was, since another fellow was handily calling out his name, while kicking him. There he is. Sarif sounded oddly normal about the whole situation, also as if anyone there might have missed what was going on. Chapter 7. It was hard to see what was actually going on at first. There were 2 men of similar size, who didn't look that different from one another. They both had shaggy hair which was shot with grey and past their collars. They even had facial scars. In different locations, of course. They weren't identical by any means, but at a glance in the market, their similar clothing could have caused someone to be confused. The man on the ground, apparently their subject, was curled in a ball, protecting his delicate underbelly with a combination of hands and knees in the way, and squirming, attempting to move backward. The beast inside of him raged and grew, staying inside, however, not coming out to protect the fellow from death or harm. The other man, who was giving a good kicking while swearing loudly, if not constantly, also had that going on. A red beast inside of him, the magic of it growing and visible. There was nothing all that different between the men, except that the one providing the beating was aggressive, and the other man was very, very drunk. Sighing, Azra waved at the standing man. Excuse me. We need to question that man. There were 3 murders last night. You know about that. He merely meant that it was a common matter much gossiped about. It sounded a little accusing. The man spun, moving toward Az, only to be tossed back, a wisp of silver ranging out from around Sarif, before the man could get there. From the ground, the fellow growled. You're saying I did it? Killed some women like an animal? He seemed offended, also off, as if he wasn't telling everything he knew. Looking at the man closely, Az shook his head. Slowly, though. Why are you beating Doggett, if you don't mind me asking? The man stood and leaned in, from about 7 paces away from their clutch of people, staring at Azra, being the man there, the one to fight if it came up. Except that all of the magic users were standing ready to do battle. If a beast popped into being on the street there, it might well die that day. There was a growl from the man, then slowly a nod. He stole from me. I give him paying work collecting debts, and he came up short. I lend to people in need, coin to help them out. I'm a fair type, more or less, but you don't steal from me. The whole time there were wisps from Saraf, touching the heads of both men. As well, he noticed, getting the idea. He was speaking and might have a plan in the works. That wasn't the truth, but it was kind of her to assume he might be that advanced in his thinking. Scrambling a bit, drawing the contact out, he shrugged and asked more questions. You know about the murders, though. It was one of your people. Not that war beasts are a group, unless they are, that is. What do you know about that master? He paused, not having the man's name. The beast was barely restrained inside of the fellow, lunging for him. He was the only one there who was able to see it happening, he thought. After a moment that stopped, the man calming as the witch on their side did something. There was a flow of power and the other man went still. Rather suddenly. Azra noticed it very clearly but could see how anyone missing the action of the magic might not put anything together. It would seem then as if the man was simply in control of himself. After a moment, the man hunched over a bit, finally taking a good look at Az, then the rich dresses and jewellery of the others there. It didn't fit, them standing there at the river docks. The water in the background cooled the area nicely, he noticed. Finally, the man spoke to him. I'm Volta. I control the docks. You claiming that there being dead involved in this gives you power here. The man spat. Azra smiled, staring at him, his uneven gaze getting the other man to shift like a small child, even if he was slightly larger than Az was. Yes, Lord of the Dead means that. Anywhere in or around Verisa. If people die, I'm involved. They are mine. Those past are my responsibility. Once murder has taken place, you will find me there. He was trying to seem soft and polite. It kind of happened as well. His voice was smooth and not at all hard or mean. The man swallowed, and beast raging inside or not, nodded several times. I guess that's so. You think Doggett here did it? He's a worthless drunk, but was with me and the gang last night, over at the River Rat, the tavern, so you don't get confused. We tend to drink ourselves to sleep. Volta glared as if he expected to be called a liar. Saraf waved a bit. He's hiding a lot, but not about the killings. He didn't do it. Doggett either. We need the names of the others who were at that tavern to clear them as well. Volta froze, even the beast going still inside of him. Why would you clear any of us? Round us up and put us to the sword or flame. That will fix it for certain. I don't know what happened, but from the sound it was honest and true one of us. The foul beasts. I can't tell you who did it, though. I don't know who would. We fight and can kill. Even eating a person for food is fair and might happen. Just killing to do it like this, no, that's not right. No one would bother. They took the names down, Azra committing them to memory, since he didn't have a pen or paper with him. His middle growled while he did that, which he ignored. It wasn't the time for him to be hungry. It felt off, but Volta picked up Doggett, brushed the drunk man off and walked away with him. He had time to respond, to call out or make a demand, and simply didn't. His part in things was being well and truly strained as it was. He animated the dead and protected their bodies after they were gone. At times he spoke to spirits, that was all. Playing investigator wasn't his place in the world. They had clearly Captain Derritt for that. When the men were out of sight, he smiled, not really feeling like doing it. Then he glanced around. Back to the herb shop. I need to go and get some coin. He didn't know what to do with the ladies, the dead ones. They had their own lives, he supposed. Not things that sounded correct to him, totally. But still, their world still existed, and so did they. There was no need for them to leave what they had. Except for poor Narlan, who was trapped there, her life being about to walk away from her, if the actors were still there in the city at all. Not that it mattered. The woman was going to have her entire life pick up and leave, if not that day, then soon, leaving her there in an unfamiliar place, as a slave to a man who lived in a crypt. It was him, and not a thing that he personally considered that huge of a hardship naturally. To anyone else it would have to be a nightmare. Possibly the worst fear that some people would hold on to. A Lon, a high Lon at least in looks, powerful and surrounded by those gone from life. A person who, to get by in the world, played with dead things. A threat so horrible that others called him Lord, hoping to placate him. Then they made him eat dark bread and wear burial shrouds. They tried for that at least. Shaking his head, he walked away, thinking about what he needed to get done, not focusing on the ladies with him. So he was a bit shocked when he looked up, some 15 minutes later, entering the City of the Dead, to find that everyone except Sarah had followed him. He could understand the dead ladies. They'd be drawn to him after all. He was the candle, they the moths. The other four baffled him. They didn't seem frightened, however, which was the correct way to be around the dead. After all, they didn't do much of anything. People feared death and dying, but bodies weren't a threat. Even spirits barely were. They could observe, and in extreme cases they might nudge something or make a noise that could be heard by the living. When he added a golden light for them to bask in, they could do a bit more, of course. That was him, though. The bodies of the undead didn't move without a Lon. Being afraid of them made no sense given that. Even insects or mice were scarier. Yet there in his own city of Verisa, most people would panic at the thought of standing there at night, in fear of the dead. He smiled and kept walking. I'm just going to be a few moments. You can all come in, but I don't really have windows or lamps. That was something to think about, if guests were coming that evening. Ember frowned at him as they all walked, nudging him with her hand from the side. If you don't have windows or lamps, how do you see? Rather than explain, he simply started to glow. Brightly and in a golden hue, a thing nearly blinding to look at for a moment. One of the other women gasped. The power! He waved that way, stopping after some moments. That's how spirits are summoned and given power? They'll come to me if I do it for long enough, of course, which is fine most of the time. I have a friend who keeps the worst of them out of my home for me. Mondath. He was a king in a faraway land about 1,000 years ago, I think. A wonderful person. I've known him since I was 10 or so. Jenna Turner, who for all Ember was clearly important to their clan, seemed to be the leader there that day. Socially, if not in other ways, took a deep breath. You have a familiar spirit. That seems fitting, but has never been spoken of in social circles here in our city. The woman gave him a frank and open look, as if failing to have mentioned that was, for some reason, a grave mistake or possibly an insult on his part. Still, he smiled back at the woman, since he could see the error in her words in a fashion she might miss, unless told. Ah, well, Mondath is more a friend than a familiar. I know of the concept, but haven't bound him in any way using magic. He isn't obligated to do work for me or anything of the sort, for instance. Those seemed like major points to him. Jenna simply smiled at him. It was a bit of a vulpine thing, truly, as if she had the secret now. What that was, Az didn't really understand himself. Wonderful. You can invite him to attend some of our parties, at least in the thin season after the harvest. Or is that too rude to request? Probably not rude, actually. Mondath is a very civilized person. I don't know if he enjoys parties with living people at them, but we can ask if we see him later. It would mean more if Az were allowed to go as well, since he could use magic to allow Mondath to speak and interact with others. A thing that the spirit might actually manage on his own. Not as well as with the extra aid, of course, but Mondath wasn't a weak individual, especially in the thin season, when the veil between the lands of the dead and the living were at their lowest level. Az knew about that, of course, since everything he did was simpler then, easier. They were at the moment very close to it the thickest part of the year. It wasn't an issue for him, of course, not truly. Others might have some problems given that, if they weren't that powerful with the dead. Smiling, he went in, not inviting anyone, glowing gold again, so he could see what he was doing. Working back to the black-seeming wall, 3 rooms into the large crypt, and using a tiny bit of green life energy, he got the desiccated limbs of the men in the walls to lift, moving the heavy stone upward, so that his secret stash of coins and other things was shown. The things other than coins were mainly some jewellery taken from the dead before they burned, that the various families hadn't secretly stripped off first, and a few gems. In one case, a man had a small picture of Verisa on him when he'd passed, for some reason. If it had been of a loved one, Az would have let it burn. But he'd asked the family about it at the time, and they'd seemed pleased enough to find that the man's artwork wasn't going to be destroyed, even if they didn't want it, tainted by death as it was. Pulling out a half-dozen gold coins of various weights, not all city coins at all, most being given with the kingdom markings on them, in fact. He also worked out a small handful of silver, and even more copper. Most things were purchased with copper, of course. Bread and food, for instance. Cloth was expensive, as was the work done with it, but even then silver was preferred. He had a large pile of gold in various sacks and boxes, given that. Woad Turner had gotten to the pyre poor, probably having been stripped well by his family first, since they hated him so much. The tradition was to leave something for the Lord of the Dead, but if there was nothing there, then there simply wouldn't be. It was also possible that the man had died without carrying any wealth at all. That happened a lot. In such cases, the families, even poor ones, normally managed a copper or two for their fallen. That the wealthy Turner clan hadn't bothered was an insult. Not, he had to think, toward him, however. Waving his left hand, the world glowing green and gold for the moment, had the great stone slab settling with a considerable amount of grinding noise. If it could be heard outside, he didn't know, truly. He'd never noticed that when he was a child or anything. Tucking the coins into the small purse on his belt, which was made of heavy cloth and tied on well, to prevent theft out of habit rather than anyone trying that with him, Az moved back outside, cutting the solid glow before opening the heavy door of the crypt. That was made of well-balanced stone. It was heavy, meant to last through the ages. Then it was in the City of the Dead, so it wasn't supposed to actually be opened and shut 10 times a day like it was. The stone hinges were wearing down due to that, and eventually would have to be replaced. That happened every 10 years or so. It was tempting to have it replaced with wood, given that. But there were traditions to uphold, even if most of those were annoying, rather than helpful to anyone. Smiling, he waved a bit at the ladies. "Oh, this is where I live, so at night when you feel summoned, this is the location you need. Just let yourselves in. I won't lock up unless it's needed for safety." Which that night it might be, of course. He was speaking mainly to Naylan, but also to Emily and Alice, since it was going to be pressing for them, sooner rather than later. Knowing they were allowed there would, he hoped, aid in their comfort. Jenna smiled at him and batted her eyes. "Oh, if I feel a need for you at night, I can simply come here, you say?" There was teasing in the tone, naturally, a thing that Azra didn't know how to respond to at all, not with more than a nod and by ignoring the woman. One thing was certain. She wouldn't be walking the streets alone at night to the City of the Dead just for his company. Not that night. Probably on no other either. That's right. I meant these others, of course. You of the Turner probably won't feel the same need to seek me out like that. You can all come in the daylight. That got a chuckle, which he supposed had been earned, as they all moved instantly to walk again, heading over to the herb shop. That was a bit of a walk, but no one complained about the heat, even if he would have understood if they had. A thing that was different from normal was that only about half the people making the evil eye at him normally did so that day, as if not noticing he was there. Then when that happened, most of them smiled. A few even turned the start of the move into a wave, as if to not insult him in front of all the ladies. He waved and smiled at all of them, as he normally did, even calling out hello and well met a few times, since that was what polite people did in the market. The small shop, mint green and brown on tan stone, was filled with people when they got there. Enough that he nearly waited outside, since there were at least some 20 bodies inside, including Headman Fawn, and from the words being used, a few of the city council as well. Not everyone was in fine clothing, but most everyone managed to seem well enough cared for, so he had no clue who was supposed to belong to which name or position. Saraf was behind her counter, several large packages on it, which she waved at. "You wanted special soap and herbs of protection for those who have no homes, here in Verisa, AZ. I made some packs up for the guards as well, since it's a grand idea. Also for the ladies of the evening, though they honestly shouldn't be going out tonight if they can help it." That made sense. Then one of the people there, a rather plump fellow, who wasn't very tall at all, but who seemed to like gems and finery, even if the heavy robes he had on were making him sweat profusely, coughed. "Still, they must make coin, so might risk the streets anyway. You have this to sell to them. I don't suppose we could arrange a discount for it. That and for the guards' portion as well." Saraf looked annoyed at the idea, sighed and gave a terse nod. "It will still be 2 gold for the lot. Camphor isn't that expensive, but it isn't cheap either. That and honey are in the soap. The bags of herbs took work to get as well. Beastbane is rare in this area, so is honestly what is making up most of the price. The two looked ready to deal, though Az shrugged. 3 gold for the lot. That was a lot, but he had the coin, on him, and not a lot else to spend it on. The fat fellow frowned at him, seeming ready to argue for a lower cost, as Saraf winked in his direction. Done then. You'll be running a tab here for it. She looked at the heavy man playfully, in a fashion that wasn't exactly sane-seeming. Az simply worked at his purse, the striped tan cloth not calling any real attention at all. After some moments he pulled the needed 3 coins, judging them to be of middle weight, which was what people meant most of the time. They'd take heavy coins easily, but light ones might need to be supplemented or argued over. Things he hated doing, even if it was needed. Passing those to Saraf had the room go silent for some reason. Headman Fawn nodded, however. Thank you, Lord Azra. You're caring for those on the streets as well this night? That's a kindness. We should pass these things out and let everyone know who they came from. He didn't care about that. It had simply been his idea in the first place, and being able to tell those from the streets that the guard and he supposed working women in the city had the same supplies might make, asking them to wash less of an insult, and allow it to seem more like what everyone was going to be doing as a form of protection. So he nodded and smiled, otherwise ignoring the words, hopefully in a way that wouldn't seem rude. Wincing, he recalled that there were Narlan's people, as well to see to, if they hadn't already left the city in fear. Oh, does anyone know if the players are doing a show tonight? He doubted anyone would, but Naylan nodded. They can't, of course, not given everything. Biting his lip, the upper one, he nodded. We should send a package of herbs and soap over to them for their ease and safety as well, should we not? Another gold for that if you have the supplies, Saraf. The witch grinned as he pulled a smaller gold coin and a silver out, setting those on the counter as the woman moved, bustling even if she were trim and quick of movement. Then the only real hardship was that they had to pass things out. At least he assumed that. Several of the people there started to discuss matters, seeming rather focused on Saraf and the Turner ladies, a grey-haired woman who was holding her hands in front of her, making her seem prim and rather stodgy, spoke first. How are we protecting ourselves? We can ask people to go inside and not take to the streets all night. Most will do that anyway. Are you going out to guard us, Witch Saraf? Will the Turner be doing patrols, perhaps? The elder woman did not seem to think that was going to be happening at all for some reason. She also didn't ask what he, the Lord of the Dead, planned to do for their fair city of Verisa, he noticed. Then it was possible that providing coin for washing materials was his part, to her way of thinking. Still, he had some ideas himself. Not to force my way in, but I was going to ask some of the local spirits if they'd keep watch. They won't be able to stop anything, but they can't be harmed, so if an attack comes and they notice it, they can follow the person until they're certain of who they are and then come and tell me. It was suggested that I ask some of my other, more lively friends to take up a watch as well. He frowned then, glancing at Alice. Which could work. One of you, even if you're small, can stop a war beast, given your abilities. Still, there are only 13 of you right now, and having you all walking around aimlessly won't truly aid anyone. 14. But he wasn't asking Alice to walk the streets at night, even if she could do so unharmed. Really, the other women either, which dropped the numbers for that a lot. Emily tightened a bit, perhaps not understanding that the being that had killed her the night before would fail to defeat her in a fight at that moment. Even if she simply scratched and bit like a child, the fact was that she couldn't be killed any longer, and wouldn't feel pain, or ever have to stop fighting. From the old texts, that type of thing made a very big difference. Little Alice nodded then, firmly. We could have some of us stay with the guards in a central location then. If an alarm goes up, we could aid them. That won't stop an attack, however, in the first place. Even making a witch fly around won't, of course. Whoever is attacking would simply wait until no one is watching. The words made sense, the older lady locking eyes with Alice rather directly. Thank you for the idea, miss. I think that many will sleep better, knowing that we have some magic ready to bring to the matter. The Turner and Witch Saraf will be staging with you. It wasn't a question. Several of the people there noticed that, with Ember seeming annoyed and Saraf sighing at the idea. Others in the shop, some being regular people from the community he suspected, recognizing them as he did from the streets, nodded as if that were simply a wondrous plan. Thinking about it, he frowned just a little. Would it be allowed to hold Seraph back for the investigation portion? She'll need to be rested for that, since it may take some days. Her ability to read minds has been very useful for that. As for the others, well, having someone who can summon fire might be of aid if something happens. But we can ask for a single volunteer to stand with the guards. Again, to allow the rest to aid in daylight with the investigation. We should put someone in with Captain Derritt for that as well, to back his actions. Ideally a witch who could read minds. There were others in the city, though they weren't a single clan, he didn't think. The Turner were, but the Lon really weren't. The healers had an actual guild, though. Even the war beasts were surprisingly close that way, which had shocked him a little on finding that out. They weren't all friends, but they knew one another. He doubted that he could have even found 2 other people in the city that had powers like he did, on short notice. They existed, and he'd seen signs of their work occasionally, but nothing that had ever indicated to him that they wanted to talk about it. He didn't mention any of that, Headman Fawn moving a bit, to clap him on the shoulder as if they were old friends. Which, on considering the idea, he supposed they kind of were. When Marcus had died of the pox, the man had asked for him to be brought back to life, and it had happened after all, also with Alice, one of his children. That hadn't been due to great friendship, however, simply to get at the information they needed about the crime. So far the child had been delightful, however, so all was well there, as far as Az was concerned. The man, large and blonde, nodded. That sounds like a good and well-considered plan. We should see to these things now, while we still have light left for the day. I can find the guards if I can have help carrying the packages. They were large, after all. Alice volunteered, along with a familiar man at the back of the small space. When they left, Emily sighed and shrugged. I know the working women, and they'll trust taking things from me. I can see to that part. I could use some aid carrying as well. She, interestingly enough, glanced at Azra then. Ember grinned. We can do that. That leaves only the street people. You have that Master Lon? He did, but it wasn't the only group left at all, just the ones with packages that they needed to carry at that moment. Saraph was still moving around, doing the ones for the actors. Narlan, you have your friends, when their things are prepared. You'll need aid in carrying that as well. He had no one else that he knew there. One of the council members, the heavy man, waved. I can, I suppose, see to that. I missed my supper, but I'll survive. The poor fellow sounded long-suffering due to the lack. Given that he was a bit peckish himself, Az could feel for the man. As he left, he picked up the large bags of fruit and bread that he'd gotten earlier, then not eaten any of, and carrying soap and herbs as well, headed back to the City of the Dead. No one was left to aid him in the task, so it was a bit of an uncomfortable journey. When he got there, his hands and arms aching from the effort of carrying everything, he did find several people standing on his doorstep. Conrad was sitting himself directly in front of the door, though he hopped up gamely enough. Next to him were several well-filled bags, all dirty and several with holes in them, that seemed to contain well-ripened fruit and dark bread. Cheaper things to stretch the coin that had been given, so there would be enough for all. It was wise of the boy, really. Master Az, I told everyone to meet us here. These folks are the ones that came first, not all, I don't think. We might have 10 or so. The words were firm, the boy gazing at the 5 others there, as if asking them to be on best behaviour. Setting the packages down, he nodded at them all and smiled, waving a bit, his hands still refusing to open all the way. I have some extra food as well. It should be enough. I also have some special camphor and honey soap and herbs to wear. It's what the guard is using, to protect themselves from the war beasts. It won't really ward them away, as much as make people not seem as if they're made out of food. He didn't play that up, just going inside, his door unlocked, glowing as he did so. In gold and brightly, since he needed to see and didn't care for once if extra spirits came to visit. The more who did, the more watchers they might have that night. Mondoth showed up first, having clearly been hanging in the air just inside the door. When he spoke, the golden shape moving in the air like a crystal in bright sunlight, several of the street people jumped back in fear. Azra, I noticed we had guests, he nodded. These are friends of ours, Mondoth. We should get their names. First, we need to collect up some water and scrub up with the magical soap that Witch Saraf provided for us. Then, well, we need to get with some spirits, I think, to plan a watch for the whole city. Mondoth simply bobbed in the air, then slowly left, heading to the front. Outside, a call went up from the floating light. Come, to the City of the Dead. The Lord has use of you this night to protect Fair Verisa. Come, all you dead. Come and protect the living, as is your charge. Then, oddly enough, they did. A very large number of them, in fact. Chapter 8. Az had considered that, if he'd personally stood there screaming and carrying on for a few hours, 10 or so spirits might have shown up to see what he was going on about. It would have been a slow arrival, even if he tended to be polite to that sort of former person. When Mondoth, a king of old and powerful spirit, called out into the night, hundreds of golden shifting fractals showed up inside a few breaths, appearing suddenly, as if they'd been there in the City of the Dead, simply waiting for someone to notice them. The power that allowed them to be seen there, floating above the grave markers and small tombs of well-carved stone, came from Azra, of course. It wasn't even hard to understand, since he was glowing brightly enough for even the people of the streets to see by, some 50 paces away from him. Several of them gasped. He waved at them and smiled, making his voice sound calm and even slightly happy. Easy now, these are friends. It was probably going to be a difficult thing to convince those present of. It was an impressive array of spirits after all, one that lit up the early evening sky in a rather pretty fashion, like fireflies writ large, shifting and bobbing as they came closer to see what might be happening. One of them, floating almost directly over Alice, causing the dead girl to glow rather prettily, spoke. The voice was mellow and rather feminine. Lord of the Dead, why have we been summoned? The words were humble and not at all upset-seeming, just the kind of thing a person on the street might request to know if someone flagged them down in passing. So he smiled. Well met, all of you. There were 3 murders last night here in Fair Verisa. It seems to be a war beast, but we need to watch the city this night and protect the living if we can. I know. Why should we do that work, when the living have little enough to do with us? He was, poorly, attempting to be humorous. Interestingly, about 2/3 of the floating spirits stirred then, chuckling, as if they were at an entertainment for the evening, not there to speak to him. One called out, a different one from near the front, close to Mondoth. That probably meant the spirit was bold and brave, truly. Mondoth could be a little scary until you knew him. We can see that. We're to collect information and report back to you here. He nodded. Exactly. Go to watch the streets and those who have war beasts inside of them, and watch carefully. Don't let yourselves be seen or noticed too much, and if any danger presents itself for you, flee. If there is another attack, if it's possible to do so safely, send up an alarm and follow the killer. Note who they are, if you are able otherwise. Anything we can find might be the clue that aids us in this and saves another life. A thing that spirits weren't too concerned over most of the time. Then these arrayed before him simply made some soft noises and bobbed in place, then moved, off into the early night. One called back, report here if anything is seen or found. In the morning, if it isn't an emergency, those with flesh often enjoy sleeping the night away, if you recall. That statement got a much larger laugh from the spirits as they blinked out of existence. Even Mondoth did that, leaving them, the living and animated dead, standing there in the City of the Dead, having scrubbed in buckets of water that Conrad and the others got for them, without complaint. Truly they'd washed without taking offence, and then had to put back on their old, rather beaten, torn and redolent outfits. Most of those were in plain brown or tan, with grey also being well represented. Still, even given that, the scent was much less dire when they slowly moved toward the front of the building, where the bags of food were. His middle grumbled, showing the simple wisdom that all there apparently held. Conrad looked up at him, the thin boy seeming eager, and not that scared at all, even if there had been spirits a moment before. We have food. I wasn't certain as to when we should eat it, or if it was for us here. There was a humility to the words, even if the boy had taken coin from him to purchase such for his friends there. Az smiled, hoping his strange looks and robes wouldn't be so strange as to frighten anyone. That's wonderful. Everyone get your fill. We can get more if we need it. I have some white loaves here as well that Mrs. Baker accidentally gave me. Normally I only get rough loaves. It's the law, not a lack of coin. Not even that lady disliking me. That felt important to mention, even if his point wasn't to press the idea that he was, compared to the others there, wealthy. No one blinked at the words, simply moving in on the large, rather filled bags of food. He held back himself, noting that there was meat in one of the sacks. He avoided that one, taking fruit and bread for himself, then sitting outside to eat, since everyone else did, and no one there had a torch or candle. They needed him for light, if nothing else. Emily and Alice both helped to hand things out, getting gentle thanks from the men and women there. Some had sores, and in a few cases had bruises and wounds from beatings. Things that Az could do nothing about in the moment. He could aid the dead, but that was all. People didn't speak at first until one man who had a weathered face and was missing half of his front teeth took a bite of dark bread and chewed slowly. Then spoke, his voice rough. "This is a good spot, except all the dead, of course. I sleep off on the edges here, a time when things get rough in the city proper." A few of the others nodded, looking at Azra as they did it, as if he were going to have issue with that. "Ah, that's a good plan. Just keep the area clean and be polite to the ghosts and spirits, and that should be fine. A few of the larger tombs would make good places to live. No water systems, and it's a bit of a walk to the central fountain from here. But we can get buckets in for that. No outhouses or privies either." That wasn't a huge issue for him, since the dead came in the night and emptied the waste bucket for him each day. Conrad went still, though, probably not thinking of the same thing, truly. "We can just live here. I'm not going to be rough or demanding with the dead, though it's a bit frightening thinking of that. Being here too often, the dead might eat us." That was a real fear that many had. It also wasn't totally wrong. His friends didn't do that, of course, not needing to. A weaker Lon, or one who was dead themselves, often had to set those they revived to doing such things, simply to survive. Taking a bite of a slightly sour pear, which was decently ripe, he gave a slow nod. "That won't be an issue here for now. If I die, or if someone else were to take over, that could happen. So be watchful. On the good side, that won't be taking place in the next days. At least I don't think it will." He had no plans to die that night, for instance. Then, death rarely made an appointment. His work had taught him that. At times, people died slowly, and so had warning. Most of the time, it simply hit, without concern for how the dying person felt about it. Conrad looked at him closely, snorted gently, and grinned. "Wait, Lord. You aren't dead." "I thought all High Lords of the dead were. The eyes and skin are telling. That's the story I was always told." He shrugged. A lot of people thought that. It was part of why they made the sign of the evil eye against him in the market. "I was born this way, alive. Seraph the witch thinks that it was due to my mother being dead when she gave birth to me. I don't know the whole story there. Father was strong enough that my mother seemed to be totally alive, my entire life, even to me. Most of the dead he brought back were solid that way, but she was perfect." He waved then with half a pear at the ladies there. Az was almost certain that most of them didn't understand what he was saying that way. Then they didn't ask why pretty ladies were staying there with them either. If they thought they were alive, it was a strange thing, truly. At least he thought so. The older man with half his teeth ate for a while too, as did the others. Then he spoke. "I should get in with you, when I die. These women are like you said just now. Perfect. They started pretty. I only have half my teeth. Those grow back if I'm dead with you, you think?" Az was interested in the turn of topic, but nodded. Getting that the man was just making conversation, not real-world plans. "Certainly. I can return youth, teeth, missing limbs, hair, and all that. The cost is high, though, since anyone I bring back is under my command. Even trying not to use that, it's there. A form of slavery, really." He felt poorly about that. The old man shrugged. "All men serve someone? I can have my thoughts, you think? If I were brought back that way, I mean." Alice nodded and spoke rather firmly. Cutely, too. It was out of place, seeming well-educated. More so than her mother was, and Emily didn't sound or seem foolish. "So far, that seems to be a simple truth. I can think about things, even new ones, and make plans and all that. It doesn't feel like slavery. Only I want to do what Az wants. When he calls up power, It's fascinating, in the true meaning of the word. Everything becomes him, it's like... She shook her head and looked away then. Nayland, looking older and matronly, if in bright colours, sighed. Aye, I feel that one for myself. It's not like slavery, more like love. Like I was 16 years old again, and the handsome boy I liked came calling. There's little I wouldn't do for Lord Azra here. Nothing, perhaps. So far, he's asked very little. We're going out to guard the city tonight, I think. That was the plan. It had sounded that way, so he nodded. There are others who will be coming shortly, and I thought we'd ask some of them do it if they will. This is your first full night. Not that it will be a problem for any of you, I just don't want to stress anyone. Dying, being murdered, was kind of a big thing to have happened in a day, after all. Nayland grinned at the words. Oh, that's a kindness, then. I was a bit worried, wondering what I was supposed to do if that beast comes back. I didn't fare so well the first time. She made a face then, which seemed pained, thinking about how she died almost instantly. Azra lifted his shoulders then and ate for a while longer. That won't happen again. His voice was slightly firm on the matter. Oddly enough, Conrad, the street boy and messenger, nodded. I was talking like to Marcus, the dead man, some time back. He mentioned part of that. How he looks regular but can run without ever getting tired now. Full on too. Not just slow or a quick walk. He can bend into a sprint and keep going forever. He isn't no stronger, but he can use his full strength and never get tired or sloppy or nothing. He don't feel nothing neither, pain-wise. He showed me punching a rock till it split in twain right through. Weren't nothing to him. Nayland rubbed at her own arm then. I noticed that part. I mean, I know my hand is here and can feel the texture. It's different than it was. I can't feel pain, I hear. Pleasure either, Az knew. Not of a physical sort. That was a skill of the living. It was a factor he didn't mention, a cost of being dead. Right. You can't really be given pain. And if anything happens to you, injury or the like, you'll come back together. Inside moments. Even if something big happened. He could go over that later, he decided, when there weren't so many people there listening. Nayland rubbed at her arm for a long while, then closed her eyes. Now, I can look young and pretty again, you say? I feel good. Young again, so that would work well for me. Get rid of the grey hair and wrinkles, perhaps. Then I could ply my trade again. Dancing and singing, that is. She giggled, which didn't fit her looks at all. He nodded. Technically, the dead flesh would do what he told it. That was in the old text, after all. He'd done small things himself, fixing wounds, returning teeth, and even taking scars away. It was possible to make an ugly person attractive as well. Even poor Lon could do that kind of thing to an extent. It was much harder to bring a person towards seeming truly alive than it was to repair the flesh to the pattern that it held in life. True enough. The old word spoke of how men or women could be made to stretch and become mighty in muscle. Also grow plates of bone as a form of armor over time. His friends weren't meant for war, though. Not like that. Looking at Nayland, he nodded. We can do that if you wish. After we all finish eating, if that serves. The women there, the dead ones, weren't bothering with that. They could have, but plain bread and ripe fruit wasn't enough to bother with, he had to think. Now if he had fine festival foods, cakes, rolls and special drinks that might turn their heads, it would still taste good. They simply would never be hungry. Unlike the living. Well, unless something happened to him. Then they'd eat and not be able to stop themselves. Nothing as fine as pies or soft candies, of course. On that thought, he considered what he could do for Nayland. The truth was, he could do almost anything with a dead person, though he didn't truly wish that to be known. A man could be decorated to be a tiny girl, in form, for instance, with no more effort than removing a scar or pockmarks. With the older woman, tightening her skin and removing the wrinkles, and bringing her hair back to a younger-seeming colour would be enough. Though she'd said grey, it was still a decently bright blue. It looked to him as if the woman had been the type to have lighter brown hair when younger. He could do that with no issue. Even something dramatic like red would work. He decided on that, thinking about it. Her jaw was a bit firm as well. After eating, slowly so not to make anyone else feel rushed or uncomfortable, he used a bucket with clean water in it to wash up after the meal. That had everyone else doing the same, if a bit slowly, almost reluctantly, glancing at him from the sides of their eyes, as if he might insist on it. He just didn't want to have sticky hands or food on his face himself. When they were all done, he nodded and brought up green energy, the gold dropping away in no more than 2 breaths. A large, thick line of green light hit Nalan, illuminating her as she shifted under his regard. Her face smoothed and jaw softened, leaving her after some moments as a much more youthful-seeming lady. Then he did the rest of her body, feeling the dead flesh respond to his thoughts. Her body becoming firm and breasts lifting, in a way that he hoped was correct. He'd never seen a woman with no clothing on, after all, not even one who was dead. For that matter, he'd rarely seen men that way in his life. It wasn't the kind of thing that came up day to day. Their washing up there had been done in 2 groups, and while the men had stripped down, he hadn't seen what the ladies had done. So, in part, he was just removing wrinkles, like Nalan's skin was linen, and hoping the rest of what he was doing held something close to being correct. He changed her figure, so that her hips were a bit wider, and top a little more plush, without doing too much, just making the middle thinner and more or less flat. After some moment it was done, and he pulled the green back, returning a gold light to the city of the dead, strong shadows lending a pleasant sense to the night there, a golden hue, deep shadows and a collection of well-fed people. Emily gasped. "You're lovely, Nalan. You look no older than 20 years and a few past that. This will make it easier to catch a husband, I have to think." She spoke the words, which were likely normal enough things to speak on, then winced. Nalan waved the words away, as Alice Fargo sighed and then shook her head a bit sadly. "The dead can't marry, can they? We can't have children, so there's no need for that, I suppose. Can we even love?" It was the kind of thing that most took several days or weeks to think about, after coming back from the dead. Az knew the answer they all came to eventually. That they could. Except that they loved him best, always. They had to heed his words first and foremost, not their wife or husband, not their priest or temple servant, not even their god, him. Any Lon that was animating them, really. If he wasn't the one doing the work, they'd love their master instead, of course. Still, he waved his right hand. "You can, of course. You're correct about the children. Still, marriage isn't only about that. It's an imperfect life I can deliver for you, but if you wish, it can still be one." He felt poorly over the idea for some moments. Then Conrad the boy waved for attention and made a soft sound. "You can still work your trade, Mum?" That was spoken to Emily, who looked at the boy a bit blankly, then slowly nodded. "It seems so. Why, do you have coin you wish to spend?" There was a furtive look then, and a sigh. "I do have coin, but it's Lord Azra's meant for food. I saved some back, being careful like. I was just wondering if you can do that sort of thing. Not meaning that you should. Not with me or for free or nothing." He sighed, as if that were a horrible thing to admit. Then the boy was about 11 or so, as thought. He nearly asked, then didn't, since several people were walking up. He felt them first, the 11 bodies coming toward them. They were linked to him, after all dead as well. Marcus was in the lead, the youthful-seeming dead man stopping well back, pasting a smile on his lips, visible by the light of the golden glow. "Master, we didn't know you were having friends in." The hint was, of course, that they could all leave if need be. Instead, he waved for everyone to come closer. Half of them were women, wearing nice enough dresses, though one of them, Kaelin, needed something new, he decided. That one was an interesting story, since she wasn't a very old woman, being about 19 when she'd passed a year before. Not attractive, but her mother and father had needed her help working as dyer to keep their business open and thriving, so had begged him to allow her to hold to life. She hadn't been a wise woman, and looked off, her face holding the marks of being slow of mind. It was round with wide-set eyes, a thing that hadn't been altered at all. His recent work on Nalan got him to nod. "These new ladies are Nalan, Emily and Alice. You should all meet with them if you don't know them already. They were killed last night, war beast." Marcus at least nodded, then bowed a bit. It wasn't a real thing, but managed to be polite after a fashion. A bent-over bob with no flourishes or anything like that. "Ladies, we met earlier." Those words had nods and introductions being made. Azra included Conrad, and the boy did everyone else there. Only the name of the old man, Barrow, stuck with him, of course. He had the faces, but names were always hard for him for some reason. When that was finished, Everyone knowing each other, at least in passing, he waved. "We need 5 of you to go and stay with the guard of the city, in a central location or 2. If there's another attack tonight, try to stop it. You won't fall or take injury. We also need to set up one of the outer tombs that's large enough for people to live in. That will need water, and we need to see to sanitation. Conrad is a messenger, so we need to get some new clothing for him. Everyone else as well, as to their occupations. Kaelin, you should have a new dress soon." It was, he supposed, not his business to see to her that way. Except that it was, naturally. Everyone looked at him, the girl simply nodding, her voice simple as she spoke. "It's the dye. It gets all over everything. There's no help for it. I don't need much." The words were humble even. Azra was about to agree when Emily cleared her throat a bit sharply. "Something in red and perhaps yellow? We can see to that. I'm not a seamstress, but I have some skills that way and equipment at home for it. I'd considered trying it as a trade for a while. We'll need to get cloth for it. She stiffened then and looked down, as if the words she wanted to use shamed her. "We could change her looks if that's allowed, Lord Azra." It wasn't a question, as much as the woman asking for a favour. Begging, even. For a person who she'd met only moments prior. To correct something that he could have seen to over a year before and simply hadn't thought about. Rather than make a fuss over it, he nodded. "We can do that, of course. What do you have in mind for her? Kaelin, you can look like anyone you wish, all of you can. Well, the dead people. The living are harder to work with that way. The classical trick would be to simply kill them first, of course. Then he could do a lot. It wasn't his way, thankfully." Smiling, Emily and Alice aided Kaelin in picking what she wanted to be like, gently guiding the slow woman. She came out not looking much like herself at all, being cute rather than gorgeous, but with a good figure that looked adult, and as if she might have use for a man in a certain fashion. Emily mentioned that part rather bluntly, but wasn't coarse about it. The others picked their task for the night, and went to set up the largest empty tomb in the City of the Dead for the street people there. That had most of them drawn along in that direction, with only Conrad and a girl who looked to be about 20 staying behind. She was a little plain, but not so much that she seemed off or unwelcome. She was also very small, nearly 2 heads shorter than he was. Not young, though. Conrad waved at her. "Sissy, she's mute. She can hear and all that, but not speaking makes it hard on her. Her people are dead, we stay together." There was a firmness to his words, as if being willing to argue the point, to leave the safety offered, if it wasn't for his friend as well. Az nodded and gave a smile, moving to his own front door. "This way, if you please. It isn't cozy here exactly, but it's safe and we can secure the door from the inside. We'll have people out working and patrolling and all that. We should take the food to the kitchen, this way." He had to spread his glow around, but both boy and woman followed him gamely enough. It wasn't until they were picking places to sleep that he understood they intended to stay there. Not just that night, but rather until he, Az, sent them away. He thought for a moment, feeling the burden of the idea, then let that go. After all, they were people and needed some help in the world, and he, as strange as it seemed, was tired of being alone all the time. Rather than act surprised, he simply gave a slow nod. "We'll work on reading and writing if you don't have that. In the mornings. Some other things as well. It will be fun. If I don't have to work, that is. I usually get to know about that a day or 2 in advance. Both of you will need new clothing." He wasn't trying to judge, but if they were staying there, that had to happen. Otherwise he'd look mean and stingy, especially if Conrad got a new outfit or 2 for work. That was, he decided, going to be up to Emily, if he could talk her into doing it. That, being a seamstress, was a better task for her than servicing men. Unless that was a thing she wished to do, of course. She hadn't seemed thrilled by the idea earlier, almost angry at it. So, if she wished a different life, it was a good time to see to it, he decided. Most of the people he'd brought back over the last years had work of some sort. Marcus wasn't just the lover of the headman fawn, for instance, used for that service when convenient to the man. His family also made wagons and had a cooperage there in the city. Kaelin worked as a dyer, but Louisa's people ran an inn, where she was both a cook and cleaning lady. She was older seeming, without being elderly at all. Her husband owned the place. Bonald worked in pottery full-time, at least when he wasn't there in the City of the Dead at nights. He was such a skilled craftsman in that arena that even if the man hadn't had people, the men and women of the council had asked for him to be revived, so that Verisa wouldn't lose the finest potter they'd ever seen. Bon had been a great craftsman in life, a better-than-average merchant as well. His looks had been so close to warped and strange that the poor man had never had a family. Those who should have been there for him regardless, uncles, cousins and so forth, had always held themselves away from him due to being too thin, warped and bald. His face lacked the balance that most had as well. It wasn't monstrous, but for many it was too much, it seemed. The man had elected to go and guard the city himself that night, but Az decided that, if the ladies were going to improve their looks, he'd make that offer to Bon as well. It wasn't the same as being alive, perhaps, but being dead and attractive was better than being dead and somewhat frightening seeming. He moved inside to his own bedchamber, the others poking in at first, noticing he had a bed there but leaving, to seek another space. There were other rooms with beds, if not ones that had been in use for a while. His parents had shared a room, but Darrow and he hadn't. When the two new people, Sissy and Conrad, found their own space in his parents' old room, he shut his door and barred it. That was habit more than anything, of course. If he didn't do it, then it was very possible that the new people would stand in the dark watching him sleep. He hadn't given them proper orders not to do that yet, at least. Then, a bit fitfully, worried about having others there, even if they'd been invited for safety, he slept, turning and not being truly comfortable for the most part. Twice he was woken up by spirits, whispering to him about a small happening, which wasn't a war beast doing anything at all. The third time he got himself up, since it was nearly daylight and the spirit had said something distressing to him. Honestly, she yelled. It was a woman's voice, but no one he knew personally. "Arise, O great lord of the dead! A woman of Verisa is being pursued by drunken men on your streets. They seek to force her. We don't have much time." He nearly stumbled out of bed, not knowing what he was supposed to do about it. Except he knew it was taking place, right then, and no one else did. So, in the very early morning, the light of day just starting to come, he ran outside to find Alice, Emily and Narland there, just standing. "A woman in the city is about to be raped. This spirit told me. He ran then, the golden light hurrying along by the expedient of moving, not allowing him to say more as he ran as fast as he could. The others, not asked, followed anyway. Chapter 9. The spirit, whoever she was, leading the way, the dead women outpaced Azra badly. It was, in fact, all he could do after some moments, to try and press his mind to follow the sense of the spirit in the air, casting light after it, so that the others could see where they were being led. Gasping, his lungs aching from a few moments of exertion, he padded upon the scene of the attack nearly a sixth of an hour after having left his home. The others hadn't taken that long at all, thankfully. He stood there gasping in the mouth of the alleyway, as the 5 men inside of it were beaten, and when they tried to escape, tossed back down the reeking side area by the glowing golden prism in the air. One that was suddenly much larger, closing off the mouth of the alley. There were 4 women doing the work down the way. 5 if he included the one who had alerted him in the first place. 4 of the ladies were dead, but the 5th, a woman with long brown hair, who was small and not that lovely, having recently been battered it seemed, was the one launching her shoe between the legs of the attackers, several times each as Azra watched. The fight, as it was, wasn't some kind of martial wonder. Indeed, the ladies scratched, pulled hair and pushed in the main. The men were honestly doing better, stabbing and brawling as they were. That, of course, did almost nothing, other than making holes in Emily's nice dress. Azra scowled but called out to the men there. "You men, lie on the ground and wait for the guard. If you keep fighting, these ladies will kill you." That was a dangerous thing to say, but not incautious of him. If the men died while committing a crime, then they did. No one would say anything much about it. The real difficulty was that in making that statement, he'd give the women an order. One of the men, gasping himself, at least as bad as Az was, called back, "Ain't no guard down here this time o' day. Why we picked this part of the city, idiot?" He kept trying to fight, Nayland stepping in and grabbing the knife blade with both of her hands, prying it away. Not bleeding as she did it, also not calling out in pain or even grunting. The man finally noticed that portion, that the woman wasn't harmed by his actions at all. Then looked up to stare at the golden light in the front of the alley, brighter than the sun that time of day. "It's the Lord of the Dead." Az nodded and then pointed, hoping it seemed commanding. He was panting too hard to sound tough at the moment. The men being stopped and beaten down at the moment certainly didn't sound manly as they finally got on the ground. The tiny woman who'd been attacked kept kicking them, only when they moved, so it was fair. Looking around, it was clear that where they were, near the stalls of the open market, there were indeed no guards around that time of day. Most of them were probably in key locations, looking for attacks from war beasts. Still, he raised his right hand, making it glow, and tried to bluff. "Attend, please. Any spirits that can hear me?" He was readying to fake that, claiming they had come and only he could see them. Except that nearly 100 such beings came almost instantly, with Mondeth clearly sizing up the scene and calling out first. "Brigands seeking to steal or take this woman, not knowing that all in Verisa are guarded by the dead. Shall we kill them and bring them back as slaves, High Lord?" The words were dry. If you didn't know Mondeth well, the playfulness of them might well be totally missed. Certainly by those lying on the ground just at that moment. Instead of saying no, Azra looked around and then nodded. "We need the guard first. Can you signal them to come here, Lord Mondeth?" There was a slow movement of light, since that was very possible for a powerful spirit to do. After a moment, the voice, very audible to everyone there, spoke. "They come at best speed. Are we not taking them as slaves?" Again it was a jest. Again everyone else there seemed to miss that part of things other than Az. He understood the large spirit next to him. Az was angry, however, for the woman who had been harmed. "We may well. Empty their pockets. If they don't have enough to pay for this lady's healing, then we'll kill them and set them to gainful work to offset the cost of it. We might anyway if the council so rules." He sounded mean suddenly, ready to actually take lives, mainly because he knew he honestly was in the moment. He wasn't the sort to call for blood, but rape was one of the crimes that he wasn't going to allow. Not in his city. Alice looked at the other women, then moved in, checking each pocket, inside the trousers of the men, and around their necks for jewellery and talisman. They had some. Indeed, between the 5 of them, the drunk men held about what a good workman made in a year, possibly more than just that. As the dead girl looted the bodies of the still living, people that Az had no claim on at all. Yet a half-dozen strong and hard-looking men with spears and swords out padded up, followed by 5 dead men. The living ones looked around, at the lights of the spirits above them, and froze. All but one of them, who strode forward, as if 100 spirits being above them was normal. "What's going on here?" His voice was hard, and he held a long spear, glaring at everyone for a moment. Well, not Az, though it was clear the man noticed him there. Not at the spirits either. Everyone else, including the dead women. Before anyone could speak to explain, the first ghost, the spirit of the woman who had roused him, spoke. "I was working as a watcher this night, looking for attacks when I saw one forming. These men spoke openly about their plan to grab this woman, Bara, on her way to her stall in the market. I heard them speaking of it, so moved myself to the City of the Dead, and begged Lord Lon to come and rescue her. He told these others to aid as well, so we averted the worst of the crime. Bara was beaten and nearly raped, but we got here in time to stop that last part. Barely. I can confirm it was their intent here this day." The ghostly voice sounded firm and bitter at the same time. Angry. A sense of 100 regards turned on the guard then, who instead of acting fearful or as if the dead could lie to him, simply nodded. "Thank you then, Watcher. Let's bind these men and take them to the jail. Sivin, the rope." A hand was held out. One of the other men jogged over, pulling several good lengths of tan cord from under his grey shirt. The guards weren't gentle, but some moments later the 5 men were tied, both their hands and to each other, so running would be made difficult, and rather slowly they were walked away. The man in charge, if that's who had been speaking, called to them all. "We'll need you for the trial. Lord Lon, Bara from the market. The rest of you might need to come for that as well. What names do you have?" The man seemed willing to accept very little. The lady spirit cleared her throat. "I am called 10th Stave, Watcher of Verisa." The words had several of the men there nodding, One of the others, holding the ropes of the 5 men who pulled a bit, earning the closest a punch on the back, spoke up. "Watcher, Stave. Got it. We just put word in with Az if it comes up and we need you." Az spun a bit then, noticing the man for the first time. Bobby from school. They hadn't been close, but the man had never been a bully or anything either. He was a few years older and had been friendlier with Darrow. Stave made a sound then, which was pleasant enough. "That will work. Thank you, Guard Robert." No one acted as if the ghost knowing him by name was a major happening. It probably wasn't. Spirits often spent a lot of time watching and listening after all. It was for many what they did in the world. Alice called out then, "I'm Alice Fargo. This is Emily Fargo and Narlan." She waited the other woman, who didn't seem old at all, gaining attention then. There were holes in her clothing, but no blood on them. "Nalanis Sadler, also available by contacting Lord Azra here." She winked at Bobby then. "I'm dead. It's a new thing, so I don't have a place to live here in Verisa yet." People, it seemed, knew the story there, even if the description didn't fit any longer. Then the guards had literally been out all night looking for war beasts. There was a reason for that, and no one would bother hiding it. Probably not even that the witnesses had been revived and were now dead. Az yawned, the gasping having stopped, but the need for extra air not totally having vanished, it seemed. He needed to ready himself for the day. He was barefoot, in his loose tan sleeping tunic and trousers. Everyone else seemed well dressed compared to him. After a moment, Az started to feel a bit uneasy about that fact, though he ignored it. His sleeping outfit wasn't proper for the market, but no one was out for the day as of yet. Waving, he indicated Alice, who was young, but also had most of the wealth collected from the men that had been taken. "We need to see to a healer for Bara here. Also, we should set someone to watch those men, and make certain that they don't escape. That probably won't happen, but if it starts to—" He waited, not knowing how to get that going, or if it was the right thing to do at all. Mondath moved then, floating forward, still visible to all, since Azra was producing enough magical energy for all the spirits to easily be seen, heard, and even felt. Stave had certainly pressed those men back well enough at any rate. The spirit spoke rather confidently. "We need watchers back out on the streets. Track the war beast in particular, but clearly keep an eye out for things such as this as well. I'll travel with Bara of the market to ensure her safety. Az, you'll come along with us for that." It was a bit of an order, but one that he understood. Azra Lon was a good power source, if a fight on the physical plane came. "Agreed. We should let the rest of you get to your day. Alice, you were planning to—" He forgot what that was for a moment. He felt annoyed with himself for that. Then was about to simply admit that what that had been, if anything, had escaped his mind for the moment. Except that the girl nodded, seeming mildly prim suddenly. "I'm off to aid Seraph in her shop. Really, you should consider herbs for your wounds, Bara. Unless you have need for actual healing magic. That's expensive. You can keep most of what we took this way. True, the wounds won't be gone tomorrow, but—" The tiny woman laughed but nodded, darkly. "At least this will give me something to show for my troubles this day. Thank you, all of you. This was a trial, but it was nearly a much worse one. They'd been talking about busting my teeth out so I couldn't bite when they—" She tightened then and nodded hard. "So, thanks unto you, Watcher Stave. I know that you weren't sent to look out for me. I'm so glad that you bothered." The spirit, back to a more normal size now, spoke, her voice soft and smooth. "My pleasure, miss." After that, everyone started to leave, to get to their day. Alice handed the jewellery and coins over to Bara, who tucked it all away under her clothing rather efficiently. Azra walked along with the woman, Mondath floating above them, vanishing when Az realized that it was bright enough outside to not need him to glow constantly. At the same time, they had the other women with them, since apparently they were all heading to the same place, which was to the herb shop. That, naturally, wasn't open for the day as of yet. Alice knocked politely, and they were about to leave, when Seraph, seeming a bit bleary and tired, poked her head out, then growled at them. "It's barely light out, now. Bara, what happened to your face?" The tiny woman made an annoyed sound. "Taro and his group decided on a spot of rape, instead of paying a woman for her time. They grabbed me and started to work me over when these 3 ladies and a spirit came and beat them for it. Then Lord Lon came, in his own person and dozens of spirits and shades. They summoned the guard and more dead people. The horrible men surrendered instead of trying to fight their way free. She looked around then, standing outside the door of the herb shop. We robbed them, right in front of the guard. I have enough to pay for some healing, but this is mainly bruises, so Alice Fargo here suggested I get a poultice instead and save the rest for my troubles. That had been about what had happened, if in a slightly different fashion than it had seemed to him at the time. That was, he knew, simply how stories worked. Each version was a little different, depending on who was doing the telling. Seraph gasped. "You're well, however. Do you need an abortifacient?" The slightly unhinged witch seemed manic for a moment, then calmed herself, floating toward anger. Glaring down the road, as if she might just fly off to make certain some idiots didn't live to trouble the jailers for a meal later. Thankfully, Bara was able to shake her head, smiling as she did. "I don't love being struck, and I was scared in a way I've never been before, but I was rescued in time. I came to trouble you for an Astara wash and possibly a poultice to draw the wounds." Seraph rolled her eyes, her curly hair wild over her brown skin at the moment. She, like Az, was still in sleeping clothes. For her it was a light tan, very thin shift. One that, he realized, showed enough to indicate she wasn't wearing anything else underneath it. He tried not to notice that part of things. But it was difficult, to be honest. The woman was pretty, in an insane way. Bara and Alice went inside, with the girl turning to wave the rest of them away. "We'll be fine, I'll make certain of that. Go." She made shooing motions, smiling as it happened. Laughing a bit, he stepped back, clearly dismissed for the day. Meaning, still in bare feet, he was walking back to the City of the Dead some moments later, speaking softly with Naylan and Emily. Both of the women watched where they were going rather carefully. Nothing was there, of course. It just felt like anything could happen at any moment. "We need to see to some new clothing, for you and Bara, but also for the street people and Kalen. I can purchase cloth or... Really, I can give you coin for that, Emily. I think we should get new things for Bonald as well. At least a new outfit. I was going to see if he wants to change his form a bit. That... I hadn't thought about it before last night, truly. Returning the look of life, but nothing past that, and no one has ever asked that of me. We can go to his shop after we break fast. Then I need to cover reading with Conrad and Sissy. You can both read and write." Emily nodded, if slowly, and Naylan shook her head. The elder woman winked at him. "I never needed to learn that kind of thing. Can I even do that now? I'm dead, so learning new things could be too difficult." That was a real enough point, for most of the people working with the dead and their subjects. Rotting corpses didn't learn new things. Not easily. As long as she didn't want to have children, Naylan was essentially alive, however. It was due to how proficient he was as a Lon. "You can learn new things, possibly more easily now. Certainly as easily as you would have as a child. Sit in with the rest of us, if you will, on learning that. You can help with clothing for the others when we're done for the day. If you don't have other plans, that is." He doubted she did, but asking was important. Truly, he probably shouldn't have mentioned it at all, and simply let her decide what her plans were going to be for the day. The woman smiled at him, which was sweet-looking and attractively done. "I can do that. I should check in with the troop if they haven't left Verisa yet. I can't travel with them, but this new face and body will help assure them that I'm doing well enough. I mean, clearly you intend to either use me as your new body slave or sell me on the streets, but I can do that without it harming my soul. A traveling player takes coins where they can, and it came up in my life before." Emily nodded, as if that were the simplest idea. That the attractive woman, and possibly herself, would be set to collecting coins by having relations with men. He was about to deny that, when Naylan chuckled. "Instead, we get clothing for those of the streets and taught to read and write. That doesn't hardly sound correct for an evil Lon, does it?" Emily nodded. "I agree. Then I truly never have heard anyone suggesting that Azra Lon was anything other than moral and upright. Even with the dead. People would try to start rumors occasionally, only to have anyone hearing them scold them into silence with the truth. That we have a proper Lord of the Dead here in Verisa." Naylan nodded, then grinned. "Still, we need to do something. Clothing works if we can set that up and have the skills. I have some from doing costumes and such things over the years. I can sew and arrange fashions. You can as well, Emily." The woman, who was decently pretty, if paling beside Naylan now, nodded. I was trained to it. I had to take other work eventually. I don't have my own shop. How do we pay for that? We could work from the City of the Dead. That was a plan, but Az knew that one wouldn't work. Not if they wanted to have customers come to them. It was strange, but people who knew they were dead would happily enough shop at their store. But they weren't going to travel to the scary City of the Dead to get that done, even if the rates were better than in the city's main section. We can rent a spot for that. Find a good location and let me know what you'll need for it. I can give you both some coin for it. It's a business, and as long as you make the coin back and break even, that's enough, really. That was the truth. He was wealthy enough, but it occurred to him that he kind of needed to at least make the funds back, if he was going to be aiding a lot of people, like he was suddenly doing. That might not last forever, but there was no reason not to do a bit more than he had in the past. Emily smiled at him, and then strangely moved in and held him with one arm as they walked. We'll do a good job of it, I swear to you. I even have an idea about where we can put it. Down by Centre Street near the wine district. Kaelin is a dyer, you say? He hadn't exactly, but it had come up the day before, so he nodded. That's right, she needs some new clothing as well. Really, I need to go and visit some people. Also, I need to find whoever did that killing. We do, I mean. I'm not normally this busy. Maybe we should get Conrad into school. I was thinking he could learn to read and write since I know how. No, I'll make the time. This is an adjustment, but only that. I have all day. I'm just trying to place it all into the morning. Right now I need to go and clean up and get into some robes, before someone official sees me and fines me for breaking the charter. He was still annoyed by that, but didn't mention it. The ladies walked with him back to the City of the Dead, then moved back into the city to see to getting things ready. They didn't have any coin with them, but he understood the basic idea. They'd set things up, then ask him for it all at once. It was more efficient that way. It took a while and some glowing, but he was washed up rather well, doing that inside the tomb in the one room with a wash basin that wasn't the kitchen, and found Sissy standing there behind him, as he struggled, slightly damp still, into his green robe. That was the darker one, not the nice one made of shiny cloth. He jumped on seeing the living woman, who had been staring at his naked form a bit too closely, he thought. The door to the room had been opened, he noticed. Rather than growl at her, he smiled and gave a nod. There's still clean water and soap. Oh, you need to get with Emily and Naylan. They're opening a clothing shop and doing sewing in the city. You need new things. Conrad does as well for his message business. New shoes, too. We'll eat and then go over how to read and write. That's well with you? She might not want to bother, of course. The woman shrugged, brushed at her short, ill-cut, light hair and looked away, then back at him, pantomiming holding a book in front of herself, eyes scanning the page that wasn't there. You can already read and write? That was a bit surprising, being that she'd been on the street. She nodded and smiled a little bit, as if she understood how that had to seem. Instead of acting shocked, Az smiled and gave a wink. In that case, here, come with me, before you wash up. Get Conrad to do that as well. This way, though. He led the girl to a room that held his writing desk, materials for that including paper and ink, as well as vellum, though he used that sparingly. Along the walls, which was his point, were hundreds of books. He glowed in a lovely golden colour and waved a bit. You'll need a lamp. You can read any of them, though some are in High Lon, which is essentially the secret code language of the Necromancers. I can teach you if you want to learn that. It won't give you magic or anything, but not all of the texts are in that. Some are even stories and entertainments. He didn't know how well the woman read, but she moved to one of the books, looked at it and put it back. It was in High Lon. Then she moved, intuiting where the other types of books were, and opened one, nodding, pointing at the words. Then, moving to the desk, she waved a finger in the air and took a piece of paper, looking at him, waiting for him to stop her, perhaps, since it was kind of expensive. Then she took a metal-nibbed pen and some ink and wrote, in a rather fine hand, blowing on the lines when she was finished, nearly a quarter of a mark later. Az had simply stood there, not reading, in case it wasn't meant for his eyes. It was passed to him, however, the woman smiling. He read it off out loud, since Conrad had come to the door. My name is Marissa Tallish, of the city of Tonna to the west. I was cursed when I was 17 and dumped here away from my home. That curse stole my voice, to prevent me from speaking about the death of my uncle, who was murdered by the city officials there. Then I was placed here, left on the streets. I can't go back. They'll kill me if I do. Call me Mara. Sissy is fine as well for Conrad, since he's like my brother now. Azra nodded. Ah, a curse. We need to find out what kind and have that broken. Conrad, you and Naylan are learning to read then. You need to get with Emily and Naylan as well, since they're doing up your new clothing. Now, Talish. That's one of the magical families. It was, but embarrassingly, he didn't know what their magic was specifically. Holding a finger up, Mara sat back down and took the paper back, writing again very well, in fact. Some moments later, she blew on the paper and then handed it over again. The black ink clearly not totally dry yet. Az read it out. Sound magic. The ability to make music, throw the voice on the wind and so forth. When they locked my magic. It ended there. Az got it. Oh, I see. They locked your magic away, but that was tied to your voice in some way. Can you clap your hands? That probably sounded insane, and it was clear that Conrad thought so, making a face at him, but the blonde woman simply did it, which didn't make any sound at all. He bobbed a little, thinking, then put out his own hand for her to slap. She understood and did it after a moment, even if it meant touching him. Again, there was no sound. He nodded. I think I see. You still have your power. So something like a witch touched you, or something similar to that, and convinced your mind to silence yourself? He was pointed at playfully, but with a light coming into Mara's eyes that hadn't been there before. Conrad grunted. I didn't know you was magic. That... The child seemed ready to make a big problem out of a small one. Rather than let that happen, Az nodded. It's not an issue, Conrad. I have magic too. Her power isn't even scary. We need to get that curse broken then, if we can. There have to be some books about that kind of thing in here. I know there are since I've read them. Let me see. He pulled a few leather-bound copies of different works, placing them on the table, then grinned. After all, he had things to do rather than stand around glowing. We need to get some lamp oil in. I have lamps and fire starters, but... Well, there might be some old oil that still works. Feel free to look around for that. Right now, I need to go and find some killers. It's not really my place, but I hate to leave things like that, if I can do anything about it. We should eat first. I'll set some food out while you two wash up. He didn't mean they had to do it together or anything, which was good, since Conrad was scrubbed up first, then tossed out of the wash area by Mara, who came out half Candlemark later. Looking better than she had. Clean, but with her hair combed and put back, tied with a bit of string that had been found. It was just twine, but was tied delicately and with precision. The clothing was the same as before, since they really needed some new things for many of the new people. After they ate, he quickly wrote out and went over the letters and their sounds with Conrad, who was eager enough to learn, if not special in the doing of it. Then he didn't have to be. Simply being willing and able was enough for most people that way. After that, feeling a bit pressed, Azra Lon walked out of his home, past the edge of the City of the Dead, and then realized he didn't have even a single clue as to how to find a killer. It was a war beast, at least possibly, and if not one of those, then something very similar. That was, no doubt, the real place to start. After all, he could see them, even if they stayed human. So where to start? How about with that girl who set things up for Alice to meet her brother in an alleyway? After all, that was probably the best place to begin. At the beginning of the tale as he knew it. Chapter 10. Azra considered the outside of the medium-sized city house he was standing in front of some hours later. It had taken time to find the right place and careful instructions given by Alice. The place wasn't a palace, being a combination of bright green paint, flaking in places along the edges, and tan brick and stonework. That was haphazardly done, instead of being highly uniform. Oddly, it was the type of place that a bit of love and effort could have turned into a wonder. That simply hadn't been given, it seemed. It had 3 stories, however, and stood alone in an area where that indicated a certain amount of wealth. The close living arrangements were larger, often being up to 7 or 8 stories tall, with most of the buildings being so old that no one would be able to recall any real work being done on them. Even things like painting were from times long past, in the district he'd walked through to get there. People had and were still staring at him. He was used to that and held to his habit of waving back when the sign of the evil eye was used against him, smiling and even saying good day, and giving well wishes to the hostility that was being applied. A much greater amount of people seeing him fled, however, than he was used to seeing in the market near the City of the Dead. A good half-dozen people were looking at his back as he stood in front of the ill-painted red door. That was unusual, and while not well done, the wooden piece had paint on it that was freshly applied. No more than a year or two before. He could see that there were lines in the paint, drips certainly that had dried in place, but also areas that showed the new paint was covering something older. Knocking, he readied to call out, or even go away. If the rest of the neighbours there were watching him as closely as it seemed, Az had to figure that fear might keep the door shut. It could also be a dead end, he knew. It was, he supposed, the first place that the real investigators had gone, the day before. Willa Sten had been set to meet with Alice, after all. He should have seen to that first thing himself. After a full minute, the door almost begrudgingly moved. At first it pulled open only a few inches. A single brown eye and bit of tan face showed. He tried to seem cheery, and not like he was there to be a problem. Azra had no clue what anyone would think on seeing him, outside of a death having recently happened. It had rarely come up in his life that he'd randomly gone visiting after all. The few times that he'd done such things had literally been about him knocking on the wrong door, the bereaved family living elsewhere. After a moment, seeing him there in his green robes with gold trim, the plain ones he didn't wear for work, the woman inside opened the door. She didn't look old, but was decently attractive in a normal way. Her straight black hair was tied back with a ribbon, and her skin was a deep tan colour, showing that she lived outdoors as often as not at the very least. Her voice was tentative as she pulled the red door open enough for him to see other things about her. That she was, it seemed, about 3 or 4 years younger than he was, a head shorter, and wearing clean but plain clothing that showed she was either working or that she didn't enjoy bright colours as a rule. Also, inside of her, in a deep and translucent red, slavering and pressing at the edges of her very being, was a war beast. "Hello." She seemed the type to not be shy normally, but was shocked to see him standing there for some reason. He smiled, faking a positive response. As far as he knew, no one named Sten had been on the register the city had given him the day before. "Well met. I'm Azra Lon." He nearly froze, since it was most probable that the woman in front of him, sister of the girl who had gotten Alice to go into a dark alley a few nights before, was the killer. At the very least, there might be some relation to what had happened. Also, if that beast came out, he, unlike those he was bringing back to life, wouldn't be able to defeat it in combat. Truly, the events of that morning made him keenly aware that even running away from such a creature might well not work for him. Not for long, at any measure. So he lied. "I noticed you on the street some time back, and this is strange of me, but it's hard to meet new people. I hope that won't be taken amiss. I should probably go. Forgive me. My strange looks, well, you understand, seeing them." He waved at his face, calling attention to his red left eye, though many felt the sky blue of the right one and his very pale skin like chalk were the real issues. He was sized up suddenly, and instead of frowning or seeming scared, the girl paused for a moment, then nodded. "Well, that's different. We should meet to talk about what we might have in common, if you made all that effort to meet me." A bold move, simply coming to the door like this, but... "Yes, I have some work to do now, but we could meet in 4 hours at the station cafe. They have private rooms we can use for that, if that isn't..." She seemed to be blushing. Strangely, the beast inside of her calmed greatly at the idea. He smiled hugely then. "Wonderful. In 4 hours. Now I need to find where that place is, but..." Those words had instructions being given, which would take him to the far wall of the city, where the caravans and strangers came in most of the time. He tried to seem as if he were seeking a date for real, until the door closed and he turned away. Even then he kept a smile on his face, knowing that he was being watched. Listened to as well. Only when he paid attention to the world around himself, there were a few smiles. Clearly people had heard that he, the mighty lord of the dead of their city of Fair Verisa, was seeking a wife. That, it appeared, was if not amusing to them, then seemed normal and explained why he was there, allowing them to be at their ease. Walking away, he tried to pretend that he was truly going on a date that day. That lasted until he was out of the Low District. Then he thought about what he was going to need that day in order to survive. The first, of course, was information. Then he was going to need to bring in some of his friends in case he was attacked later. Complex plans and ideas spun through his head until he ended up at the door of Saraf's herb shop. That was in light green and tan and also stood alone, a sign of wealth after a fashion, as he'd been considering earlier. It too needed new paint to be applied. A lot of places in Verisa did. He was thinking about that when he moved inside, noticing that there was a dead person moving around the inside of the place. That was Alice, and she was doing some work, quickly and with decent efficiency. There was a man standing at the front counter, being aided by Saraf herself. The pretty witch seemed calm at the moment and competent, her voice reasonably well assured even. Take 1 small scoop of this powder in hot water, and let that cool until you can drink it easily. No need to rush that part. Sipping is fine. Do this twice a day until... She looked past that man at Azra and winked. Until that condition clears up. You'll need more of this in about a week. I'll see you then, if not sooner, Master George. The man, older and lined of face, his tan skin weathered and hard under his full head of thick grey and white hair, nodded. Then he jumped when he turned. Gah! Az moved back a step, since he hadn't been expecting to be yelled at. He smiled, though. After all, he wasn't there to scare the poor man. The fellow went still, then slowly started to nod. Sorry there, Lord of the Dead, He nodded, since expecting the man to explain that he hadn't expected to see a deathly pale man behind him that day, was asking for him to make a mistake and be rude about it. Well met. Lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Alice, who was working a broom with good vigour, called across the small room. Mistress Wingard was in earlier, the weather witch of this section. She says that we're to have 3 days of rain, fairly heavy, starting in 2 days. We could use it. The water cisterns need to be refilled. That kind of rain is rare in the summer like this, even the early part. He nodded, since it was actually good to hear. He hadn't been worried about that for himself, but he wasn't a farmer or person who made his living on the water of the nearby river. Lovely. Good to know ahead of time as well. I need to make some preparations for that. Not many, since he didn't have windows on his home, but there were places in the catacombs that needed to be watched, in case of flooding, mainly just so he could know not to go there if it came up at all. It normally didn't. The other man, Master George, gave him a nod, indicating that the words seemed normal, not anything else at a guess. I need to see to a few things as well down at the mill. It was good to see you, Lord Lon. The poor man nearly froze, then rallied a bit. We should meet to talk sometime. Get an ale with the boys. Az nearly froze again, but managed a smile and a nod, which was only a tiny bit stiff. He hoped. That sounds wonderful. If you need me for that or anything else, get with Messenger Conrad. He can run things to me in the City of the Dead. Truly, any of the messengers could do that, but Conrad actually will. He grinned about that fact, as if it were cute that people so feared the remains of the dead like they did. The man laughed a bit, seeming only a little uneasy himself. I'll do that. Conrad the street child. He shrugged then. He lives with me now, along with his sister Mara. I'm teaching him to read and write, so he isn't a street child now. The man blinked, then nodded. You're to marry his sister? That was a leap, one that probably meant the man had noticed Mara at some point, and wasn't thinking that Conrad's sister was a small child herself. Sarah frowned. He better not be thinking of that. We're supposed to be getting married. We haven't set a date, but I have 3 underwives lined up. Though this Mara might be fine for that. I want to interview her before you add her to the list, Daisy. The scary thing was that she sounded very certain and almost sane about the idea. Worse, Master George simply laughed gently. Ah, congratulations. That's a good pairing. I'm invited to the wedding, of course. The man said it as if that wasn't truly expected at all. Saraf nodded, however. Of course you are. You and your whole family are expected. Really, we'll have to have a very large wedding. Ember Turner is one of the other wives, after all. And Azra is a lord of the city. That got a serious nod from the man, who ducked his head. Indeed. Well, I need to go and tell the local gossips about this. Never mind me. Fair day. Azra nodded in return. Fair day, Master George. When the man left, the small bell on the door chiming gently as he did, Az turned to Saraf and spoke loud enough for Alice to hear. I went to the home of Willa Sten earlier and was welcomed by a different girl. I think she was different. Straight dark hair, about 17 years old, pretty enough. Alice sighed. Nora Sten, Willa's older sister. 19, though. She's nice. She has a bit of a poor reputation. Lying with men and all that without being married or even dating them first. Her father isn't a good man. Not Headman Fawn, Willa's mother's husband, Tom Sten. He sort of runs the Low District. She gave him a knowing look, as if he, the Lord of the Dead, would be up on such things. He wasn't, but nodded anyway. I have a meeting with her tonight at the station cafe. Now her mentioning that they have private rooms we could use makes more sense. I told her that I'd noticed her on the street a while back and knocked on her door because of that. Sarah frowned again, then looked at Alice. She's prettier than I am? I need to know if I should be angry or not about him making a date like that. Azra smiled at the words and shook his head. Alice let her head move side to side. She spoke first. Not really. In truth, you two could be sisters, or say that and be believed at any rate. It's a bit quick to just walk up and ask for a woman to come out like that, but she's one that it could work with. Az had to agree there. In fact, it had. Now that part made sense. Well, I noticed that she has a war beast inside of her when she opened the door and realized that if it came out and attacked me, I could do little to nothing at the time. So I lied and made up a story. One that lets me meet her again, when I'm better prepared. Saraf went still and then gasped, jerked, went wide-eyed and left her mouth hanging open for a moment. The older sister of the girl that Alice was set to meet is a war beast. You're certain of that? He nodded. Once he'd seen a few of them, it had made that kind of thing fairly easy to notice. Yes. I mean, it could be something that is just incredibly similar to that, but it probably isn't. She has a great beast inside of her. Alice dropped the broom, stiffening suddenly. Nora killed me. I need to go and see her. Azra spoke gently. No, not yet. We don't know that she did it, or if she did, why. I know that revenge is warranted here, but take time to make certain it's the right thing to do first. It wasn't given as an order. It was simply taken as one by the young, very dead, cute girl. She closed her eyes and then nodded slowly. I'll keep that in mind. A second wrong won't fix the first. What are we going to do then? He didn't truly know, but Saraf gave a firm nod a moment later. We'll take in magical aid. Several of your minions can be standing by to help you, and I'll do the same. In fact, I'll go with you. He blinked. That will make for an odd date, don't you imagine? Saraf nodded, then grinned. You know, I can bring in Ember as well, and we can ambush the girl with the idea of marrying in with us. If she's the type who's been often used, as her reputation says, then she can't afford to be too picky. Plus, you're Lord Lon, not some ordinary man off the street. You have assured wealth in good times and bad and are part of the city itself. That will work. Let me send a message to Ember for this. When are you meeting this Sten woman? That was supposed to take place in about 3 hours, which meant that Saraf sent Alice to run the first message for her, since apprentices did that sort of work, and sent Az away to clean up and ready for the date, which, he supposed, meant washing again and making certain his hair looked right. He was already in a fine enough robe to seem a bit pretentious. It was, he reflected, probably half of why his lie had worked earlier. He might look odd, but he was clearly in fine enough clothing to be out courting that day. Wearing a new robe, say his purple and black one, could work, he supposed. It wasn't shiny or anything. The one with the green cape was, for the day, clearly too much. It would make him seem vain, which wasn't the truth at all. Hardly at all. He thought about that idea for a moment, while walking back home, considering that factor. He wasn't strictly trying to make himself seem lovely or handsome, but the truth was, he could have worn the traditional death shroud but didn't, because he wanted everyone to think of him as being something slightly nicer than that implied. Not the scary man from the City of the Dead, but rather just himself. Azra Lon, a man that they might say good day to in the street without feeling afraid. Still, when he went to ready himself for the day, he noticed that Conrad and Mara were gone. Out, probably. They still had a bit of food left, but he got out some coin and wrote a note for Mara and Conrad, leaving the paper on the front step to the tomb so they could purchase something finer if they wished. They could buy white bread and might enjoy some meat, for instance. That settled, changed into the less nice purple and black robes, not the fancy ones. He waited, feeling a bit surprised when several men walked into the City of the Dead, and after a bit of wandering around, headed in his direction. They had visitors on occasion, people coming to leave a tribute on the resting spot of a loved one who had passed. That didn't seem to be the case of the moment, however. The men, and there were 4 of them, were in dark orange robes, marking them as strange but not fearsome. One had a long stick, a staff, but he was an elder, not a warrior to make such a thing seem menacing. The only real issue was that for the life of him, Az couldn't place which god demanded his priests wear orange like that. So he stood up, in case a fight was about to take place, wondering what he was supposed to do if that took place. He was surrounded by the dead, but they were by and large bound. It occurred to him that calling on spirits could work, possibly, as long as he could power such beings into greater action, and they decided to give him aid. Hopefully that wasn't going to be needed. The men held their hands in front of them, one over the back of the other, each man choosing the left over the right, standing straight while they did it. Az nodded back, not having a special move to use for such things. For a moment he nearly considered throwing off the sign of the evil eye, as if that were his special signal, then didn't, since it could be taken the wrong way. Still he smiled, meaning it, the thought he'd had being funny as it was. Gentles, well met. May I be of aid to you this day? The older man closed his eyes but nodded. I bring sad news, Lord of the Dead. High Priest of Zona, Devzon, has passed while in the middle of a summoning ceremony. We must lay him to rest, and since he was open, using magic, we need to seal his form. We are not a poor order, though Devzon had little on him at the time of his death. Would your services be allowed, given that? In the morning tomorrow at our great temple, near the river gate. The old man waited, as if he was in the habit of refusing to aid the dead, especially a man who had been summoning something while passing. He was likely lying there at that very moment, allowing things into the world from another plane. Do I need to attend to this now? He had something to do, but for a moment wondered which was more important, stopping a killer or preventing the havoc that 100 killing beings might bring to the world. The elder priest shook his head. There is no real hurry. The summoning room was well sealed and protected, as always, in case something went wrong. Even for an aged and well-trained priest, that can happen, so precautions are made. This hasn't taken place so dramatically in my time at the temple, however. The morning will be fine. The man didn't seem nearly as certain of that as he wanted to be. The other, younger-seeming men, all dark-skinned and thin, though with their heads shaved bald, looked at the elder there as if he might be making a mistake, leaving Azra torn as to his duty. He nodded, however. I'll be there at just past first light if possible. If not, I'll send a message, but that shouldn't take place. I'd go now, but I have a meeting in an hour if this isn't dire. He felt uneasy, but had to hope that the older man, who hadn't given him a name at all, was correct. I don't have any names here. That might have been on purpose, if they had vows that way. Devzon had a name, though, at least now that he was dead. The elder nodded. Dev Laris. This is Dev Opal, Dev Narin, and Dev Green. The men all looked the same, so he nodded. So, if I need one of you, I run in yelling Dev at the top of my lungs? That sounded rude, but the 4 men each smiled, gently, which made sense if their friend or brother had suddenly died. Dev Green gave a nod. That's the way of it, even for us, as often as not. Thank you, Lord of the Dead. We will stand ready at first light after early devotions. That's the normal time for such a ceremony. Nodding, Az bowed a bit, the men turning to leave, moving away at a sedate pace. Azra focused on them until they left, then realized he had a meeting across the entire city, so needed to take himself off directly. Truly, he needed to do that with a decent amount of urgency to his steps if he didn't wish to be late. That turned out to be a good plan, since he had to stop several times to greet people, which was nice to see happening, but did work to slow him down. One of those people was new to him, being a young man who hailed him as he walked into the far end of the city. Lord Lon. The man, well-dressed, young and dark of both hair and eye, waved. My sister Nora mentioned that you came to our home earlier. I'm Boris Sten. The boy bowed a bit awkwardly. He was truly very nice-looking, fit, and while youthful he had a good jawline and clear skin. Azra could see Alice thinking that he liked her was a good thing. Also, as with Nora, he had a war beast inside of him. It was calm, however, looking around enough that his face showed outside of the body, but it wasn't angry or nervous seeming at all at the moment. He also smelled very strongly of valerian and passion flower. After a pause, he nodded. This was a complication, and he was also standing there without a guard at all. He hadn't even asked for any of his friends to meet with him, as had been suggested. It had totally slipped his mind. Smiling, he held to the lie. Indeed, I'm on my way to meet with her now. Sarah Flowich decided that she and I, Sarah and myself, are to marry. She wishes to have several underwives. And when I mentioned having a meeting with Nora this night, she decided that means an interview for such a position is needed. We're all to meet at the station cafe. Is Nora still attending? The boy grinned, looked at the Lord of the Dead and then shrugged. She is. I think she expected something different than that. Still, you have my vote. We've been struggling to find someone for her to marry. She has a bit of a reputation, not one totally earned. Still, I hope that won't dissuade you and your betrothed. Nora is a good woman, one of the best. Boris seemed to mean it, so Az nodded at the words. I will recommend her based on that then. Now I need to go, or she'll leave thinking I didn't plan to attend. The boy slapped him on the arm, smiling. Don't let that happen. Not because of me, at least. Nice meeting you, Lord Lon. Best of luck. He seemed to mean it. Also like he was rather kind and gentle, personable. Not like he could change into a war beast and slaughter people at will. Not the sort to have killed a relative and eaten of their flesh. Then Nora hadn't truly seemed that way either. They were both too young to have served in the last battles of the city, even if they'd been forced to kill and eat to make them into killer beasts. Acting as if he couldn't see that kind of energy in a person, Azra walked away, hurrying his steps to prevent being late. The station cafe was a popular destination, thankfully, even if he hadn't been there before himself. There were signs with pointers in red paint, directly on the walls of the area, telling him where it was. Several other locations as well, including the Dock Road and the Street of Inns. That one was marked in orange, getting him to recall the issue with the priests of Zona. Setting that aside, he looked around the bright day, not seeing anyone he knew out front. Then he went inside, to see if he was the first one there or not. The place might be popular, but while large, it was only about a third filled at the moment. There were tables, made of dark wood, polished brightly and matching chairs, with a long bar directly in front of the door, where he found 3 women sitting, speaking fairly merrily. Sarah spun in place and waved to him, a tendril of silver touching his mind. He thought at her, since she had things she needed to learn of suddenly. The brother is also a war beast. I met him on the street. He seems kind and gentle. He smelled strongly of valerian and passion flower, enough to be noticeable on him. Her face fell, but only for a moment. Then she called out, Azy, Ember and I were just berating poor Nora about being a wife with us. I think she's interested. We ordered a private dining space, but we're waiting for you, so you wouldn't have to stand around for half a candle mark, waiting for the staff here to notice you. He forced a grin then. That's good. I'd probably drive half their customers away if I did that. It's the robes, I think. I look a bit too official most of the time. He smoothed the purple and black robes as Nora smiled at him. She'd dressed up a bit for him, which was a good sign. Her bodice was pressing her breasts upward attractively, the tops of them showing. The other ladies were in fine enough clothing, but Ember at least was well covered. In bright red, however, and a lot of lace. They looked to belong together, he decided, as to being in a group that night. With a wave, Nora commanded one of the workers there to come over, and without much being said at all, they were led to a room, down a narrow hallway lined with pale wood. It was a fine enough look. Special, since harvested wood had to be imported from some way off, in the City of Verisa. The room they were taken to had a table inside, and exactly 4 chairs. Sarah spoke to the worker, a woman who held a ledger of some sort and a writing wax. We'll each have bread and the vegetable curry. She glanced at Ember, then Nora. Az doesn't eat meat. We probably shouldn't either when around him. Ember wrinkled her long and high nose a bit. That would be rude, I suppose. He was willing to leave it at that, but Sarah rolled her eyes. Or you understand the meat can come back to life, in your middle. His magic is very powerful in certain ways. So he doesn't eat meat, and we probably want to avoid doing that at the same table with him. She smiled then, as they sat and the server left the space, closing the door. Nora nodded, going slightly wide-eyed. That's an amazing ability. What else can you do if that's not rude of me to ask? He shrugged, since that wasn't rude at all. Not hidden either, for all very few people understood it. I can bind people's bodies, so they can't be possessed or come back to life. I can bring people back from the dead and control their flesh and actions while they are under my influence. I can see and talk to ghosts and spirits, and even if I've never done it, I could wear the skin of a person and take their power as my own. Their minds as well. It's a bad idea in general, so I don't do that one. People who do it go mad. He waved a bit then. Oh, I can also see magical energy, various powers and all that. Anything magic, really. The girl, who was prettier while wearing makeup, winced then. Including war beasts? Az nodded, smiling again and shifting a bit in the chair. It was sturdy and nice enough, with fine carvings on the back. Oh yes, I can see those types of magics rather clearly. It's something to talk about before we go into how the marriage will work, I think. He smiled, hoping it was sweet, instead of asking for a war beast to eat his face. Interestingly, Saraf simply nodded at the idea, instead of seeming upset at all. Chapter 11. Nora Sten sat at the nice table, a bead of sweat appearing on her forehead as Az watched. She was silent, but the beast inside of her kept trying to run. As in, the translucent red creature of magic pulled at the physical form, pulling the girl out of her seat slightly. Even as the real body, the main one, stuck in place. Her breath came fast as she began to tremble, ever so slightly. They all watched her, closely. Saraf was holding a tendril of silver against the head of the girl, clearly reading her mind. Ember was covered by a nimbus of red energy herself, of a different hue, the one that reminded Azra of flame. The energy from that was, he thought, subtly raising the temperature of the room they were in. That was already warm enough for Az's liking. His home might have been a stone tomb, but it was very regular in temperature. When it was hot out, his place was pleasant. When it was freezing, his home was mildly chilly. Generally just enough for him to have to put on his heavier robe. Verisa wasn't a cold place in particular. A few weeks a year snow might fall, of course. They had a lot of rain in the winter months, so drainage had to be done well. But temperature was only an issue in the heart of summer, at least for him. Ember looked hard, having worked out that Nora was a war beast, it seemed. The witch in their midst simply watched, however, not taking action first thing. After a moment, Saraf nodded slowly. You aren't the killer. It was a statement and spoken calmly, as if she didn't expect violence to take place. Ember looked at her, seeming wide-eyed. Az simply nodded in response to the words. It made sense, after all. Probably due to him not understanding the whole situation. But when he thought about it for a moment, he realized that he knew a lot more than he'd been imagining. Your father presses all of you to become war beasts. Again, the woman, Nora Sten, froze in place. After a moment, she nodded. Her face seemed angry, but she looked down at the table. All of us. His gang as well, not just his children or mother. It gives us some powers that most don't talk about. We don't go around wearing another skin all the time, of course. That would be too obvious. We're all stronger and faster for it. Harder to kill, even without changing. He made me kill my older half-brother when I turned 14. That part is... She shook her head then, going silent, seeming afraid. Saraf nodded after a moment or two. I see, I think. He has your mother get with child from other men, and those are the sacrifices. No, it's... Let me... He does that, but you're the child of another man, so that the others who die are at a remove, having another mother. Unknown, except that it's part of the plan, like with Willa Sten and her half-sister Alice Fargo. Nora tightened. Exactly that. Being war beasts means that Father's gang in the Low District is able to defeat the others without much trouble. If you refuse his demands, he just kills you. I lost a sister, Morgan, to that. So when my time came, I just did what I was told. Willa. There was a tight headshake then. She's actually a good girl. I don't know which of us did it, but I understand what happened. Whoever it was killed those women so that she wouldn't be cursed like we are. Azra thought for a few seconds and took a deep, almost shuddering breath. Only that isn't true. They killed Alice to stop Willa, perhaps. The other two were merely witnesses, murdered for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't... He shook his head. We can't let people go if they kill like that. I understand the reasoning to protect Willa, but it was difficult. Also, he realized not his part in things, so he sighed, noticing that a tendril of silver was reaching from Saraf to each of them sitting there. A thing he also understood. After all, he was, if with some misery, basically condemning someone that Nora knew, even if that wasn't his point in the matter. After a moment, he nodded. Well, on the good side, we probably don't have a mad killer on our hands who will keep doing it, unless we're wrong as to the reasoning, at least. Ember Turner stared at him for a moment, seeming annoyed, then rather slowly began to nod. That's likely the truth. If this was meant to protect the one girl, then that part is over. Until she's forced to go after someone else, that is. Her father sounds like a monster. How do we stop him? She looked away, thinking something that was beyond what Azra understood, or so it seemed. Nora swallowed and closed her eyes. I think we're safe there for a while. Headman Fawn has a lot of children, but Willa just isn't that important. She won't make a good soldier. I don't either. It's why he... She tightened, biting the air subtly, making the muscles at the side of her face work, bunching hard. Why I've been put to having relations with so many people. Not he didn't make me a whore. His plan is for me to have children, like Mother. So I'm supposed to go with any man who will have me for their use, get with child, and then the baby will, when they get old enough, be forced to kill a relative. The father if no one else is available. That all made sense in a cruel and nearly insane fashion. After a while he smiled gently. That apparently looked off. Each of the others shrank back, as if he planned something dark and cold. Azra wasn't thinking of that at all. Simply about what to actually do. Well, it isn't our place to handle such things. We need to tell Fawn about it, since he and his own family might be at risk. Willa is his child, after all. My area of power is with the dead. This is of the living. He took a slow breath through his nose. At least until Alice, Emily and Nayland find out. They might have a different thought on the matter. The dead often do with their killers. That was simply the truth. In the main, they had to do what he told them, which was going to include not going for the person who had murdered them. Unlike with most orders, he'd have to watch them on that score, however. It was the one area where their instincts would truly challenge his ability to control them. That could happen, at least. It never had with any of those he'd brought back, and it was possible that it couldn't at all, his level of ability being great enough. Alice had seemed ready to hunt Nora down earlier on simply hearing that she was a war beast, however. He wasn't certain, but whoever had murdered her and her mother would probably be dying, if they were ever found out by the dead ladies. Saraf, having been monitoring his thoughts, gave a slow blink, like a cat might. So we need to report this, after the meal. I haven't eaten much today. This will be dangerous for you and your people, Nora Sten. Can you get the innocent to a safe haven while this, whatever is decided, takes place? There was a sour and slightly upset expression on the woman's face at the words. No. If we do anything, Father will know about it. He's already worked up since Willa isn't a war beast. He's not a good person, but he isn't a fool either. He knows that one of us, his own people, stopped her the other day. Then he sent her out alone to do it, to kill little Alice. That was a mistake. Azra snorted, not knowing at all what the girl was trying to do, other than, he guessed, protect someone else. Probably the killer. That doesn't seem right. You'd always send someone else along. Boris, in this case. Alice was going to see about meeting up with him after all, so that one makes some sense. He was musing, not insisting it was the boy who did it, even if it almost certainly was. That was plain to see. Then, thinking a thing was true and proving it were two different matters, Nora ducked her head and looked angry, this time at Az. Ember's power began to flare as Saraf held her right hand up, toward her thin friend. No, Nora, what do you know that way? Shrugging, the woman with the rather raging war beast inside of her sighed. I don't know. No one will tell me. I didn't ask, but Father didn't beat Boris either. That, Boris, the beast inside of him, It isn't like the rest of us. He's powerful when he changes. It might be that father simply doesn't want to risk a fight that way. I could ask Boris, but if it was him, then... Well, we're the family. We control women in the Low District. Certain goods and trades pay us to protect them from theft or attack. We don't go around killing people, not even the guilty most of the time. People are beaten occasionally, but that's all. Verisa is a good place, even for people like us. That was a bit confused, at least to Azra's ears, but after a moment he steepled his hands in front of his face, elbows on the table. The first two fingers were tapped together. Everyone watched him as if he were the one who knew what to do. Again, not our issue. We should simply pass this information on and try to keep anyone innocent out of things. Starting a war is probably a poor idea after all. Innocent people would be hurt if that happened. Certainly he could bring some people back, but there was going to be an upper limit to how many he could revive at one time that way. So if people died, they were most certainly going to simply be dead, unless they were enslaved to him. The serving woman came back, with a large basket of fresh bread, the good white kind, as well as rather full, large bowls of vegetable stew. On the side was an array of baked vegetables and cheeses. The woman seemed almost scared when he looked at that. "Forgive me. I didn't know if cheese counted as meat." Smiling, he looked up and over at her. "That should be fine, actually. It comes from an animal, but isn't meat or alive in the same way that flesh is. More to the point, the part of milk that was alive that way was consumed alive by everyone anyway. Cheese had a lot less of that. It wouldn't bother him to eat at all, which meant that he could have it at home too, now that the idea had come up. The serving lady, who was older than the women with him, but not elderly at all, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. He didn't let himself tense at the movement. Since it was, he had to think, how people were treated by those who didn't fear them. He paid, giving some extra, since Saraf reached out and placed that thought in his mind subtly, so that it would seem he was generous instead of simply practical. Then they ate, the food being good compared to what he normally had. Tasty and well prepared as well as softer. The flavour of the white bread was less sour too. They spoke over the food, but it was about strange things. Ones that, he had to figure, were a trick to throw off listeners. Oddly, Ember started it off. "We should hold the ceremony just before harvest season. I'd have it done this week, but my father just died a few days ago." "Oh." She looked at Az, lighting up. "We found the secret vault that father used in the house. That's yours, of course, having been kept by the dead. We wouldn't have known it was there without your aid. That will be delivered to you soon. It's enough that we'll need to be careful doing that." She seemed to think that was simply normal. Technically it was, of course. The wealth the dead had on them was his, at least. Normally he wouldn't count a treasure trove, even if he had the deceased tell the living about where it was. To that end, he simply shrugged. "Hold that for us. I can use that as leverage to actually get you to marry me if you do." He teased a bit on that issue, since it was odd enough that, he had to think, the women had been doing that with him all along. Saraf bobbed a bit in place. "That could work. Ember is the head of her family now, so we'll have to live at their palace even after we all marry. Showing that you aren't going to strip them all bare first thing will set some minds at ease there, I wager." This was Wode's wealth, not the family's, however. "Is that right, Ember?" The thin, well-dressed woman smiled and nodded at her friend. "True. Not that it wasn't most of what we all made for years. Father wasn't a good man. He always kept the best for himself. Still, Turner is a rich family, even without that. I'll pass word on that portion of things, that you're planning to hold it there for all of our use." Her look at him was nearly sly, as if she were tricking him, as if his plan had been to hold it there for his own use. "As you see fit, for its use as well. I have coin enough, but the truth is that my needs are small and that I've never given thought to that sort of thing. Truly, I should send half of my wealth off to my brother. He lives off in Tekla to the west." Ember nodded slowly. "He's the High Lon there." The words made sense, but he shook his head. "Oh no, he makes shoes for a living. Good ones, or so I hear. I have a pair he sent along, in fact." He waved at his own pale skin and mismatched eyes and grinned. "Darrow is normal. He looks good and has brown eyes. Matching and everything. He truly is powerful enough as a Lon, but left the family business here to me, seeking a simpler, better life. Living in the City of the Dead isn't that wonderful in all ways. It's what the Charter demands, but I understand his reasoning there. He left half his inheritance for me to use as I got my start. I should send that along to him since I didn't need it. True, the last days had, before a treasure was given over to him by the turner, been a bit light, but he brought in wealth faster than he spent it, even aiding the poor and getting soap for the guard of the city, including paying for a fine meal as he had that night. Saraf simply gave a wave to what was being spoken of. That's a kindness. That your brother thought that much of you, leaving half of what had been given to him when your father died. He went mad, didn't he? The words were a bit abrupt and sharp-seeming, especially at the end. Nodding, Azra took a few bites of stew before speaking, everyone else seeming tense again, nearly as much as they had when they'd been talking about the murders. Even playing at marriage with him, that was probably a real enough thing to point out. It ran in the family after a certain fashion. Right. My family can wear the skins of others and thus take their powers. Father did that with 8, I think, different people. Eventually the power fades, when the cloak of flesh rots away. But the mind remains inside. We aren't meant to hold 9 minds inside of us like that. Saraf nodded at him then. It can't have helped that Esmeralda was insane, my grandmother. It's a similar problem, of course. Witches know the minds of others. It can be managed, but if care isn't taken, it can drive a person mad. I seem off at times because I know what others around me do not. People are often very different inside than the face they show to the world on the outside. Ember narrowed her eyes. Yes, Father taught me that lesson. My entire life. Az knew that was a simple truth, having heard it from Woad Turner himself. Rather than carry on in that direction, he was about to change the topic when Nora Sten made a face. Lord Lon, if you could take the power of a person until the skin rots and flesh comes alive around you, even separated from an animal, does that mean you could take a power forever if you wished? The whole room went silent then, and slowly Azra gave the woman a smile. Probably. I don't plan to try it. There are issues with being one of my people. I probably can't die, for instance. I'd need to be locked away out of this world to do that, which takes a more powerful Lon to make happen. Only we grow that way vastly on dying. I don't know if I will or not. Again he waved at his face with his left hand, to show how different he was. A thing that was probably hard to forget, of course. Saraf tore off a small chunk of bread and then nodded. High Lon normally feed on the living. They send the dead to do that for them, taking the power for themselves. You don't do that, looks aside. How would dying impact you that way? He shrugged. It was fair for her to ask. All of them had that right, before marrying him. I do not know, not even in the smallest portion. It would probably be what everyone else has happened. That I become more powerful, but that life is held away from me personally. I'd be animated like the dead can be. Only, I might be strong enough. I might not be forced to feed that way. I can't know and won't until it happens. Most become a threat to the world. He probably would be as well. The idea that he was the special one who could resist death, being his own master, and not needing a horde of dead to kill nightly to keep going was ridiculous, of course. A hope, but based on nothing much at all. It was a constant worry in his life, of course. That one day he'd die, and that it wouldn't be the end, just the beginning of an age of terror for the world. It was a thought that Saraf noticed, but the other two didn't. Not that they weren't picking up on the general idea. Nora snorted just a bit. I see it now. Why you're suggesting we all marry Witch Saraf? No one knowing I have an evil inside of me, a great beast would marry me? You might go mad or truly need to have people who can accept that you being touched isn't a sign of that. That you act strange at times, knowing more than others. Ember. She shrugged then and shook her head. You seem perfect. Any should be pleased to marry you. The skinny woman blushed a bit. She ducked her head. I'm not that pretty. Good enough given everything. But I'm 35. The truth is that Father held marriage from me when I had offers, so he could use me for himself. Now I have riches and power suddenly if I can keep it. Scant time to have a child, however. Saraf arranging this chance is... Well, it's probably the last one I'm going to get, isn't it? So being part of a small horde of wives. Lord Azra is worthy of that as well. No one will doubt that. She smiled at him, seeming only a bit sad. He shook his head finally. Except that I'm so odd-looking. that, should we play at this, given that factor? Saraf laughed then. That's the hard part. You think we're playing, but each of us has our own reason for this, and it's very real, Azy. Also, you aren't ugly in your oddness. Exotic, frightening. Attractive, however. More than once I've noticed women making the sign of the eye against you, as they wondered what it would be like to have you in bed. A few men have thought that as well, so set that aside. She grinned happily. The issue is far more about you being the Lord of the Dead than appearance. Trust me on that. We need to meet with the others. Nora, will your father let you marry? That was a very good point, actually. The war beast went still inside of the young woman, and she actually relaxed a lot. Given that I've been refusing to have a child, taking herbs to prevent that so far. Possibly. To him I'm a burden, part of a plan but one that isn't working. Maybe not if... I'm a war beast. He's married, but Mother is one of us as well. The others in the gang tend to be alone that way. They're mainly men. Ember shrugged. We can make a presentation to that end. Marriage is the expected course, after all. Now, if we're finished here, we should go and see about reporting what we know. Not that Turner will be let loose of such an investigation. You either, Saraf. Reading minds is too powerful a skill not to use for such a matter. The bill had been paid already, so they had only to straighten and tidy themselves before they could leave. Taking all of them off, not to the Hall of Elders, where Azra would have gone himself, or tried to, but directly to Headman Fawn's door. The building was away from the others and was a small palace. One nearly as nice as Turner House, in fact. A walled place that you had to go through a heavy iron gate, a great black one, to see more than the top few stories of. It was colourful, in blue and tan paint, that being fresh and clean seeming. They let themselves in, with Saraf shrugging as she did it. I've been here a few times, to bring herbs and to lie with Fawn. He's a man who likes such carnal things more than most. She spoke the words easily, honestly, which Az understood this time. It wasn't that she held no sense of shame about her actions, rather that it was possible that it would be found out by those there later. By stating it first, it wasn't a large scandal, just a part of her past, possibly her future, he knew, even if they married. If he got to have half a dozen wives, there was no real reason that they wouldn't take other lovers. Especially since most people in Verisa simply assumed that he used those he was in control of for such purposes already. Several of them were very attractive suddenly as well, which reminded him to see to Bonald that way. The Potter deserved to have a chance to be admired, if he wanted such a thing. Saraf gave him a sudden look that seemed shocked but wasn't upset. They were at the door to the place, though, and it was nearly dark, so it opened as they approached. The man who did it was Marcus, looking young and attractive. On seeing who was there, he lit up. "Master, I was going to start back soon. Is there a problem?" He looked around as if he might need to be ready to fight. "I can call for the others." Ember smiled, patting her hair, not able to tell that Marcus was dead, possibly not caring. He was alive even to the point of having a heartbeat after all. Her words were even and pleasant, cultured, more so than they had been at the meal, and she'd seemed well schooled as they'd spoken. "Could we be announced to Headman Fawn and his family, please? I'm Ember Turner. This lady is Mistress Saraf Loich, and this other is Nora Sten. You seem to know Lord Lon already." Marcus nodded. "I have that. I do, of course, know Master Az. Allow me to call that out to Fawn and Becca, his wife." There was actual calling out in a casual fashion when Marcus turned and went back inside, the door standing open. After a moment, interestingly, a servant in all black came, the older man smiling at them. "Master Fawn and his family are in the front sitting room. I was asked to lead you there." They went, the door being pulled closed behind them. When they got to the correct place, they found Fawn Sturgis, a woman who seemed to be in her 40s, that looked a bit hard and square through the face, who was almost certainly his wife, Becca, and a boy who seemed to be about 14 or so, sitting next to Marcus, who didn't seem to be running off to the City of the Dead, or, as Az had assumed, to be the main servant there. Then he worked with his parents during the day, so was probably visiting there. Fawn had gotten him brought back so that he wouldn't lose his love after all. The boy stood up. "Welcome. I'm Martin Sturgis. Well met." Azra nodded. "Well met, Master Sturgis. I'm Azra Lon. This is Ember Turner, Saraf Loich, and Nora Sten. We have some news possibly about the murders that took place the other day." He looked at the others there and then shrugged. Some of it is sensitive. Should we speak freely here? He looked at Martin Sturgis, since the boy, who was normal-seeming, though slightly large and muscular for a man of 14, was the one who had greeted them. Oddly, there was a nod after a moment. Possibly. Mother will obviously be told what's going on, of course, anyway. I might not be, if it's secret. I could leave if that's required. That was sensible. Saraf shook her head. No, you'll need to understand this, possibly at least. This isn't my story. Nora, do you wish to tell the tale for us? Fawn, who hadn't spoken yet, made a face. Shouldn't I be the one to decide that, Saraf? Azra spread his hands. Possibly. Then again, I think that Saraf is correct here. A lot of people might need to know what's going on before this is over. Nora? The beast inside of her, translucent, made of magic and energy, went still. Then the woman began to speak. Her voice was low and rough, thick with tears. My family. Father forces all of us to be war beasts. Willa was set to become one the other day, killing Alice Fargo, her half-sister, related through you headman, and eating her flesh. One of us, a war beast, killed Alice first, to stop that from happening. I don't know who did it. Saraf spoke up then, interjecting. That's true, it wasn't her. Azra didn't add anything. He suspected Boris was the guilty party, the obvious one at that, but didn't know that for certain at all. Hopefully that wasn't the case, of course. The young man had seemed nice, kind as well, which might make him the murderer, of course. A good man might kill to save his family after all. Nora went on. It was almost certainly one of the family. That or a gang member under my father's control. That. I'd claim it was impossible, but even if not that old, Willa has admirers. She's a sweet child, not the sort who should be forced to be evil. Several people in the room nodded at the words. Azra didn't move at all, still standing. After some moments, Headman Fawn closed his eyes, then growled softly. We must find who did this thing and end them. I wasn't a good father to Alice, but she was my child. She still is. As is Willa. I won't let people hurt them like that and get away with it. At the same time, we can't take all of Verisa into war over this. I'll go and speak with Tom Sten in the morning. We, the council, have an agreement in place with his people in the Low District. If he's behind this, either part of it. The man was livid, but also didn't say what he was planning to do, which might be for the best, given one of his daughters, Willa, almost certainly had been abused by the other man. At least to the point where he'd planned to make her into a killer and cannibal. That wasn't a good thing for a father to find out about, as had to imagine. Chapter 12. The night hadn't been an easy one for him. Not restful, at least. Az had been up twice, once with his bladder screaming at him for attention, lest his bedding become damp and uncomfortable. Half a mark after that, a spirit, 10th stave, who was clearly his new friend, invading his home as she liked to do, woke him to send him fleeing across the city to battle with a single man who was attempting to rob another on a side street. Gasping and soaked with his own sweat, Azra had started to call on the spirits, since they were likely to be there to aid him fastest, to find that 10th instantly took the power he offered, and rather handily slapped the decently large, well-armed attacker to the ground. Painfully. Then he'd had to call for the guard and explain it all. The other man, the one attacked, stayed with him. The only saving measure this time was that he slipped his light shoes on first, so the dash across the city was only painful due to his not being a warrior by nature. By the time he was back to the City of the Dead, it was nearly time for him to get up for the day. Not even light yet, he started to wash, scrub, and otherwise care for his body, dressing carefully by his own golden glow, only to come out into the front room to find several people there waiting for him. Mara, silently, handed him some poor bread, which was brown but had salt in it, and some decently ripe fruit. In this case, a half-soft apple. It was more than he'd figured he was going to get. He hadn't gotten to the market the day before. Nodding, he reached into his robe and pulled some coins out. Half of those went to Emily, since she was the woman of Verisa in the group that was standing in his front space. The rest was passed to Mara. Emily, use that for what supplies you need. I can get you more if it comes up. Mara, can you see to shopping for us today, please? I'm off to work across the city at the Temple of Zona. Their high priest, Devzon, passed yesterday. He doubted that would mean anything to anyone there, but Emily gasped. "Zon is dead. That's horrible. He was older, but so vital, a client of mine. There were times when the coin he provided for us was the only thing that kept us in food." She bowed her head, shamed by the truth, but went on. The dead didn't lie, after all. Once in a lean season he'd given me coin when he was fasting and had a vow of chastity, not asking anything in return. Azra wasn't totally certain what that meant. He understood all the words, but that was all. It sounded as if the man had been good in a certain fashion, even when it couldn't profit himself. It sounded like a good enough thing to do with coin, making certain people who had to struggle could eat. "I'll send your regards, if that's welcome." The dead woman nodded, her hair loose at the moment, but well groomed. Mara hefted the handful of coin and slowly nodded. Blinking, he did that himself. "Right, is Bonald around? I need to speak to him." He suspected the man might have been at his kiln and shop, but after a soft call went up, Alice doing it, the lumpy and short fellow was there inside a few moments, clearly having been standing outside in the dark, alone. "Master, you have need of me." Smiling, Az looked at the man. "I do. First, I need to give an apology. I recalled yesterday that I can reshape flesh for my friends, and that I haven't offered that for you. Please forgive me. It honestly wasn't until Naylan asked about the idea that I realized what that could mean. That all of you, those brought back, can appear as anything or anyone you wish, at least within my skills to imagine it." Bon looked at him closely, in the golden light of the tomb, Az's home, and slowly nodded. "If that isn't too difficult, I would enjoy that. I've never loved being a freak, to be honest." He didn't bother telling the man he was fine. An entire life had taught him otherwise, after all. Truly, he was ugly. Not plain or slightly off, but warped and unattractive for it. Not waiting or asking what the man wanted to be like, he produced a bright green light and started by shaping the man to be taller, symmetrical of limb and straight of back. He was even decently tall, the bottom of his shirt showing a smooth and flat middle, as his wrists and ankles showed as well. The top of his head was still well bald, which Naylan waved at, moving toward the other fellow, not touching him. Black for the hair, not too long, thick, however. She had to wave, essentially having the hair grown to her command and then removed into a fine cut. Then she started calling out suggestions as to what he needed to look like. That, it turned out, left him seeming strong and muscular, lean and with a chiseled jawline and smooth skin that left him appearing no older than 30 at most. The man had been older than that when he died, by at least 2 decades, in fact, perhaps 3. Then Emily chimed in, with Alice nodding along and Mara finally waving at the front of his trousers. It took a moment, but thankfully Naylan nodded. "I agree. He's fine enough that making him pleasant in a manly fashion works as well. Not too big or small. About this size?" Her hands were held apart, not too far, and the others agreed. Emily smirked at Alice, who seemed slightly baffled, but nodded. Her voice was smooth. "Slightly smaller than that. Bigger than most, without it being painful for the ladies that you lie with, Bonald. Try it. You can have more added if it's an issue later, but making you smaller won't come up, since women won't tell you that you're hurting them as often as not." It took a moment for Azra to get the idea, but he could do the work with the man still being clothed, which was the next issue, since he was going to need new clothing to wear. That day. Luckily, Emily and Naylan both felt they could do that, even if it sounded fast to him. Sewing took time to do well, after all. He had to put in for new robes half a season before he took possession of it, after all. Everyone left then, all heading to the new shop that was being set up for making clothing. Along the way, as Az marched off across town, others were collected into their group. That got him thinking about what he was responsible for suddenly. He had people living in his home now, inside the house but also in the City of the Dead. Making certain they had food and clothing was the part of the master, meaning he needed to see to that, and soon, before anyone had to miss a meal or found themselves mocked in public for seeming poor. That would reflect on him now as well. It nearly overwhelmed him for a moment. More than going across the city to a temple he'd never heard of, to possibly have to seal away some kind of summoned being. What the priests had been summoning he didn't know, but it could be any of a host of such creatures, even beings of great power. Hopefully nothing that would be too much for him that way. He didn't run across Verisa, but he moved with quick steps and was still walking most of an hour later, as he got to the front gate of the Temple of Zona. That was closed, but opened as he approached, a translucent blue magical creature doing the work. From the colour, most people wouldn't have noticed it at all. Azra bowed toward the small being. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, with those being thin and bent. It wasn't wearing clothing, so it was easily seen as being a male, but also had a fine covering of fur like hair, except for on the head where the mess was pointed, pokey and like a bird's nest all at one time. Well met. I'm Azra Lon, Lord of the Dead here in Verisa. I heard that Dev Zon has unfortunately passed. I'm here to see to the ceremony for that. His voice was soft as he spoke and gentle. The day of funerary rites wasn't a time for yelling or being boisterous. Not most of the time. The creature glanced at him, shut the gate and then looked up into the sky, and after thinking for some moments waved at him to follow. The being trundled a bit as it moved, shifting side to side, as if walking wasn't a thing it was used to doing. Still, after several minutes of walking, they ended at a closed building, chanting coming from inside. The door was glanced at, the creature conveying the idea that he was needed within. Thank you. Again, I'm Azra Lon. If you have need of me, I live across the way, in the City of the Dead on the other side of Verisa. The being nodded, waved and walked away, not looking back. Az resettled his pack, which wasn't huge, but had some incense and some nice candles in case light was needed, and headed inside. It was, when he opened the heavy wooden door, dim inside. Not black, however. The place had light slits above, it seemed. Not glass windows being the whole place, other than the door was made of finely carved stone. There were several types, with marble and sandstone being involved, but also hard granite. That, the harder stone, was equally well carved. Mainly with symbols that looked like writing, but wasn't in Lon or the common tongue, if it was a language at all. In the distance, standing in a circle, were orange-robed priests, chanting in a tongue he'd never heard himself. In the centre of the group, which seemed to have 24 people in it, glowing softly in a rather brilliant orange colour, was an older man. He was thin, and thankfully very dead. Not moving or struggling to stand, not as of yet, at least. There were at least 4 beings trying to get into the body, however. To possess it. They were locked away from the dead priest, and not even one of them was a common ghost or spirit at all. These were all glowing in different colours. One of them was a nice shining blue, for instance, and so big and powerful that he could feel it from across the not inconsiderable summoning space. The place had magic in the very walls, he noticed, working in and constantly glowing. Again, in orange this time. Not as bright as the dead priest, however. Dev Zon, he hoped, since the only other option was a second person also having died. He dropped his cloth pack and moved forward, several of the devs nodding at him, which he took as being a call for him to move forward and get started before the beings there got into the body. Instead of making a large event of the matter, he held out his right hand, called on the purple light of his own magic, and locked the body in a way that ended up surrounding and protecting the orange glow of the summoner completely. It was done powerfully, and made the body shudder, a sound like thunder ringing in the air. As soon as that was done, the creatures, all 4 of them, tried to get inside and found that they were well and truly blocked. That didn't weaken, of course. It wouldn't. Azra nodded and bowed a bit toward the older man there. Dev Laris looked at him, sucking in a huge gasp of air. He and his brothers and sisters all stood there, seeming ready to fall for a time. No one spoke, until most of a mark later, when the 4 creatures, one by one, left. Then Dev Laris closed his eyes. Thank you, Zona. You as well, Lord of the Dead. We should have asked for you to attend last night. Tradition be damned. Do we need to do anything else to protect Dev Zon from such invasion? It's a thing he asked for us to never allow. His power is so great that he fears for our world, if that were to take place. Feared. Azra nodded, even if the work was done well enough. Not with any ceremony, however. People, the living, needed that, so they could trust in the work, however. Do you entomb, bury, or put to the pyre? Again his voice was soft and gentle. These people had lost their friend, or at least leader, and deserved respect and kindness. Dev Laris closed his eyes. We generally bury. We have a grave set aside and cleared already, and an in-ground tomb for him of fine marble given his station. It's our custom to bury inside a day. We can tell if the flesh is living or not, so don't hold them to make certain they aren't merely sleeping. That was a common custom, not that Azra was going to let people bury the living like that. It left people feeling better, so was done regardless. To that end, that not being needed, he bowed, hands in front of himself. I can do a proper ceremony if that will serve. Nothing will take him now, but doing the work twice harms nothing, and will perhaps ease some souls. He meant the living, which wasn't missed. Laris clapped, and the body was moved, taken to the courtyard, stripped and wrapped in a length of dun-coloured cloth. They didn't have amphitha oil on hand, so a small bottle of it was produced by Az out of his bag. He also produced a bundle of herbs, lit it on fire with a candle that was brought, and the aromatic smoke was waved around the body. It did nothing except scent that air, but the men and women, all in orange, seemed to appreciate it. Then carefully, 6 of them took the body, cradling it as if precious to them, linking hands and being gentle, and took it to the hole in the ground. That part took work. The body settled in first, then everyone stood back looking at Azra. He did his part then. It was more dance than anything else. His intent and desire, along with raw power, did the work, wrapping the orange light from the man in the ground with a shell of purple, one which wouldn't fade, even after his own death. By the time that happened, even the bones would be gone, made to sand and dust. Rest now, Devzon. You have earned it and deserve it. These people here, those who loved you and your friends here and not, wish you well. They beseech you to find your way to what you have earned in life. If that is not perfect, then they, we all, ask that you be treated as our brother, friend and child, in whatever must come. More brilliant light poured from him, all purple, since as far as he knew, he wasn't meant to keep Devzon in the world. The man was powerful in magic, clearly, but so were many of those standing there with them. They didn't need the man's magic, so could let him rest. Unlike with Woad, Zon hadn't woken up when he'd gotten close to him. He was sealed away from the world already, after all. After doing that 3 more times, all of them unneeded, Az stood back, and the heavy stone cover was lowered using ropes into the hole, and then everyone stood there, saying a kind word as they took a turn adding dirt to the hole, each person doing it. Dev Laris did it first, showing how it was done, it seemed. I am sad to see you go, Devzon. You were the one who found me, living hunted by beings of magics. You gave me the light of Zona and taught me how to be a man of worth. Several others went, each in the same vein. Then a bald woman went, her older-seeming face hard. You gave us light. You protected us all. She worked harder to put dirt in the hole than the others, tears flowing as she did it. Then, for some reason, she moved to Az and handed the spade to him, with several of the others giving him a look that seemed to speak of them at least, understanding that he'd never met a living Devzon. Still, he took the tool, and by the time he was at the side of the grave, something did occur to him. This morning, mentioning to my friends that I was coming here, that Devzon had passed, one of them mentioned that he'd once given her and her daughter coin in a lean season, not in return for work, or even out of pity, merely to be a good person. She cried on hearing of your passing. He placed dirt in then, once for Emily, once for Alice, who the man had helped to feed, and once for his god, Zona. Then he turned and passed the spade to the next person. The ceremony took a while, and he could only hope that no one had been left offended by his participating in that portion. At the end, when everyone moved to go inside, off to prayer, Dev Laris called to him, walking over, a heavy-looking bag in his hands. It was enough to be a burden to him. Thank you, Lord of the Dead. This whole matter was a dire thing, more than most here realize. There were 3 creatures set to invade Devzon and use his body and powers against the world, ready to do so when you arrived and protected us all. Without thinking, nodding, Azra spoke. 4. Or, well, the smallest one might not have been a threat, I suppose. That large blue one was serious seeming, wasn't it? Handing the leather bag over, which promptly came back to life, starting to move on its own, Dev Laris stared at it, and then swallowed. The pink type, the middling one back there, those are harmless enough. They'll take a body but don't do harm in particular when they do it. The rest were a danger. I didn't know you could see such beings. Most can't, even if they hold magic. Waving at his eyes, Azra nodded. I can see most magic. Creatures of magic as well, apparently. Ghosts and spirits. But at least here I saw those other things. I haven't noticed them anywhere else. So it could be this spot or the power that you here hold. Maybe even the presence of your god. I don't know if that's how things work and mean no offense in saying that. Lacking the words might give insult as well, of course. It was a problem with gods. What one thought was praise, another thought was speaking out of turn. At least their priests and monks could be like that. So far he'd never met a god, not as far as he knew. Dev Laris smiled, if sadly. It's in the devotees. Our magic tends to be strong, those called to Zona, and we collect here. So do creatures and beings who desire to take life in this world. Many are helpful and controlled easily. Some are less so. Thank you again, Lord of the Dead. Next time we will try to call with more time and without the passing taking place in the middle of a summoning like that. It isn't normal at all. I do wonder if it was done on purpose. One of the beings seeking to take Zon's place unnoticed. It was too late to ask the dead Dev, of course. I hope that isn't the case. Are there precautions that can be taken? The other man scoffed then. We always take precautions. They just don't always work. Most of the time it functions and we do our best. Still, the work must be done, danger involved or not. With that, seeming a bit bitter, the man turned and walked away. The gate opened, the blue, almost invisible being doing the work when Az got there. He bowed again. Thank you. Then looking up, he realized that he had over half of the day's light left. Not that he didn't want to change clothing first. He was in his nice purple and black at the moment. By some miracle he'd managed to keep it from getting covered with dirt. As he walked, Azra wondered what was in the moving leather sack in his pack. It was just skin, but even lacking muscle it writhed and rippled. The sack didn't sound like it was filled with coins, but it was heavy enough to make his walk back a bit uncomfortable, the straps of the pack biting into his shoulders a bit. He spoke to himself as he got to the City of the Dead, smiling. It's probably rocks. Everyone loves a good rock after all. That, when he opened the thing, sitting on the front stoop of his home, wasn't completely wrong. Oh, there was metal inside, including gold and silver. Half of the thing was filled with gems, however. Not all of them perfect by any means, but it was interesting to see. Even the rough ones were pretty in the light of day. A few let light shine through, colouring it red, purple, green or blue on the other side. As he played with those, separating everything out so he could leave the skin outside and move away from it, so it would go back to being a regular sack, he noticed that there were clouds forming in the sky above. Oh, right. Rain is coming. Was that today? Honestly, he thought they had a few more days, then would get a lot all at once. Just to be careful, he moved the wealth of the day into his vault and changed to his brown work robe. It had arcane symbols sewn into the collar, but all that said was Lord of the Dead in High Lon. Even that was in black thread, and not extensive as far as decorations went. He'd done the work on it himself, so it wasn't finely done in particular. Moving to the large empty tomb, the one that had been given over for people to live in, he found it empty. Clearly people had been there, and it was dust-free when he ducked his head in, as well as furnished. Not perfectly, mainly with old things and odds and ends, but someone had taken the time to make certain it was more home-like than not. That got him to smile, though he moved back, so as to not invade the space of those living there. He owned the City of the Dead, at least as much as anyone did, but a person's home, no matter how new, was their place and deserved to be treated as such. From there he moved into the city, thinking about what he needed to do that day. It really wasn't that much, he realized. No one had died that he knew of, and as far as anyone knew, he was out of the investigation into the deaths of Alice, Emily and Narlan. At least that was his plan. Sighing, he thought for a moment and realized that, if he didn't want Alice in particular to suddenly run off and kill someone, he probably needed to get with her that day again. Emily and Narlan as well, of course. Alice, however, if she didn't know already, needed to understand that Nora Sten, at the very least, hadn't been the one to kill her. To that end, he moved to Saraf's herb shop, to find it open, but not that busy. Indeed, no one was indoors at all, except for Alice and Saraf when he got there. Both of them smiled at him, with Alice moving over to him, coming out from behind the counter and stopping in front of him, about 3 feet away. I didn't know you were coming in today. Can I get something for you? She played with her hair, in a way that seemed very alive. Then she smoothed her nice blue and tan dress down, with the flat of her right hand. Behind the counter, looking pretty herself, Saraf waved at him, smiling. I told her that Nora is innocent, that we don't know who it was yet either. It sounded as if she were lying when she said it, due to it most likely being Boris, the boy Alice had been trying to meet with. He shrugged. That's still true as far as I know. It could be difficult for you not to run off and kill them when you find out who did that, Alice. I'd like you to wait first, and at least get with us so we can all plan. We seem to be dealing with war beasts, but not all of them are bad people from what I've seen. He didn't add more than that. He wasn't planning on it. Saraf simply started speaking, puttering with herbs behind her counter. Rather probably doing arcane and powerful things with them, making healthful concoctions that actually aided people. Az just didn't know what it was she was doing. Grinding something using a mortar and pestle, but that was all at the moment. Her voice was thoughtful, however. A hidden cadre of war beasts inside our city is a rather large matter. Even if Nora said they don't change shape to kill or kill often at all. The power and bloodlust of that sort is why we use them in battle. I haven't noticed anything today so far, but even 10 or 12 war beasts could kill thousands if they decided it's time to let loose and fight the innocent in a place like Verisa. I wish I knew what Fawn is planning to do. He didn't even try to plan anything until I was out of range of him. A thing he was doing on purpose. Alice, looking young, simply closed her eyes, her narrow face sad-seeming. I can't believe that Willa was going to kill me like that. She didn't seem angry about it, at least. She was one of my best friends. I'm in love with Boris. That's why I went out at night, to meet them in an alley. Now it simply sounds foolish of me. I'd wanted to be close to him. Do you think he was the one who killed me? Us, I mean. She looked at Azra, not Saraf, locking eyes and not even blinking for a long time. Waiting. Azra took a step toward her, and reached out, slapping her gently on the right arm. It was warm and normal feeling. I don't know. I hope not. It could be the case. Whoever it was tried to protect Willa Sten, by removing you as a way for her to become a war beast, but that could be due to whoever it was loving her a lot. Her brother might be that person. They really couldn't know that one way or the other. Saraf kept working. Unless I get close enough to them, then I can read their minds and find out. What's the plan if we do that? Find out, I mean. Az looked away and scratched his very pale face, buying time to think. After a moment, which seemed very contrived even to him, he glanced at Saraf. We report it to the council, all of them, and first thing. They'll probably do whatever Headman Fawn wants done at that point. I imagine it will be death for the person who killed you, Alice. It will be anyway, really. He doubted that the girl, her mother, or Naylan could let their killer go. It wasn't something simple, or speaking of their character either. The dead killed their murderer if such a person existed and they found out about it. It was a powerful enough thing that weak people who could barely raise the dead at all could claim that their own enemies had done the foul deed to, on who had risen, and send those dead after a person or group, using them as a weapon to hunt the innocent, or at least those not guilty in that particular case. So he didn't doubt that, if Alice and the others learned who had been the war beast that ended their lives, that person would die inside a day. Unless they ran. Then, well, the dead never tired. They never slept, and he was almost certain that they wouldn't return at night, in that one particular case. Coming back only after their mission was finished. Still, regardless of his meaning, Saraf looked at him and gave a nod, not having read his mind at all. I agree. No one kills our people and walks away, even if they had a good reason for it at the time. Not that killing one girl to save another is a good reason. Just in case they have one, that doesn't get them free. That's all. There was a slightly wild look to the woman's eyes then, a thing that seemed slightly off to him. Then they were speaking about the murder of 3 people. That wasn't some kind of small or trivial matter that could be set aside because someone involved was kind of nice otherwise. Not even if they were loved by one of the victims. He nodded. Though the truth was that he tended to think of the situation slightly differently. After all, with him being involved, the women weren't really dead. Not exactly. Instead, they were enslaved. A thing he couldn't help, but wasn't truly wild about at the same time. Rather than argue the point, since it was very strange, he simply agreed. No one hurt people he was responsible for like that, not if he could stop it. Chapter 13. The second half of his day was spent at the market, trying to find things for other people. That was a relatively new occupation for him, since his personal needs were fairly small day to day. Azra ate food, but it wasn't a prime concern in his life. He wore clothing, but other than having some extra robes, he didn't need much that way. Even his shoes were more than good enough. The ones that his brother had sent fit perfectly, and he barely even wore them, not wanting to wear the gift out with walking all over the city. So he'd stuck to his town shoes for that. They were heavier, and made of wood and thick cloth, of course. Now, suddenly, there were more people who needed his care. Rather, it wasn't sudden. His realization that he'd failed others was, however. His friends, the dead ones, didn't need to eat, but clothing was always useful. Things got dirty, and while most of them took care of themselves that way, it might pay off for him to pay attention to their needs. Those living in the tomb now, the living people, they did need good food, as well as having clothing. But unlike the dead, some of them had health issues that he couldn't do anything about, at least not in the normal fashion. Az couldn't just use some energy and thought to reshape their bodies, that was. Technically, he could have them killed and then do that for them, but leaving the living alive was kind of a goal of his. Not all Lon bothered with that kind of nicety. Even ones who didn't have his level of power tended to simply take slaves. Rotting, shambling, ugly ones. Eventually, at least. So, that in mind, he moved into the market with a plan, and worked out what would be needed for everyone in his domain of control and influence. That meant he was going to need to do a lot of things that he truly hadn't before in his life. Like find beds for other people. There was a shop in town that made furnishings like that, of course. They were expensive, however. Enough that even he blanched on hearing what would be required to put his new friends in one of them for each. Those weren't even that large or made of gold and brass for the frame. Just wood, polished, and had a sack filled with straw, not feathers. Instead of giving up, he got some extra food in the market. Things that would keep, including dried fruit and vegetables and dried meat, which he had to find Conrad for, waving him down in the market. "Master Az, you need a message delivered?" The boy was still in rags, the same drab clothing he'd lived in for at least the last year. His feet were in rough sandals instead of bare that day, which had clearly been cobbled together out of scraps and more than a bit of hope. The big difference was that the child was clean. Even the rags he had on had clearly been washed in the last days. Azra grinned at that. "We have a dried meat order that needs to be taken to the City of the Dead. I can't do it. I can take this other part with dried fruit and packaged dried vegetables. It's—" There was a pause, but the boy started to nod. "Understood. I can run get that. The merchant, do they know I'm coming? I might need you to walk over with me before they hand anything over. I have a bit of a reputation here in the market." Azra didn't ask what that was. He didn't know it either, since no one in the market bothered to gossip about such things with him. Walking, carrying the heavy cloth sacks that the fruit and compressed bits and pieces wasn't easy, but going with Conrad to the dried meat cellar worked well enough to have the boy cleared to carry things away for him and others at the City of the Dead. It took them several trips, and he also had to purchase other things for the new people. They had food but needed things to eat that off, pots to cook in and some kind of stove so they could cook for themselves. That and fuel. He bought what he could, then sighed, moved back to his home and put some of the food, part of the dried fruit and vegetables, in his pantry. The rest went to the other tomb, with Conrad needing to enlist help from the others to move the rest of their new things in. They didn't have everything they needed, of course. He worried about it, until night came. When all his friends came back to him, seeking him out as was their custom. All of them did it, including the new still living people. Conrad started speaking excitedly as soon as everyone was there, including the lively dead people as well. There was a bit of trepidation in the gestures toward that lot, but only a bit, which wasn't about them being dead, it seemed. We went to the market and got food and some other things, a stove, and we have wood coming in for that so we can cook, even meat and some flour and all that. I don't know how to do that all or nothing, but we have a lot now. I was told that we get new clothing too." The boy made a hard face then, a sad one. I do. Emily Fargo moved a bit and patted the boy on the shoulder. He didn't shy away from the woman, even if she was dead. Then she truly didn't seem that way. It's for all of you, all of us. It will take a week or so, but Naylan and I have been working on things. We'll need you all in to have that fitted, of course. We'll work up a schedule for that. I don't need to sleep now, so we can work day and night on the project. Everyone will need shoes as well. It was her turn to look down. Several of the others did it along with her, as if that was too much to ask for. Azra shrugged. I can send a message to my brother for that, along with tracings of feet so he can size the shoes correctly. He's a cobbler, so that will work. Truly, I should go and visit with him soon. He hadn't done that, mainly because it was a 20-mile trip. That and the fact he kind of thought his brother was hiding that he was a Lon, and his brother showing up looking like Az did might just ruin that for him. So he rethought that plan with a bit of a dark feeling. We need some sturdy paper and wax pencils. I have some inside, actually, so we can do that now, to trace the feet. Mara started to move, but he went with her, not collecting the materials, just glowing so she could see without using a lamp. Those he had, along with oil now, since the other house was going to need to use that kind of thing daily. His family had done that when he'd been younger, since no one else could really go around providing their own light like he had. Not easily. Darrow could do it, but after a few minutes he'd start to pant and sweat in order to make it happen. When they came out, the normal-seeming, if short, woman with the supplies moved around and got names and foot tracings from all of them, ending with Az, who allowed it to be done, taking time to write a letter to his brother. Then he shrugged and tried to work out what that many pairs of shoes would cost. A lot, truly. He wanted fine work, after all, so figured it would be nearly 2 gold for each pair. A thing he needed to see to in the morning, since waiting wasn't going to help anyone. A plan did come to him then, about how to visit his brother. It would take some lying and a trick or two, but would, he figured, function well enough. He was also going to need guards for that part of things, given he planned to take the rest of his brother's inheritance to him. Smiling, he noticed Bonald, who was smiling and seeming happier than he'd ever noticed the man being. Several of the ladies looked back at him, not shying away when they did it. Even Mara nodded at the man, in a companionable fashion, not flirting, but also not moving away from him. Bon, we need plates, bowls and such things. How much will that cost? The man's work was expensive, but very high-end. The good-looking fellow smiled, seeming to mean it. 2 gold. That will pay for all of what is needed. Fine white clay, fuel for the kiln and the glazing materials. I can do that at night for part of it. The kiln fire runs at night anyway. Azra smiled and simply provided the coins, having that much on him. The craftmaster took them and tucked them into an inside pocket instantly, protecting them from long habit. When that was done, one of his other friends moved forward. Laurie, who was, or had been, the prettiest of his friends, until the new women had come the other day. If that fact bothered her, it didn't show at all. She was always kind, after all. I can weave some woolen blankets if I can get the materials for that. I have a workroom for that at home. That meant more coin passed hands, but after that no one suggested anything. In fact, they moved off to see to filling the water cisterns and started to clean up. There wasn't a lot to do there, so Az made a point of helping with that, sweeping up his own home and then moving back to check the catacombs. Interestingly, Emily moved along with him, even if no one else did that, being busy with their own tasks. The dead woman swallowed visibly. This is scary, isn't it? The dead and other things are in these tunnels. People vanish into them. The dead walk and... Looking at her, Azra nodded, smiling. Sometimes. Right now we need to make certain the gate is secured. It won't keep rats out, unfortunately. But when the rains come, we need to watch for flooding from that direction. At least if the rains are as bad as they sound like they might be. We need the water, and there isn't anything we can do about it, but being watchful won't hurt. There was a nod and a shudder. Still, the hungry dead. Again he smiled, checking the metal door, which was secured and chained shut. His pale hand shook the metal, but it was fine, as always. When that was done, he turned to Emily and winked. Not to tease you, but you do realize that you're what people fear now, don't you? That was waved away. Only that isn't true. I worried about that the first day, but I'm alive as far as anyone can tell. I don't kill and eat the flesh of the living. Thank you for that, by the way. Still, other than feeling like you're the love of my life, this isn't that horrible of a fate." She grinned as if making fun of him for some reason, except that he thought her words were just about correct. Feeling that way, without it being her choice or natural inclination, was a problem, a real one. The part of the issue that turned her and her daughter into slaves, willing ones, who would do anything he asked of them, fight, kill or debase themselves. Still, ignoring it was a fact that wouldn't aid anyone either. We need to go carefully that way. If I say the wrong thing or do it in with the wrong inflection, all of you might do things that you shouldn't have to. He was thinking of Alice and how close she'd been to killing Nora earlier. The woman next to him touched her arm. "I understand. The pressure on you as a man must be intense. You haven't asked any of us to relieve that for you that I know of. Would you like me to do that? Well, I'd ask you not to use Alice for that. But I don't have that right, do I? Naylan has taken trade before and spoken of you in a favourable light for such things, so it could be done without harm there. Even Alice won't take harm from it. She's just a bit young and I was hoping we could marry her off still. She looks perfect. We all do." The words came with a touch, a soft hand on his robed chest. It would be a lie for him to claim it wasn't effective. Still, he took her hand and moved it away, smiling. "None of that. You're my daughter, after all. Alice and Naylan as well. All of you are." That was probably going to seem odd to the woman, since it had never been mentioned out loud before. Also, it was clearly ridiculous and a lie. Instead of seeming upset by the words, she simply snorted. "No, we really aren't. Even if you give that kind of care to us, seeing to clothing and concerns, we aren't family in that way. So I can do what you need. It's probably going to be needed. At least..." She grinned then, seeming saucy about it. Flirting and playful. "At least if your wives allow it. I heard that you're marrying several women near harvest time. That's interesting. Will they all be living here?" He didn't think that was the case, truly. "No, I don't think so. Even if they don't have a place, keeping them in a tomb won't be the best plan. I might need them to purchase other places for them to live in that case." He turned to move back, still glowing, and the woman followed him, not insisting on him doing things with her. It troubled him for a moment, the woman insisting that when he tried to call her daughter, that all of them, were something different. Because it was the truth. But she shouldn't have been able to think of that. Not once he'd spoken the words. That meant on some level that he truly wasn't thinking of his friends that way at all. A thing he knew to be the truth. They were friends, not slaves. He believed that totally. Only trying to change that by saying the words didn't have any effect. Which meant he honestly was pressing the woman to think of things in a different fashion, from deep inside his own being. The problem was that he didn't want to abuse them, to use them as mere toys for his amusement or gratification, except that inside he truly did. Using them felt right to him, pleasant and as if it were his due. Only, of course, that was the kind of thing an evil person did. Azra thought about his own past, about his father and his mother, which wasn't what he'd been told his entire life. "My mother was dead. She died before I was born, I think. My father had used his power to keep her alive enough to have me. Then he didn't let her go." There was a touch on his arm then, stilling him, before they were out of the back room at all. Her voice was soft and she leaned in, warm breath on the side of his face. "Is that a bad thing? I mean, to take a life away, that would be horrible, but once we're dead, the options are gone. I wouldn't have chosen being this way, but it's a gift now that I have it. I'm not weakened by this, not strange or foul. I could be your wife and no one would think anything of it. I'm alive in almost all ways. True, a whore, but that means I can be of value to you if you wish it. No one will blink about that if you wish it done. They won't know at all, truly. Most don't think ill of people for sating their desires even." She kissed him on the cheek, his flesh much more pale than her own. Then she moved back. "Am I not good enough? Dirty or broken, do you think?" He laughed, which was nervous sounding. "It isn't anything like that. You're a lovely woman and always were. I look like this, however. Most of my kind, Lon, many of them, use their powers to enrich themselves, to take what they want from the world, and don't give a lot of thought about what that means. If I used you, or any of the others, that might be the first step toward doing that. I won't become that sort of being. I refuse. Rather than agree, which the woman should have been doing, being his slave, she shook her head and argued the point. No, you can't become that and won't. Having a life, love, and being loved isn't a bad thing, though. I love you, Azra. We all do. It's a brilliant, burning, horrible thing. I was so afraid at first when I opened my eyes, my flesh healing like wax being formed. Looking up and seeing you, and knowing that I will, do anything for you. She shrugged. You don't have to lie with me, of course. You also can't turn me away. That isn't fair either. You made me love you, literally. You chose that. Now you have to do your part as well. So we'll take turns with you. That might be hard on you with the men. They seem to take it as being more of a friendship. Except Marcus. He needs you to have relations with him to be happy. You'll live. Then, winking at him, she walked away, leaving him standing there, making her way in the dark, which was hardly fair of her. I'm supposed to be the master here, not the child being told what to do. He sounded grumpy and slightly annoyed, which got him to roll his eyes and then smile as he left the space, thinking of things that he shouldn't have been. Thankfully, that was only about the women he knew, Emily and Naylan as well as Saraf. He focused on her for a bit, since that whole situation was more than a tiny bit odd. The witch had decided that he was going to be married to her, and others. She'd mentioned girl love, which could make sense. If she wanted Ember, they could both be using him as a way, a reason to be together. Nora made little enough sense that way, and there had been a mention of others. Women who he didn't know and hadn't met at all. Thankfully, there would be a limit to such things. A rich and powerful man might have more than one wife, and it was common for men and women both to have lovers, he thought. So the only truly odd thing was someone seeking him out as a husband. The real trick was that he didn't know enough. He was intelligent, he thought, well learned in a certain fashion. He'd absorbed hundreds of tomes about being a necromancer, and knew most of the old tales of his kind, for instance. Those spoke of many dark things, how to awaken the dead in all forms and control them, how to lock the bodies and remains, even ash and dust, away from energies that would use it. The tales spoke of armies as well, but the main portion of them spoke of the Lon taking from the living, killing girls, women and boys to serve them for some weeks or months, until the rot was so severe that was unpleasant, then letting them go and taking another. He didn't have to do that, since he could keep corruption away totally. The reputation, as Conrad had mentioned, was there, however. The players had mocked his kind on stage, using that very idea, that his kind took, abused and discarded without thought or reason. It wasn't all of them, thankfully. Even his father, for all he'd kept his wife alive, had only done that one thing. The work had been powerful and well done as well. So well, in fact, that he'd never noticed it being the case, that his own mother was dead and animated by his father, which he knew was a lie. On some level he'd always known. He had to. When his mother had faded, on his father's death, when Az had locked the man away from the world, so he couldn't come back or become a true High Lon, he'd known that there was a tendril of magic stretching from the man to his mother, several others as well who all faded on that day. They'd had to be burned or buried after that as well. Azra had seen to it, even if it should have been Darrow's duty. It was, the position there, his by right. The idea that his brother was weak was insane, of course. He wasn't naturally as powerful as Azra, perhaps, but he was at least as strong as their father had been, and the man was nearly at the level of legend, or had been. Darrow could have served very well as the Lord of the Dead, only he had a brother who looked the part. One red eye on the left, sky blue on the right, and pale flesh that was like chalk, at least compared to the others around him. It didn't burn in the sun, thankfully, but Azra knew that his brother had decided to leave Verisa, not because he feared the task or duty, or felt he couldn't do it justice, the powers of Az being so much greater, but had left so that Azra could have a life at all. Not that he couldn't have tried for a place in another city. He'd been old enough to try that. The difference was that Darrow could learn to be a cobbler, or a barrel maker, perhaps even a baker. If he could find a place and buy into the craft guild, people would allow him to do that. No one would have taken even one look at Azra, and allowed him to simply make their shoes. Even if they didn't attack first thing, which in fairness, most didn't even hint at, he strongly doubted that anyone would be happy with him making their meal bread. So his brother had given up the riches that were his right and taken the hard path to protect him from a much more difficult existence. Possibly, at least. Now, after some years, he was finally building a life of sorts for himself. A thing that was baffling to him and a bit hard to put together totally. It was almost as if, once Saraf Loich had decided he was a person, he suddenly became one. It was getting late, but he wasn't tired. Even in the summer, half the day was made of night, or nearly so. He had to sleep, of course, but moved around for a bit, deciding to read instead of lying in bed with his eyes closed, doing nothing. Conrad worked his way into the library, sat and made a soft noise. I missed my lesson this morning. Do we not do that each day? Putting the book down, the leather having turned warm and moving as he touched it, he forced himself to light up. Reading or learning was a gift after all. A thing that should be celebrated. We do that each day. I just had to leave very early this morning. There was a death across the city that needed to be seen to. A very good point, however, especially for now. Later you can practice on your own, but it might take a few weeks for you to learn how to read enough for that to be pleasant for you. Here, let's review the letters and sounds and then start to work on putting them together. That took several hours, but by the end the boy was able to make out some simple and basic words. They were going to need to keep after the skill for a while, of course. Then they could move to other lessons, perhaps even official schooling. That thought got him to wonder about Alice, who, when he walked out to the front space with Conrad, was still there, cleaning the tomb, which was already decently cared for. Alice, you have an apprenticeship with Saraf in herbs. We need to work out the fees for that and see to your continued education. We have the library here, which you can use, of course. Do you have a school picked out? The girl lit up then. I get to go to school. I used to, but that was just the low one in the city centre. Headman Fawn paid for that, since I have a love of learning. He and Mother paid for a library pass as well. I did most of my reading there. I figured that was over now. No, we'll make certain that's set up still in the morning. In a few months I'd like you to work with Conrad on reading and learning various things, at least part of each day. For now, if you have any time during the day, we need to figure out how to free Mara from her curse. She can read and write. Mara was there, having found some cloth and a needle and thread someplace. She was working on something that seemed like needlework, which had words on it, showing that part. The tiny woman seemed serious when she looked up and nodded, having heard him. Her power, thankfully, not taking that ability away from her. She couldn't speak but was allowed to hear, or her life would have been far more hampered. The others, including Conrad, made plans then, with several of the others walking in and out, as they worked on various matters largely in the dark. After a while he went to bed, barring the door from the inside. To protect him from Emily, of course. He smiled at the reasoning, but in a way it was real enough. The dead woman was charming, and he wanted to have her as a man took a woman. Honestly, he wanted all of the women that way. Thoughts raced through his head, nearly demanding he use his power over them to take them, to make them into puppets of flesh for him to thrust into. Even Alice came to mind, and at 12 or 13 she was at the low end of such things for him. Not that he was some greybeard, but outside of the highest people, no one truly married below 16 years. He wasn't thinking of marriage either. The thoughts were in a way vile. Not because anyone would blame him. Most probably figured that he was doing that kind of thing already, using the men and women he controlled in any way he pleased. They were just happy that he wasn't killing their sons and daughters for such purposes. That wasn't a right of the Lord of the Dead of a city, of course. Not in Verisa, anyway. It was expected enough that not doing that kind of thing was noticed. His father, insane as he was near the end, hadn't allowed that either. He'd been a hard man and violent, but he hadn't killed anyone to serve his needs. Not that Az knew about. Of course, he might not have been told of such things. Even rumors of that kind of evil wouldn't be shared with him. People didn't do that kind of thing with him. There had been a lot of times when his father had left, coming back after hours or days. No one had asked where he'd gone. There had been servants who were, of course, dead, but most of them lived away, with their families. It occurred to him then, finally, that a person could have easily been killed, then brought back so cleanly that no one would ever know it had happened. Then there would be slaves to the Lon who'd done it, that no one would ever know about. Until one day they died, when the Lord of the Dead had been locked away from the world of the living. It was a dark set of thoughts, and a thing that he feared was a simple truth, that his insane father wasn't better than most of their kind, that he was simply stronger, that the product of his work was simply good enough that no one could tell what was happening. In a way, it was as evil, in potential more so, than what the lower-powered Lon did at times. A horror that he, Azra Lon, could bring upon the world in a way that no one would ever know about. A thing he feared. Not because his father might have done such things. No, because he knew that deep down he wanted that same thing, for himself. Chapter 14. Existential storm aside, Azra felt well enough the next day. It had been hard to get to sleep, but when it had come his dreams hadn't been truly haunted. The only one he recalled was of visiting the herb shop and taking Saraf some flowers. It didn't take a wise man to work out that the woman herself had most likely placed the rather sweet and calm dream there. If that was a thing and could be trusted, then she wanted more daisies. Not that he was moving out first thing in the morning to procure those. Later that day, however, since the rain was coming soon, he thought. After cleaning up, Mara and Conrad both washed themselves, with the short woman making food for them out of the stores and what they'd gotten the day before. It was flat bread, made on the stove, a small fire being started without any aid from him, and a melange of sweet dried fruits turned into a slightly damp cooked mass. It was sweet and had some spices on it, which were odd to him. Then it was probably hard for her to cook without using meat. Most people felt that way, after all, that it wasn't really food if a creature hadn't died to make it happen. There was a small side of cheese, though, since he'd thought to pick up some of that. It wasn't good, truly, but nothing was burned, and it was no doubt his strange eating habits that had thrown the woman off. Mara smiled at him as he nodded at the food. "Thank you. This is good." He didn't want to lie to his friends, so feeling like a horrible person, he clarified. "Not very good. Simply a normal level of good. Better than what I would have made, which wouldn't have had bread at all. Just warmed vegetables or those eaten out of hand, cold." The woman didn't seem upset with the criticism. In fact, she smiled merrily, and then shrugged, putting the last flat bread in front of Conrad. The very thin boy clearly needed it, so Az did the same with the remainder of the fruit compote. Then he nodded. "I can get you more coin for the market. That way you can get the other things you need to cook with. Now, before I run out for the day, I need to—" He thought for a moment. "Go over letters and reading with you, Master Conrad. After you eat, of course. I'll help clean up." That meant getting water, but by the time he drew that from the already filled tap, glowing the whole time, to fill 2 rooms with golden light, Conrad had finished eating. Then the boy rushed to help with the chores without even being asked. That would, no doubt, fade eventually, when the child realized that he wasn't going to be tossed out for not being perfect. They moved from that task to an hour of literacy training, with Mara sitting with them, reading the whole time. Then, when he stood up, the tiny light-haired woman took him by the arm and pulled gently. Insistently, however. That required him to find his shoes, it seemed, since apparently they were all going out for the day. He pulled some coin, a decent amount, and passed half of it to Mara. Then, tilting his head, he moved back into his room and found his old coin purse. The cloth one made of canvas that he'd had as a child. It was still sturdy, and while he'd used it back then, that wear hadn't destroyed the fabric at all. That sack was then filled with coins, which meant lifting the vault door for a second time. Those, however, were all of one type, unlike the mix of about 4 gold Mara had been handed for purchases as she might desire. When he walked out, that was passed to Conrad gently, along with a serious expression. "You get this once a month, so take care of where and when you spend it." A bit greedily, the boy dumped the coppers out into his hand and went wide-eyed. He might not have had much schooling, but he worked out what was there and showed Mara, looking nearly afraid. "This is 3 silvers worth." Azra nodded, since it really wasn't a lot. Still, it was what he'd gotten as a boy, until he'd turned 16. Then he'd been told to fend for himself. Now that sounded a lot more sinister than it had then. His older brother had worked, helping with the dead, and made funds from that as well as taking odd jobs. Azra couldn't get a job doing anything not involving the dead, even back then. Now he wondered if he'd been being told to take slaves and have them provide coins for him. It was clear that was an easy way to do things. It was valuable to have friends in various businesses, even if he wasn't taking their coin from them at all. 4 full sets of plates and bowls, along with drinking cups, would run a lot more than 2 gold, coming from Bonald the master craftsman, for instance. Probably 5 times that much. Still, Conrad wasn't him, looking too strange for his own world. That's to aid you in learning and for some occasional treats. I'll provide food, clothing, bedding and shoes. Learning supplies as well. If you need more, then you'll have to work for it, like anyone else. You have your message business. That could be expanded. After all, the boy was going places if he wanted to. Mara hugged the little guy and nodded, then slapped him on the back, then pulled them out of the tomb they called home. Interestingly, they moved to the other tomb first, where people were just starting to rise for the day, from what seemed to be small, uncomfortable nests in different parts of the room, set on the cold stone floor. They had a fire going for cooking, though, and one of the men came over, a single lamp lighting the room. "Lord Lon, we're about to have a meal. A simple one. We can make more for you." The toothless older fellow, Barrow, looked at him closely, and Mara shook her head and Conrad spoke for them. "Nah, we ate already. Mara wants us to go somewhere, and I think she's taking someone from here with us. I don't know where." That the short woman hadn't said was simply clear. Mara pointed toward the back, where a woman who seemed to be in her middle 30s looked over, seeming nearly scared. A tendril of silver tentatively moved from that lady, to the blonde who was pointing at her. Then she stood. "Oh, I see. We're to go to the library to see about setting up passes. It's a silver each. I can read, but dressed like this, we'll have to pay first for the year. I don't have even a copper." Conrad looked hard then and gave a nod. Azra interrupted him. It was the right idea from the boy, using his newfound wealth to aid others, but not needed. Not that day. "I'm covering that. For any of you who can read or who learns how and wishes it. You don't have to do it today. Whenever works for you. Oh, I'm taking a trip over to Tekla in a few days." He left that there, since everyone had heard him speaking about his brother the night before. Not where he lived, of course. Unless he had, in passing. Honestly, he couldn't recall if he had or not. The old fellow nodded. "A long walk. I can stay on here and guard the place if you need. Pick up trash and sweep the stones outside." The words got him to nod, since it seemed to be the correct idea. "I'll be taking some of my other friends if they can get away. After the rains that are coming. That should start tonight or tomorrow and be heavy, so we need to get this place ready. Not that the tombs leak, but you'll all want to be ready for that. Find some entertainments and enough fuel to keep the worst of the chill off, since being inside might be in order." There was affable nodding, with the witch moving forward, limping slowly. There seemed to be something wrong with her left foot. She didn't hiss in pain, but when they walked, the others moved at her best pace, not the one they used the rest of the time. That meant it was a long-term thing, and not one that she could readily move through with force of will. It took twice as long to go to the herb shop, where they collected Alice, since Saraf was thrilled to find that they were going to be learning and studying. Still, she didn't leave her shop, simply winking at Alice and then Conrad, waving at the other witch, glancing down at her foot. A tendril of silver moved to the woman, who answered in kind. Then they left, the lady still limping along. Clearly fighting pain, and lifting herself after a while, mimicking walking, actually floating along. No one asked about the infirmity, but finally, most of the way to the city centre, she spoke. "In the last war, I had to free one of our people, from a cage of magic. Their binder was strong, so I had to get close, flying low. A man with a spear jumped up and took the blade of it through my foot entire. It didn't heal up right on its own. A good healer could fix it, but I can't afford that. Well, you heard earlier." She acted as if it weren't important and kept limping stoically onward. At the middling large stone library, they all went in, with young Alice going first. It was a legendary place, but one that Azra had rarely gone to. He had his own books at home, and when it came to texts about necromancy, his collection was better than the one there. On other topics, his wasn't as good, true, but it had never occurred to him to study much outside of his field. Other than magic. He'd read up on that a lot, actually. The plush man at the front desk took one look at them, seemed scandalized, and opened his mouth to say something that probably included asking them to leave. The light through the windows on the front of the place caught against his round glass lenses when he suddenly stopped, first taking in Az, then the others, stopping at the very properly dressed Alice. She smiled. Master Caro, well met. Mistress Fargo, I'd heard about the unfortunate incident the other day. You seem to be holding up well for a dead girl. There was a glance at Azra again, a nod as well. Then your work is legendary in that area. Are these others servants of yours as well? The man didn't seem pleased by the idea for some reason. Alice laughed and waved at the man. Oh, you, of course not. They're people who live in the City of the Dead now. They can read, so we're coming to pay the annual fee. Though we'll have to wait a week for the new clothing to be made. We can't risk making the books dirty. Not that anyone here is unclean, but working with books takes a special level of care. The man behind the counter stood, smiling. It was clear he didn't mean it. That is a simple truth, Mistress Fargo. Still, if they have your recommendation, they're welcome here. It fits having you Lord of the Dead, of course. Not that it isn't intimidating at the same time. Conrad laughed at that and patted Azra on the back. Nah, Lord Az ain't scary or nothing like that. I know the stories about the dead coming out at night to eat us, but that isn't the way of it. Not here, at least. I mean, there are spirits and ghosts, and the dead do walk, but Master Azra don't even eat meat, if you can imagine that. Wait, books are made part out of meat, aren't they? Won't they come alive when you're near? The man behind the counter, Master Caro, looked aghast at the idea. Azra nodded. True, it tends to extend the life of the bindings and covers. Not that I'm hundreds of years old to know how long that lasts, but they'll heal without removing the ink when I'm near them enough. Minor damage and so forth. I could perhaps do more than that with badly damaged vellum and leather. He grinned. I can do that for shoes, but wearing leather like that, it doesn't work for me. The man in black, standing already, started to nod. As a High Lon, I'd think not. You'd be plagued even by the skin of a cow or ox, I'd have to imagine. Now there are 5 of you. Only, I need to check the ledger. One moment. A large leather-bound book was brought out, and the man quickly turned to the front and nodded. Indeed, Alice Fargo has her dues paid for the next 9 months. I'd thought that was the case. Very good. So you wish to pay for 4? I can hold that until a convenient time, of course, Lord Lon. The man very carefully didn't look at any of the others, dressed poorly or not. He simply reached into his purse and pulled the back around to count out 4 silvers. The man took them, then needed their names, doing the writing himself, starting with him. Azra Lon. The slightly older lady, the witch, nodded. Bonita Hadith. Then Mara was looked at, so Az spoke for her, explaining her condition of the moment. Marissa Talish. She's temporarily under a curse, her own power being used against her, forcing her to be silent. We need to research how to remove that if we can. It felt like oversharing, but Master Caro simply wrote, then looked up at the short blonde woman. A curse? We have a nice section on that. This sounds like a compulsion, though. A witch could break that for you. It probably won't even be difficult for them. The man looked directly at Bonita then, who faked bob that was supposed to be a curtsy, it seemed. We do know our own. Caro. I don't know the name. You were at the last mess over in Tomei? The man brushed his hand to the side. I prefer books myself. Still, yes, I was there, Bonnie. Franklin. Frankie. She moved closer and then shook her head. That is you, isn't it? Well, small world. You know how to break a compulsion, then. I can do it, but you brought it up. Plus, Sissy is older than she looks and needs a man soon. If you free her from the spell that traps her, I bet she'll be grateful. That, it seemed, was mean and low teasing. The man turned red even and started to gasp, when Mara tilted her head, as if considering the idea. Seriously. There was a half shrug to go with it, which clearly spoke of her being more or less fine with the man, at least as an option. After a moment, Bonita hissed. Fine. I can do my own work. Been a long while on this kind of thing. Let me see. Standing right there inside the library of Verisa, the woman started to glow in silver. Tendrils came out and surrounded Mara, the limping woman grunting several times. Try talking now. Nothing happened, but a gesture came instructing the girl to go on. While that happened, Alice spoke. Oh, this is Conrad. I don't know your last name. The boy shrugged. I don't have one, just the one name, at least as far as I know. Caro stood straighter then, his face suddenly fierce. For a real moment it seemed like he was going to kick some people out, perhaps with honest use of his feet for the task. Instead he tightened and gave a slow nod. Libre. You are now Conrad Libre. That means book, so you will never lose your love of learning. It also means free. A silver tendril shot out from the man then, thin and accurate, touching the boy. The action made Benita snort. I should have got you to do this part then. That's good control. Now again, try to speak. Speak. Mara blinked and gasped. Oh, it's been a while since I could do that. Amazing. Thank you, Benita. I should have gotten you to do that earlier. It was a bit hard since I couldn't speak to ask. The woman winked. I didn't know to do it either. Still, done now. I'm out of practice, clearly. Living hand to mouth on the streets didn't really let me keep up with things like that. My foot pains me enough that, well, no use complaining. She turned then and walked out, as if she were in control of where they were going next. A thing that wasn't the truth at all. As they passed the town centre, Azra waved for everyone to follow, which they did easily enough. No one even asked the plan as they moved into the office and workspace of Wallard. The tall, plump fellow turned and smiled on seeing them there. His red and white hair was well combed, and braids adorned his beard on either side, tied off on the bottom with red thread of some sort. Master Azra, well met. Is there something I can aid you with today? He nodded, gesturing toward Benita. She caught a spear through her left foot, fighting for us in the last war. Can it be healed at all? Benita stiffened, looking shamed. I can't afford such. I was told it would be 10 gold for the work. Wallard nodded, staring at the offending limb. That's about right. The damage is extensive. Still, you were brought here by Azra, who recently did a good turn for me and the city as a whole for free, bringing several people back from the dead. That would cost much more than a mere 10 gold coins. He glanced at Alice and smiled, tears coming to his eyes. So I think we can do this for free and no one will be the wiser. Just don't tell everyone. Charging that much is the only thing that keeps us from starving to death. Most healers end up working for free most of the time, or near it. We're too kind by nature. There was a laugh then, the man seeming pleased enough to be risking starvation for them that day. Benita was settled in a chair, and the work itself was impressive to see. Very similar to what Azra had done with the dead on reshaping their looks, he noticed. It was clear to him at least that the healing magics and his own were related. Different at the same time. He could try all day and not be able to do what Wallard did inside a quarter candle. There we go. It should be fully healed. If you have any pain, then herbs will hold you. That will be in your mind, but it can happen. How does it feel? Gently Benita stood and then, after walking in a circle for nearly 10 breaths, stopped and nodded. It's perfect, Master Healer. I'll pay you back, I swear. Not that you have need of a witch, but if it comes, call for me. Benita Hadith, and I'll come on the wind. The healer smiled then. That could come up, actually. Very good. A trade, then, of work. Not that I still don't owe you as well, Master Azra. We should see to working together, perhaps. Nodding, not seeing the reasoning, the man being brilliant in his own field, Azra still smiled. That could be interesting. We should do that. After that, with a bit of back-patting, as if Wallard and Az were honest friends, not people who had met twice, they were allowed to leave them. Benita wasn't limping, but still wasn't up to running full speed through the tan stone streets either. Still, they went a lot faster, the woman sighing. I suppose you want your manhood tended to for this? The woman didn't sound rough in her words. Honestly, Azra didn't understand her at first until Alice shrugged. That could be a good idea, really. Master Azra is alone a lot. So far I haven't heard him ask for anything in return, from anyone. That doesn't mean we get out of seeing to such things, just that we need to be the ones putting the idea out, like you just did. Thankfully Mara, laughing a bit, cleared her throat. That's a bit advanced, Alice, especially to speak of on the street. Then she hummed a bit, doing so while the rest of them walked in silence. Delivering Alice back to the herb shop, the girl didn't seem upset about her chastisement at all. Saraf noticed the foot on Benita, and there was an exchange of silver tendrils for a while. Then Saraf laughed. Hands off my man, witch. At least until I nail him down into marriage. Now where are my flowers? I put in an order for those last night. She glared at Azra for a moment, though he spread his hands. I'm going to get those now if I can, before the rain comes. Is there anything planned that I need to know about? He was thinking about preparations for the storm coming in, but Saraf nodded. Be here for a meal later. Just before dark, I'm cooking. He nodded, since that was doable, inside of his busy schedule. It sounded almost normal, in fact. He waved at her, the attractive witch doing it back sweetly. Everyone else but Alice walked with him as he left, with Conrad actually pointing first, up in the air. That smoke isn't right. Fire over at the players' arena. That seemed right, so Azra started to jog, calling out as he did it. Fire! Over there! Fire! People scrambled then. Verisa was made of stone, but a blaze could still cause loss and harm. People all started to run then, including the ones with Az. Benita flew, going ahead of them, bells starting to chime in the background. When the blaze came into view, it wasn't the players' ground, but rather the tavern next to it that was going up. One of the rare wooden buildings that close to the city. A line formed, passing buckets of water from a nearby well. Azra jumped in, the woman he was next to, who was in fairly plain brown clothing, a blouse and colourful red and blue skirt, froze for a second, passing the bucket to him. He grabbed it anyway, passing it to the person on the other side. As more people arrived, the buckets were passed back along a second line, making a constant flow of water heading toward the blaze. It didn't totally work, doing no more than holding the blaze where it was. Slowly they were losing. He kept working, everyone doing their part. After the second passing, the woman next to him and the man on the other side simply worked, ignoring that he was there, as more than another part of the line. Even Conrad and Mara were working. Benita flew high, pointing out where they needed more water, and calling out for people to move faster. After a short time, the players came over and tried to help as well. They'd been a bit slow, but when a woman worked in next to him, he got an explanation. Tali, the actress and singer, dressed in bright red and blue that day, with a lot of jewellery on in silver and polished and dyed wood, spoke in a low voice. Hey, Az. We weren't certain this wasn't about us, to draw us out so we could be attacked. Not until everyone came like this. We've been doing our shows hoping that no one would kill any more of us. So far, that's worked. The woman shrugged, her tan shoulders naked. It was distracting, but he blocked that out, speaking softly. That won't be happening again, I don't think. It was, well, complicated. I don't know all of it and have no clue what to say. For all I know, this is related. Probably not. Things burn occasionally. The man on the far side of them huffed a bit, not seeming too out of breath. We aren't making it. We're going to lose the building. This area can all go up. It's all wood and pine pitch around here. Looking around, Azra realized that a lot of it was. Not all of it, but enough to cost a lot if they just let it burn. He called out then, We need Turner. Water Turner. Calling for them shouldn't have done anything, except that Benita flew off, screaming about that, which half an exhausting candlemark later, had nearly 100 men and women, all finely dressed, running up. Some on horses, followed by a fast wagon carrying ladies and children. All of them started working, almost instantly. Water poured from the sky, 20 men and women holding up their right hands, blue light coming from each of them, scattering into the air. Those attuned more to fire moved in and did something, shrinking the flames themselves. The air rushed away from the blaze as well, and dust rose from the ground, burying the embers. What hundreds of ordinary people were losing against for an hour and more was handled to completion in 30 breaths. His own panicked and worried ones at that. When it was over, everyone pounded their hands together happily. He joined in. Interestingly, several of the Turner came over to him then, calling out, Lord Lon, are you well? It was a strange thing to ask, since he'd been well away from the fire himself. He even looked untouched, looking down. I am. Does anyone need a healer? There were a few people with minor burns and 2 who had far worse ones. The skin was dead on the arms and face of one man. There was a healer there, a woman with lively red hair and a green tunic and brown trousers, who looked no older than he did. She hissed on seeing the man. I can't save the dead skin. I can try to help him regrow it, but he'll like as not die, waiting for that to happen. Azra looked away, nodding, then wrinkled his nose. What if I can bring the dead skin back to life? It's not the same, but if the man still lives and I do that, could you finish it using your healing? The woman clearly didn't understand him, several of the turner standing behind him. Why that was, he didn't know, to be honest, but it was nice to see friendly faces. The healer threw her hands up. Do it and we'll find out. I don't understand, but dead is dead. I don't think our friend loses by us trying this. He didn't wait, the man gasping on the ground, dirt moving all over his charred black wounds. It was harder to do than it seemed like it should be, since so much of him was alive still. The skin was dead, though, so he was its master. The dark green of his reviving ability moved out, visible even in the light of day, as he twisted the flesh into a semblance of life. Not truly alive, but close. Smooth again a moment later, perfect and without burn or harm showing, covering the living portion of the man. The healer gasped, then made an insane sound that was, he thought, laughter. I see it. This flesh is nearly alive. The spirit is still inside of him, so I might... This is going to be different. The woman struggled, not showing visible light like he had, but with a lot of pained gasping, sweating that soaked through her top, and having to be held up at one point by Az, which the healer didn't notice happening. The flesh shifted, from dead and animated by him, to being totally alive again. The woman settled to the ground and panted. You're well again, sir. Thanks to this healer here. One of the turner men, who had nice red hair to match the red light that came from him, smiled. You mean Lord Lon? He was being gentle about it, as if the woman might have become too tired to think clearly. She grinned, still breathing hard. That's the one. He brought the skin back to life and fixed it. I don't think I could heal more than that. Maybe a group of us could do it. That's true healing, though. The skin is whole and living again between the two of us working on it. Now, I don't suppose the city is going to pay us for this, are they? That, it seemed to Azra's shock, was actually what normally happened. Any magic user who helped in an emergency, using their powers, was paid for their efforts. The bucket passers weren't, of course. That was considered a duty everyone was supposed to take part in. Then so was using your magic to aid the city. He wasn't worried about it, more worried about the people there than how to get more coin. So he stayed and worked until night started to fall. It took real running for him to make it back home, scrub up and change, then get to Saraf's in time. Technically he was a little late, it being past true dark by the time he was knocking on the door, ready to apologize. When the door opened, instead of a scolding look, he was welcomed with a soft smile and a lingering glance. There you are. I was worried you forgot about me. You were caught up over in the fire, I heard. Bonnie flew over here yelling for water Turner, so I got with Ember, who had her people out after that. I was told you stayed to help. In your own person, too. People are talking about that. How here in Verisa, even the dead and the Lord of the Dead himself protect us from harm. Good thing I grabbed you up first, isn't it? That was wise of me. There was a winsome, not at all insane look on her face as her eyes locked with his own. It was, he decided, a very good thing, if for other reasons. Ones that he didn't speak of at all, though it was truly in his mind. It was an amazing thing, indeed, that anyone wanted him at all. Chapter 15. Az had to admit he was curious about what was going on, in regard to the murders of his new friends. No one had reported anything to him, which was as he expected. They probably wouldn't, even if he asked after the matter. His area was a very specific one in the city, and while murder always involved the dead, the killer was almost always among the living. It wasn't until he was preparing himself the next morning, glowing brightly, spreading his spirit light through the house so that everyone could see, that it occurred to him that he had other resources which could, if he asked, possibly aid him in things like collecting information. More to the point, Mondeth showed himself and grumbled a bit in his direction. Azra, how goes the investigation into your people's murders? He'd been thinking on that very topic, so sighed. After all, Mondeth had once been a king of some sort. As a man, he'd expected people to treat him a certain way due to that, with respect and care about what he wanted done. It hadn't changed when he'd died. He was, after a fashion, the lord of the spirits in their local area, Azra thought. No one called him that, but all the other ghosts and spirits acted as if he were in charge. Not well, at least as far as I'm being told. No one has shared anything with me that way. The echo of his thoughts from a moment before sounded weak, when said to the air and the prism of light that shifted above him. Part of that was his expecting a scolding from Mondoth. The spirit had been with him since he'd been a small child, after all. When he'd been in school, and the other children refused to speak to him, Mondoth had been there, to help fill his days with encouragement and learning. When he was older, and no woman would look his way, it had been Mondoth, more than anyone in the living world, who had suggested that it wouldn't last forever. Not that the dead could see the future. Still, when his own parents had waved away his troubles, his loneliness, when his father had beaten him and Darrow, in his madness, for infractions that weren't that at all, Mondoth had been there, to aid him, Azra Lon, not his father, the Lord of the Dead. Once, when dozens of spirits had been sent to vex him as a punishment, Mondoth, his friend, had fought them all, nearly being destroyed in the action. The others, all of them, had been, locked away from the lands of the living at least by Az, Mondoth having told him to do it, at least if they were both to live. So in that moment he could see that he was being too passive. Not much like a lord of anything. Just a boy, barely doing the things that men had started in their own lives nearly a decade earlier than he'd managed. So he stood up straight and nodded. "I'll handle that. I'll go to Headman Fawn and see what's taking place, if anything. I'd been thinking that I was out of things there, to be honest. The guilty party is almost certainly Boris Sten. That part is hard. Alice confessed to loving him. His action was to save his sister as well. Only he didn't kill the one who forced that into being. He killed innocent people to save young Willa. I don't want to punish him, but I can't see how it can be avoided. It will hurt many if we do that." Mondoth didn't laugh at him, or suggest he needed to be stronger. Instead, there was a wave of something slightly familiar from when he was younger. Sympathy. Heavy is the crown of power. One of the problems there is that those who lead must always do so. You are named a Lord of Verisa. If it means anything, then you need to go forth constantly and do the work of such a being. Every day. Every night. When you would rather rest or play. There was a pause. "Still, you seek with the living, and I'll ask after what the dead might know. We've had hundreds of my kind in the city, looking for harms to your people, led by 10th Stave. She was a guardian of her people when she lived. Not as long ago as myself, but nearly. Needless to say, everyone is quite annoyed with her at the moment." That thought had the glowing light chuckling, for some reason, as if annoying the dead was humorous. Mondoth didn't explain himself at all, simply vanishing, meaning that, nervous or not on the matter, Azra needed to get to his day, which now, instead of being empty in the middle, was going to require him to go and visit with people. He tried to put that out of his mind, holding a pure golden light while the others washed up. Then Mara made food for them. It was a bit better that day, being lightly fried wheat that had been soaked and boiled, with bits of fresh vegetables also fried and spiced. It was better than what the short woman had made the day before. "Now this is delicious. Thank you, Mara." She nodded. Then after a moment, as if recalling she could speak again, she grinned. "I was able to prepare this time, starting last night. Most of the cooking I can do is fairly basic and involves meat. I can work this out, but I was trained to do other things, not cook. Not more than a wife would need, at least. The supposition was that I'd have servants." Conrad, eating as if he might not be allowed to do it again that day, his wooden spoon flashing into the heaping bowl of savoury cereal, looked puzzled. "What were you trained to do?" Whoring?" Mara didn't so much as scowl, simply lifting her shoulders at the kid. "No. Or I would have managed to keep us better on the street. I was trained in music and entertainment. She looked away toward the back of the tomb, where after a moment, music came at them, playing as if a full band was there, near Az's bedchamber. "It's how my family makes money, really. The Tarlish clan is famous for such things, at least in other cities. Dumping me here in Verisa wasn't a mistake. I think I'm the only one of my people here at all. At home in Tonna I could make coin, good coin tonight, simply by announcing that a Tarlish was performing for the public. Inside a week I'd be paid to provide private entertainments. The people who did this to me didn't like the competition. Killing me wasn't allowed, that being stolen from them, but they clearly thought that I wouldn't make it. Not here." Conrad shifted, showing some real energy, now that food was more plentiful. "Oh, you can do that here?" It might take a while if no one knows what your kind of magic does, but it should pick up. That music is real pretty." The tiny blonde woman smiled at the boy, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder from the side of the small table the three of them were at. It was a small thing, mainly being a stone top settled near the middle of the front room, on a frame that was originally meant to be an altar in the middle of the room. "I might do that, actually. If that's allowed, Az." He blinked, getting the basic idea. She lived in his domain, so he was her protector and lord now. "That sounds wonderful. If it's what you wish to do, that is. If not, then we can find other things, like helping to teach Conrad to read. Not that you get out of my lessons that way, of course." He winked at the boy, who nodded. "I know. Alice was talking up how interesting and fun reading was last night, urging me to learn quickly. It's a secret magic that not everyone gets. I didn't know I was allowed to have that kind of learning, really." The thin boy ate for a while then, Mara tightening a bit. She didn't say why that was, but there were concerned looks at the child. Conrad Libre now. It was a good name, truly. It spoke of learning and knowledge. More than calling him Conrad Messenger, or even Conrad Book would have. Anyone hearing it would think of him as coming from a good family, even if it wasn't the truth. When they all finished, they cleaned up, working together, then worked on reading. Mara picked a book and read as Conrad proved he had all the letters memorized already, and their sounds were part of what he could repeat. They spent most of the time going over smaller words and their meanings after that, with Az making the child do most of the work that way. Conrad didn't seem bothered, but he did gasp at the end and smiled. "I'm not good." Azra shrugged. "You're 3 or 4 lessons in. It takes hundreds to learn to read, then daily practice for years to truly master it. It's more than worth it. Not that it will be that long before you can do it. There's a difference between it being useful to you and true mastery. At this rate..." He didn't know, so made something up. "I imagine that you'll be in lessons for other things using reading as a tool inside a month or 2. Less if you practice on your own." That sounded right. If not, then he'd have to find a reason why later to keep the boy encouraged. Helpfully, Mara smiled. "We can go over things later when you get back for the day. It's going to rain. Truly, it's probably starting already. Do you have a slick, Master Az? If you're going out, you'll want one, I think. I can feel the raindrops in the air. They make noise." He nodded, collecting that. He couldn't hear anything, but he wasn't attuned to sound magic. For that matter, when Mara did her magic, so far at least while he could hear it, he didn't see it happening like he did with most other types. Blinking, he realized that wasn't right, really. He should have been able to see it. Then he nodded. There was one color that he couldn't make out at the moment, after all. "Oh, Mara, I'm going to make the room go dark. Could you use your magic when I do that? I want to see something." She made a face, but nodded. "Certainly. You wish for a song? That should work. Let me..." The place went truly dark, then slowly, a mournful sound, horns and strings rose. It fit being in a tomb. There in the dark, he noticed the magic clearly. A light came from the woman. It was whiter than the gold he used with spirits, but close enough that to him the woman glowed. "Conrad, can you see the light coming from her?" There was no answer for a bit. That faint white color?" "Correct, very good. Now, Mara, make that brighter. Enough to see by in here." It took some effort, and the woman had to use a secret trick, making sound that was powerful enough to feel, but silent even as his body thrummed with it. But she lit up. It was a clear effort for her, but for a quarter mark she provided the light inside the black space. Azra Lon smiled and clapped as the woman started to sweat. "Wonderful. Every magic tends to have a light, a color that tells us what it is. Pay attention to that and it will give you information about who's doing what. Now we can work on that later. I should grab that slick and brave the damp and miserable streets. You two have plans for the day." It was the kind of thing that a good person asked after. He thought that was the case. Mara shrugged but worked to make the light brighter. "I'm going to plan out a performance. One for the public to announce my presence. How I gain any attention here, I don't know. Still, without an act being ready, that won't matter. Conrad, I'm going to sneak into the herb shop and spy on Alice. She's pretty, isn't she? She was, of course, in a very young way. A thing that to Conrad, who was no more than a year younger than the girl was. He stopped, and finally just asked the boy, "Conrad, how old are you?" There was a lifting of the shoulder, and a look away then. I don't know, not properly. I was little when I was left on the street. I was left. Cast away. I tell people my parents died, but I don't know that. We didn't really travel first, so they might even be here in the city. That was over 10 years ago. I think I was 5 when that happened. I look young, but not having good food does that. Az didn't let himself so much as blink in the thrumming and light that Marisa was producing for them. The idea that Conrad was somewhere between 14 and 16 was shocking, though. Even assuming it was near the younger edge it was. He honestly looked no older than 11. A thin and slightly sickly version of that as well. Tall for that age, but tiny if he was 16. He might not grow past that if he was that age. Instead, Az leaned in a bit. Go carefully then with Alice. If you get too advanced with her, you might well end up married to her. He meant it, which showed. Conrad rolled his eyes as if it were a jest, and Mara took a deep breath. I see. You need to heed that as a serious matter, Conrad. I hadn't realized that matters were being taken to that level. Truly, I was thinking that we'd be kicked out of here after a week or so, when the danger passed. This sounds more like... Azra nodded. Even he got that one. As if you're both being taken in by a Lord of Verisa, as part of his household. True, the Lord of the Dead, and that house is a tomb, but there you have it. Now I have to make up duties for you both, so you know it's real. Conrad has his studies. Mara, you're doing the household things for us? That was normally the wife's position, but he wasn't taking her to bed. Not that there was anything wrong with her that way. He simply had possibly other things going on that precluded such. Doing too much, too fast, that could lead to mistakes. So he needed to treat her more like a daughter, if one easily old enough to think of otherwise. Still, he began to glow again, and went to the large wooden chest in his room, digging to the bottom to find his old raincloth. That was a simple sheet he had to wrap around himself. He did that, and then waved, leaving, since it was going to be a long, and as he noticed instantly miserable, trip to see the headman of Verisa. It wasn't simply the rain, which was hard without being the very worst he'd ever seen, but also a wind that whipped the cloth around him, and part of the robe he had on that day. A simple green one. The oiled cloth was over his head, but it was difficult to keep the slick thing in place in the wind. So he was beaten by the air and water, which was thankfully warm. So he soaked through, without shaking or trembling with cold. It took longer, or seemed like it, to walk the nearly empty tan stone streets of Verisa that day, than it should have done. There were puddles that, if the rain continued, would flood the streets until they could empty into the gutters. Water would be trapped for days, in the crevasses of the roadway, he knew. After the rain stopped. For the moment it wasn't that dire of a situation. A bit unpleasant, his cloth shoes being soaked, making squishing noises with each step. The wood of the soles making clacking noises against the stones. There were others out, risking the rain and damp, of course. Life and business didn't stop simply because there was a bit of water falling from the sky. Still, he saw a dozen people, huddled, wrapped as he was as often as not, or in a fine rainproof coat which he envied, not being allowed to own one, hurrying along to get to their work and day. The city never truly went dead, of course. Even in the dark of night, people moved and voices spoke in the night to a careful listener. As he approached the house of the headman Fawn, nerves lighting up and feeling awkward as well as unkempt, he thought about how to get a coat that would deflect the rain. He technically wasn't allowed even a simple slick, except that years before a man had been presented to his father wrapped in what he had around him at the moment, making it a death shroud. A thing that he had to be ready to explain, if anyone challenged him on the idea. Technically it wasn't allowed, so his arguments would need to be very correct on the point if it came up. He was allowed to wrap himself in death shrouds, or to wear robes. No one had ever come up with a waterproof robe, though. That he could do that if he worked it out correctly was unknown to him. Certainly the cloth could be treated. He didn't know how to do that, but it was done, obviously. What he didn't know at all was if he was allowed to do that kind of thing. The charter said robes or a dead man's shroud. That was all. That might be taken to mean the shape of such things. No one had ever, not even once, looked askance at his choice of colours at all. They might all be fine with a heavy version that would keep him safe from rain, given that. He knocked on the door, distracted, to find it being opened by the headman himself. So he spoke, first thing, smiling. If a great robe were treated with linseed oil, would I be allowed to wear such, do you believe? The charter says I can choose robes or death shrouds. This slick I have was a death shroud, presented this way, treated as it is. It's hard to wear, though. The blond man, his face smooth and with new lines on it, even compared to recent days, waved for him to come inside, even if he was dripping. Let me run that past the council. Those rules aren't meant to make life worse for the Lord of the Dead, after all. You came across the whole of Verisa to discuss this. The man smiled, clearly not meaning it. Not thinking it was the case, either. Of course not, Headman Fawn. I came for the reason you're doubtless thinking of. The murders of my new friends. Where are we with that? Do you need my aid to handle the situation? What he could do, he didn't know. Only of course he did after a fashion. His friends could defeat even war beasts in battle. The beasts might outrun them, in the moment certainly. They might even slow them down for a time, ripping off parts of their bodies. That wouldn't last long, and the dead didn't tire. They didn't fear either, not in battle. If it came to it, his people could take on the war beast of Verisa and win. His spirit friends could find and follow them, and then come and tell him where they were hiding, so that the beasts wouldn't be able to escape at all. Even feeling low and as if he wasn't important, it was clear that the Lord of the Dead had value in the current matter. Headman Fawn nodded, helping him with his wrap, then letting him dry himself, as, not wanting to risk the nice furnishings of the house. They sat on low benches, used to remove shoes instead. A thing that clearly was making Fawn uneasy. We can go to the front room, it's no problem. That was waved away. I don't need to be here for long unless we need to plan, I mean. This is fine. Do we know who the guilty party is as of yet? Az didn't add his own thoughts there, not wanting to poison the well in case he was wrong on the matter, and it wasn't Boris Sten. There was a slow headshake then, and a tightening of the lips. No. I confronted Tom Sten with what we know. He didn't even deny it. Oh, he claimed not to know about Willa and Alice, but that they're his entire gang, that they're war beasts. All of them, I think. It's nearly 50 people. He basically told me that he'd look into it. Then I've heard nothing. We won't, of course. Not from that direction. If that won't work, then... I was thinking of setting the mages of Verisa against them. If we kill them all, we likely find the correct person. Azra didn't let himself wince, suppressing the urge. Instead, he nodded. Understandable. Still, that would cost over 50 lives, maybe by a considerable amount to see to, since doing that would force them to fight back. Can we work out how to get these people near a witch or two? I don't have that power, but they can read the minds of man and beast alike, or so I'm told. The issue is proximity. We need to get them close enough to the right person without risking them in the action. How do we do that? He had no clue. The only events that people came together for that he knew about were funerals. At least that he was invited to. Sitting up a bit, he coughed. Headman Fawn frowned at him. You have something? No, nothing real. Sarah Flowich and Ember Turner have been teasing the idea of all of us getting married. Nora Sten was added to that as well, as a ruse the other day. If we held a real wedding. Well, then the ladies would be married to him. Seraph seemed willing to play in the direction he'd noticed. The night before she'd even kissed him several times. Nothing more than that, of course. Other names of women had been added to the list, but that was still tentative. Then no one said he had to marry them all at the same time, even if having the title as a married woman might aid some of them in their daily lives. That was the actual point, after all. Not trapping him into their lives, but giving them that talisman, that position in society, to use for their own protection and as a tool for advancement. Then, he'd never expected to marry for love. That had, not even once as a child, ever been suggested to him. For Darrow, but never Azra. The headman lit up suddenly. Oh, I've heard some rumours that way, so the word on that is actually out in the city already. Yes, that might work if Nora can be added to the mix. She's a wonderful young woman. I can recommend her as a wife, even. At the very least, marriage to you would get her out from under the control of Tom, her father. Now we need for this to be a large event. If the correct people are going to have to show up or their absence be noticed, this needs to be special, something large and grand. The man stopped speaking, finally standing up. I'll handle that part. I need 15 days. That will stress things, but I can pull some strings. I don't want to wait too long. Can the ladies be arranged for the matter under discussion? That will have to be your part in this, I fear. He honestly didn't know the honest answer. They might pull out if it becomes real. The Lord of the Dead isn't a large draw for women in particular. I look odd. It's hard to not notice that. The other man nodded, agreeing, but stood and when Azra did the same, clapped him on the shoulder. You've named women of discernment, however. Good ladies who can see past such things as appearance. If we can't do this, well, perhaps another way can be found. We need Nora for this to work. The others are fitting, perhaps, to your station, and useful in forcing people to attend in great numbers. See to it. You can do this, Az. That was, as far as he could recall, the first time that the man had addressed him so casually. Almost as if they were true friends, which was better than not being close. So he nodded, then took a deep breath. I will do my best. There was a firm nod, as if that could, when it came to ladies, possibly be enough. It would have to be. Wrapping himself back up, moving to the door, he glanced at the man. Oh, the robe idea. If you can run that past the others, I think it should count. At least if I only use it for foul weather. There was no provision for that at all in the city charter, of course. He had that portion of it committed to memory. A lot of the rest of it as well. It was only 16 handwritten pages, after all. It covered his position, but in 3 paragraphs. Most of the other magic users as well, but in a single page, most of that being directed at their duties and how they were to be paid. There were also provisions for paying tariffs for merchants, and how the city provided for guards, and what they all had to do if war or attack came. The walk back was no more pleasant, but he stopped into the herb shop, which given the rain that day was empty. He stood near the door waving at Saraf, who lit up on seeing him. Her hair was held back that day, the lustrous black curls mainly held out of the way. Her dress was simple, but in a nice deep green, with tan sleeves that puffed out a bit, and wooden buttons for decorations on the front. Azy, you braved the rain just to see me. That's a good sign. I'd worried that I'd scared you away last night, with all the talk of marriage like that. He let her come to him, since he was dripping a good bit, onto the stone floor. That was smooth and clean. When she got to him, he nodded. We're to be married in 15 days. Can you get Ember and Nora in for that? The others as well, I suppose, if they want to try it. Headman Fawn is setting it up for us. It's going to be very large. He could have hidden the real plan, but didn't bother trying. Not from a witch. The hope is if Nora is involved, then all of the Sten family and gang will show up. My part is getting the ladies to show up. He smiled as she stood there wide-eyed, seeming about to panic. She gasped and then moved in, hugging him even if he was damp. Finally, yes, I know that we have Ember for certain. Most likely Janissa Borrow too. I can get Nora as well. I know that you don't see it, but they all actually like you. Oh, it isn't some abiding and long-held love, but they're pleased with the idea of being your wife. Even if they have to share you, there are some others we should consider. Marissa Tallish, for instance. The name means nothing here, but she's famous in Tonna. Marrying you with myself and others will protect her from people who might well still mean her harm. She's downplaying it, but she was abandoned here to save her, by an admirer. He'd been told to kill her and leave her for the crows. There was a wave then. She went on, clearly distracted by thought. I have all of that. We'll need matching dresses. Again, I'll see to it. This is so exciting. I'd wondered if you were planning to pull out of the plan, truly. I know you don't see this as real or think it's only for our own purposes. That isn't wrong, but it isn't the only thing going on. Now you... She stopped, a tendril of silver gently reaching out to him as she explored his thoughts. He waited, the woman smiling after a bit. We need to visit with your brother. You can go to set that shoe order. He'll need to be brought back if at all possible. The rain won't let up for 2 days, but there's a good road between here and there. You're taking a guard with you. He needed one, but hadn't set anything up as of yet. Some of my friends, perhaps. Who exactly he didn't know. Tilting his head, he shrugged. Conrad should come. We've been working on reading. He's doing well so far, though Mara might be able to keep him to his lessons as well. A journey to Tekla was a thing that he'd never taken himself at all. It was 20 miles away. At least that was what the map book had told him. I should hire a wagon. I don't know how to drive one, of course. The herb witch sniffed then and walked away, back behind the counter, working on something that was producing smoke like incense for a time before speaking again. Neither do I. We live in a city, so it doesn't come up that often. Well, you have 2.5 days to work out who you're taking with you and finding out how to do it. Now you'll be needed for dinner tonight if I can reach everyone in time. Be back here at low dark. She smiled at him and waved for him to leave. What she was thinking, he couldn't tell. Truly, at the moment, she suddenly seemed to be busy, focused on her work of the moment and possibly the other things that had come up. The rain picked up as he moved back to the tomb, in the middle of the City of the Dead. The puddles were deep, but the road was all of stone, which was much nicer than mud would have been. He reflected on that, the nice things about the fair city of Verisa, as it hit him that, by some trick or clever machination, he seemed to be about to have a wife. Wives, even. Azra honestly didn't know what to think on the matter. It was to be either giddy or scared. One of those two things. Chapter 16. He was a bit surprised to find several things happening over the next days. It was fairly easy to find a wagoner who was heading toward Tekla as soon as the rains broke, and passed the man and his family an extra half gold to put in 2 extra wagons for the journey. The biggest issue was that he needed that many, since a lot of people had volunteered to travel with him. Marcus, for instance. Bonald even shut his shop down, since he was between kiln burns anyway. He stayed open most of the time except for at night, when he went to the City of the Dead. Narlan, Emily and Alice also decided to come along, since they weren't at all certain they could take being away from him for that long. It was planned as a 3-day trip after all. In a way it worked well enough for them, of course, even with Mara and Conrad along. That wasn't the end of it. They also had Harold Turner, who was about Azra's age plus some few years. A man with bright red hair, who burned at the world nearly as brightly as Ember did. Indeed, he was said to be powerful with his family's magic, being not only able to handle fire well, but being strong in the element of earth. They could all use any element, but the man had told him that he could, at best, make a small breeze and cause a sip of water to move around on a flat surface, which was better than Az could do with either element, not having any power over such things at all. They also had Bonita, who, like the others, looked sharp in her new clothing. More outfits were coming, or would be, as soon as Naylan and Emily were back to their shop and materials. In the moment, everyone had 2 such new sets of clothing, each in bright colours, making them look rather wealthy as a group, even if they were riding in the back of a wagon rather than a coach. The rest of his friends had stayed to protect Verisa. Well, clearly not Mondeth, who was with them the whole time on the road, as a hidden watcher and protector for the rest of them. Thankfully, loaded down with gold and gems like they were, no one bothered to try and rob them. It was a safe enough route, but bandits moved from one road to another, or so he'd been told by the wagon people. Tekla was, he supposed, a fine enough place. On a river, like Verisa, but built of wood, and while painted gaily in places, it largely lacked the majesty of his home. The roads were mud in places, not fine stone, for instance. Luckily, the main path was better than that, and there was a large inn along that path. The older man who was in charge of the trip gave him a nod when they stopped. "We'll put you fine folk here at the Inn of the Sparrow. It's a good enough location to see all of Tekla from. We leave morning after next. If that changes, I'll send a runner to you. If you need to find us, we'll be at the wagon house. Family here runs that. It's not a fine place like this, but it's enough and we get to stay for free." The fellow, Gerrit, moved off then, seeming uneasy with Azra being there, looking as he did. The poor man and his family had been that way the whole time. Each had used the sign of the evil eye against him as well, before they'd left. As was his custom, he grinned into it and waved like a fool who didn't realize what it meant. The inn itself was also made of wood, but had been painted a deep and slightly shining red colour. That was impressive, being like rust as it was. They had some packs with them, and a single large trunk, which took Bonald and Marcus to carry for them. That one held the treasure, and was probably full enough that 4 men of good health would have been pressed to carry it at all. His friends simply held it, dressed in nice clothing and acting as if it might hold pillows for their heads that night. When they went in, there was a slightly snooty-seeming fellow inside. He lit up on seeing them there, until he noticed Az, of course. Then he threw off the sign, using a slightly different version of it than was normally employed. Instead of holding a V made of the first 2 fingers over his left eye, The man made a circle with his thumb and first finger and looked through the hole. Az waved and smiled, then tilted his head. So they do that differently in Verisa, like this. He demonstrated it so it would be clear. Everyone else looked like battle might commence over the idea. Not that your way doesn't work just as well. Magic like that is all about intent, after all. Is that the sign used against evil here? The man dropped his hand, then very slowly smiled. Aye, it is. We don't see your type here often, High Lon. Should we place the city on alert? Do you come to take our lives for your army of undead beasts? Harold Turner laughed. It was merry sounding, not mean or defensive at all. Ah, no. This is Azra Lon, the Lord of the Dead for Verisa. We've come to put in a shoe order with a local cobbler. Named Darrow, I think it was. The Turner knew the name, but also that the plan was to hide the relationship, as well as they could. The inn-man actually relaxed a lot. Young Darrow. I know the place, of course. Gave my little ones a good rate on their new shoes, so I can see making the trip. Verisa is a fine place. I didn't exactly know that they had a High Lon there for that position. Truly, I didn't know that that sort was able to be so civilized. The man winced, since it was insulting. Az had heard the idea before, and from his own reading it wasn't wrong, truly. I'm not actually dead. I was born this way as an accident of birth. If you see anyone else who looks like me, with a single red eye and chalk-like skin, well then be cautious, just... The sign of the evil eye, that doesn't do anything at all. If that sort comes, run. They'll need to be sealed away from the world. I can, if they aren't more powerful than I am, do that. He didn't add more, the man seeming doubtful. You all need rooms? We have enough if you share. 2 to a room. I won't assign those. The man grinned, as if suggesting things that were rather advanced might take place. For all Az knew, that was the case. Harold chuckled. That works. We need to keep a guard day and night for obvious reasons. We can have people moving around all the time. Will that work for you? They got a baffled look, but a nod. It probably wasn't true that the innkeeper was fine with it, but the dead didn't sleep. The man took them around and gave them the needed keys, with all of the ladies taking 2 rooms, and Conrad being in with the now good-looking Bonald and the naturally attractive Marcus, since they weren't really going to use the room, unless they needed to share information in secret or change clothing. Harold just walked into the room with him, not even hesitating at the idea, as if Az might just be a normal person. The truth was he had no clue if he was or not. Rather than make an issue of it, he set his bag in the room and spoke to his fellow occupant. I need to go and find my brother if I can before dark comes. I didn't think we were going to be in so early, to tell the truth. The man dropped his own things and walked out, hand out for the key so that he could lock the room up. His intent had been to leave everyone else, but they all did the same thing, with the large trunk being carried out easily, along with the foot tracings, which Mara had with her at the moment, carried in a leather folio to keep them flat and dry. Not that it was raining there. It was still muddy out in places, but the heat of the day spoke of that going away soon. Stopping in the front area, he waved to his new friend, hoping that calling the man that in his head and giving him coin would mean the man didn't call in the troops to chase him from Tekla. Could we trouble you for directions to that cobbler? Darrow? The man lit up again, seeming kind suddenly. Oh, certainly, Lord Lon. It's not a hard trip from here. Some 4 streets away to the south, then take a left at the barrel shop. Don't be confused, that's the name of the tavern, not a place that makes barrels any longer. It hasn't been for a long while. Trust me, if you seek a tankard, don't waste coin there. Any place else in Tekla will serve better. Watered ale for twice the price, and a claim that means it's a fine thing, not a trick to separate the wealthy from their coin. It looks nice, I suppose, if that matters to you. Azra nodded at the fellow who was, it seemed, trying to be normal with him. Not exactly making it happen, but that wasn't needed if he put the effort in. Good to know. We should be back in a while. South is left out of the door. The man nodded. Yup, down that way. 4 streets, then 1 down. It's a nice enough place, there's a sign. That was, he supposed, enough. That direction was well paved too, though the cross streets were dirt. Until they turned, showing that where his brother lived was in a rich-looking district. Not the fine palaces of some in Verisa, perhaps, but the wooden houses were tight-seeming and well cared for, in a way that the poor likely couldn't manage. There were shops along the way, making various things with, as promised, a sign in front of a nicely painted blue building with green trim and matching green clay roof tiles. The elegantly painted gold and brown wooden sign said, Darrow's Fine Footwear. Moving up to the door, Marcus, Bonald and Conrad directly behind him, he tapped on the wooden door. That was painted very well, he noticed. There was an intricate pattern of flowers and greenery to it that had to have taken time and effort to put into place. When the door opened, a face appeared. The skin was dark, and hair short and curly. The man, who was very good-looking, if shorter than Az was by some inches, wasn't his brother, however. Well met. May I help you, gent? He froze on seeing Az there, which he was used to. Then he did something truly unexpected. Azra Lon. Nearly freezing, he managed to nod. Yes. He sounded tentative, the man turning then and calling out, Darrow, Azra is here. Other people as well. The man smiled sweetly enough. After a moment, his brother, taller than he was by half a head, moved to the door and hugged him rather powerfully. He was dressed in brown, clearly having been working, but it was a nice set of clothing, for all it was in shades of grey and brown. Az, I hadn't expected to see you here. Come in, all of you. This way, come in. The shop was large enough inside, though his brother moved and shut the door, locking it behind them. Then he looked at everyone there and shrugged. Now who gets hugs and who do I bow to? Cutely Conrad reached up, which had the boy hugged and slapped on the back. I'm Conrad, Conrad Libre. Darrow Cobbler here in Tekla. Alice moved in and did the same thing, as did the rest of the women. When Mara got to him, she ducked her head. Marissa Talish, soon to be Marissa Lon. She wrinkled her nose. There are 5 of us marrying your brother. It's different but legal, what with him being a city lord. She seemed ready to explain that, and possibly even argue the point. She got a hug instead, then one from the darker shop fellow. It was Darrow who tilted his head, examining the world closely of a sudden. But you're alive? He glanced at the others, looking hardest at Nayland, then shook his head. Some of you aren't, but you are, and this lady? The one indicated was Alice, who smiled. She seemed happy about the words. No, I'm dead. Also not getting married. None of the dead people are. Not yet, anyway. I missed your name, sir. That was for the dark man with curly hair and fit form. He was alive as well. Also, like Bonita, a witch. The silver was all around him, as he read people's minds, leaving Az alone for some reason. I'm Kelvin Rom. Darrow and I are married. That's legal here in Tekla. Darrow froze, as if that were going to be the big issue of the day. Possibly why he'd left home in the first place. Not that people in Verisa cared about such things, though marriage was held only between a man and a woman there. So that was a good enough reason to leave. Truly, there had to be a lot of good reasons for it to have taken place. Azra simply moved in and gave the man, his brother now, a familial hug. Welcome to the family. Now you both have to come to Verisa for the wedding in 12 days. Get there early. We have room in the wagons going back if you can take that much time. We leave in 2 days if so. First we have some things. Work first. We have foot tracings for shoes. Marissa moved forward and tentatively passed the folio over. Darrow simply took it, the flesh not coming to life at all. A thing that could have taken place if the man had tried, being powerful in the way of the Lon. But it would take effort. He looked at the brown paper and nodded. I can work from this. They need to be in heavy cloth. That was for him, of course. He shook his head. Not. Some should be. 2 pairs for those who are often near me. I don't make everyone's shoes come to life walking down the street, but if I'm working around them it could happen. So for Alice, Mara and Conrad here. The rest can probably work with leather. He looked around, with Marcus waving a hand for attention. Everyone looked at him, the attractive young man smiling. Some need to be nice but plain. We could use fine imprint work on some of the things for Emily and Nayland. They have a clothing shop, a high-quality one. It's new, but something that fits with what they make and wear. He seemed humbled by the suggestion, which would be about it not being his coin being spent. On the good side, Az figured that was a correct enough point, if his brother could do the work. Kelvin waved for people to follow him, Marcus and Bonald still holding the heavy chest. Azra stopped and waved for them to put the thing down. Oh, sorry, I brought some other things for you. He waved. with Bonald moving smoothly to open the chest up, showing that when an inner lid was lifted, it didn't have folded cloth in it, as it seemed at first, but was filled with loose metal coins and bags that held various gems. Kelvin froze as Darrow coughed a bit. "Oh, I'd left that for you. Are things going well enough there?" Harold chuckled. "Oh, it is. He found my father's secret hoard, which was 10 times this or more. By law it's his, but he's having the family hold it since he's marrying in. My older sister Ember. The city owes him much as well. We checked into that the other day since he did some healing work after a fire. A tavern court." Darrow stopped suddenly. "Healing?" There was a nod from Harold, who had been there watching the whole event. "A man had been burned black, so he brought the flesh to life, repaired it to normal, and then a local healer moved it from that state to full health and life. It was incredibly impressive. Alas, it was so much work for the poor healer that she didn't think we could use that trick to bring those who have died back fully. Still, using magic to save a life in an emergency is paid in gold. So was your work, Witch Benita. We made certain that was noted as well." He glanced at the men and gave a somber nod, then explained himself. "She flew in the very sky above Verisa to set up an alarm, which allowed the turner to ride to the fire from across the city and remove it in time, to save the district on that side. With Azra, he's also been working with the guard since the recent murders, putting up watchers, powerful spirits, and stopping several crimes in his own person." The man winked at Darrow. "It's true, but I'm talking him up a bit since you're his brother," who smiled. "That sounds better than I feared for you then, Az. I left. Well, I was tired of Verisa. It's a lovely place, but I couldn't marry a man there. Plus, Azra understood. His younger brother would have been left to starve or wander the land, if not given a position there. He didn't mention it, even if that, not some concern about boy love, that was the real issue. If Darrow had wanted a male lover, that would have been fine, even if he had a wife. Well, depending on the rules of their marriage, at least. Jealousy was a real concern in life, after all. Then again, he was still asking if he was allowed a waterproof, inside the rules of that place. So he nodded. It would be nice to be able to purchase some white bread in my own person. Darrow understood that and laughed. So right. If you were the Lord of the Dead for Tekla, you could wear what you wish, eat what you want, and live in a real house. People will still make the sign, of course. They aren't perfect here, but old Volt, who has the job here now, isn't reviled either. I nearly put in for the job here, but I met Kelvin, and he's incredible with leatherworking. I know shoes now, at least. Volt isn't very powerful, to be honest. It's enough for the most part. When it isn't, I sneak over and redo the work. It doesn't come up often at all. Then, in order to put the coin away, they moved to the cellar below the house. It was dark and filled with preserves already, even if it was still summer. Toward the back, behind a shelf, they found the right spot. A heavy stone being moved out of the way to expose a decently large vault in the wall there. Inside was a tidy chest in it of not inconsiderable size already. Still, there was space alongside of it. They had more now, of course. How much so, well, that wasn't his business. Darrow was an adult, and so was Kelvin. When they came back up, working on the shoe order for nearly a full candle mark, the conversation shifted suddenly. Kelvin clapped. Now food. Azra, you can't eat meat, correct? There's a lovely vegetable dish that's popular here. Skewered roots and other plants, seasoned in savoury brine and then roasted. Which I happen to know how to make. It's served on flat bread. Is that good for everyone? We also have some fine mutton. Darrow shrugged. That will work. We can just lock the meat first. Really, you can do that with the shoes too. I'll see to that, in fact. It won't be a problem. I had to learn to do my own food that way as a child, or else Az would bring it to life just being too close to it. Azra blinked, then did it again. Then, for added impact, let his mouth hang open. Sorry, just lock it. Like I do for a living, you mean? His older brother nodded soberly. I never mentioned that. It isn't hard. Really, it's a bit slow not working that out on your own. I swear I told you, though, when we were little. That had never happened. At least that he could recall. No, I don't remember that at all. It makes sense, I just never even thought of it. He tightened then, feeling like he should fight over it. That Darrow had failed him and ruined a big part of his life. Only he was also correct. Az should have seen that one himself long ago. That he hadn't was nearly insane. Clearly he was too foolish to live. Sighing, he closed his eyes. Well, I know now. I'll see to that. It will make things a lot easier for many people. He did as well, moving to the kitchen, along with Kelvin and casting a visible purple light on the meat, so it couldn't return to life. It was possible that he could overwhelm that, but it wasn't going to be happening on accident. Kelvin gasped as he did it. I saw that. How powerful are you? Only Darrow was in the room with them, and he'd been smiling until that was asked. Then, looking around, he lowered his voice and nodded. We don't speak openly about it. But Father always figured that Azra was probably the strongest living Lon to have ever lived. He, our father, tried to kill him as a child several times because of that, hoping he could remove the threat to the world that way, locking him into the world of the dead before he brought himself back. Each time Az prevailed. There was a headshake then. Father, he wasn't sane, but he'd collected power to try and kill his younger son. In the end, I had to stop him. I killed him. I had to in order to save us all. Azra gasped. What? There was a slow nod, then a wave for him to move closer. He'd collected the skin of a powerful witch, Esmeralda, along with that of a Turner and a Goller. Only if he'd killed Az, no one would have been able to seal him. If Father had been sane. I tried to explain that to him. We fought and he was prepared for you, not me. That was his undoing in the end. He was railing against you, telling me about how he had the fresh skins he needed, and was about to put them on and take your life. That I didn't understand. Only I did. Azra nodded, since it was obvious what he saw. Still, his brother, seeming sad, went on. So I walked up behind him and stabbed him in the neck, killing him. Not in a fight using the dead or spirits of old, just with my old eating blade, like a coward in the back. Then I sealed him from life and brought him back, healed the wounds and had him act like he was taking his own life. Mother faded in front of me, falling to the ground. Honestly, I hadn't known she wasn't alive. I'd never thought to check she was my mother. Feeling like his breath was gone, Az gasped for a bit, strangled for air. Choked, only not at the same time. Finally, Kelvin looking concerned, he nodded at the slightly shorter, much darker man. Azra explained to him so he wouldn't think too ill of Darrow. Killing a killer to save lives was allowed almost everywhere after all. If I were to die, we don't know what will happen. Maybe my power stays the same. If not, if my power expands to the normal pattern or more, then no one knows what that will mean. High Lon, the dead of our kind, we have to be sealed when we die. It requires someone as powerful or more to do that. Only we, Lon, have to take energy from the living to survive. That's fine while we live, but no one knows if a Lon can simply choose not to do that. If it's a thing that can be done at all. If not, if I can't seal myself when I die, then there could be darkness for the whole world. He felt his cheek, a tear running down it. That was wiped away. I didn't know he was trying to kill me. There were beatings and some were bad. I thought it was only madness. He wasn't always kind, especially toward me. Honestly, I figured it was my looks. I guess it was, after a fashion. I was alone so often as a child. They acted as if I was imagining things, that no one treated me differently. He felt annoyed and shocked at the admission of his brother, but shrugged. Which is all in the past. Except my death, when that comes, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to harm anyone. Only, what happens when I die and suddenly doing that only makes sense? When I look at people not as my friends and loved ones, but as bits of green energy to consume to build the army I clearly need. Kelvin shook his head. I don't know what to do either. Be careful while we try to work that out as a start. Now help me cut this meat up. I have metal skewers for this. See, honey, I told you we needed 20 sets. Darrow patted his husband on the back. That you did. We got extra plates and silver as well. Kelvin enjoys throwing events and parties. The darker man nodded, then looked behind himself at the front room where everyone else was sitting and waiting. Not in the shop, the sitting room. Behind the shop proper. Then he leaned in. Now, you have a Talish with you. Can she do that thing with the music? Azra nodded. She can. I've seen her do that, in fact. It was good. Skillful. I know she's been working on a show, but I haven't heard it yet. Talish magic is known in Verisa, but only as working with sound. In Tonna it seems to be a bigger skill. The man, who had been a bit wide-eyed on hearing that his husband had murdered his own father, sputtered suddenly. Not just there. Even if she's poor in her skills, she could move here and earn a good living, never wanting for anything. I wonder if she'll perform for us here." He looked hopeful, then shook his head. "I shouldn't ask. She's going to be family, and that might insult her." Azra just worked on the meat haunch with a knife, needing help with it, not really knowing how to do it. Kelvin gave a brief lesson on that, but made him do it, understanding it was going to be new to him. He was gentle about it, but didn't let him do it in a lazy fashion. The meat cubes had to be the correct size and shape, and if he wasn't doing it right, he was given more instruction. Kelvin still added the vegetables and started the dough for flat bread, working efficiently. Leaving him and Darrow to watch the food, he kept running to the front, taking in cups of wine and juice as well as tea. On the fourth trip in, the man came back with Mara in tow behind him, the short blonde woman smiling. "Azra, would it be all right for me to do a bit of a performance here?" Kelvin was carefully not asking after that, but Benita told on him anyway. "I do have something ready and could use the practice." It was strange being asked for permission to do things that she obviously could, but he understood her idea. There had been problems in the past, and they were in a strange place. If trouble started due to it, then they might have to fight or run away, which could be at issue, but he doubted it. The door was locked, after all. "That sounds pleasant. You should consider it." That should, he hoped, allow her to back out, if it was too much for her, without feeling that he was pressing her to. Still, she clapped, her brown and red dress moving a bit as she did it. "Oh, this is wonderful. Where should we do it?" He expected that would be in the front room, but Kelvin stayed there, as Darrow and Mara left to work that out. They had to move some things around, to have space for the large table, a clever contraption that was essentially built in place, taking 3 people to do the work. Az helped with it, a bit clumsily, since it was unfamiliar to him. Still, they had chairs brought in, and after bringing food in, they all ate. The food was good too, roasted to perfection, with just a bit of charring along the vegetables. He didn't try any meat himself, that not being his habit. Everyone else did, he noticed, seeming pleased with the change of events. Then, after the meal, Darrow waved for everyone to follow him outside. It was getting dark, but they did have street lamps being lit. It took a while, but about the time true dark came, they were in a wooden structure, open to the air, used for entertainments. That was a bit of a shock to him, since he'd figured that the woman had meant performing for them. The people there at the house they'd been in. More, people were literally running to get there in time and not miss the show. They were dropping coins into the box at the front as well, not even asking if they should. There was a muttering as people sat, choosing their own places. The bit he could understand was a single word. Talish. It was almost being chanted for a while. Then when Mara took the stage, it was. Chapter 17. Sitting in a slightly damp wooden chair, which was one of the good seating options there in the Tekla performance arena that day, Azra cried, tears of joy pouring down his pale cheeks as the world swelled and pulsed around him. It wasn't, as he'd thought, about some music that simply came out of the air, or even voices singing without bodies. That was there, of course. It was, at the heart of it, what was happening that evening. Dozens of voices sang in perfect harmony. Hundreds of instruments played. It did come from a distance at times. At others it was there next to him, or even within him. As one, the audience gasped, and in a few cases, sang along with the song being played for them. Truly, for the first portion, Azra figured that he was simply being odd, crying at such a thing. Looking around, however, he noted that his face wasn't the only one being covertly dried as the performance took place. Down below, where he and his friends had been settled, the standing bodies of men and women were all responding in powerful ways. Many were doing what he was, of course. Others beamed, smiling up at the stage where Mara gestured, standing with her eyes closed as the world thrummed and hummed at her command. Then, even if it wasn't truly sudden or unexpected, the world fell silent. The lack of the beauty stung his mind when it was no longer there. He sat, nearly stunned, still smiling, as the world erupted below him, around him. People stomping, crying loudly, screaming their desire for more, calling out that they loved Marisa Talish. He didn't do that. Instead, he shook himself, understanding that something that had been said to him was a real thing. Saraf had told him that Mara was mildly famous in her home city. If the response to the woman was anything, even remotely, like what the crowd in Tekla was doing that night, then cursing her and trying to kill her meant something. This wasn't a woman whose people or even their enemies would get rid of casually. Dark things had truly taken place in the city-state of Tonna, for her to have been harmed in such a way. Oddly, his mind turned for a moment to a point several seats away from him, where Bonita sat. A full witch, with enough power to be respected for that, who hadn't been able, possibly allowed, to earn a living in Verisa. Part of that was, he realized, down to the nature of her abilities. Lifting with magic while useful in battle wasn't that wonderful of a skill. Useful at times, but limited in what could be done. Flying was clearly a handy trick, and seemed fun and entertaining, but all of the witches he'd met had other tasks that earned coin for them. So, a woman who was crippled with pain, unable to do work with her body, could fall on hard times, lacking people in her world to support her. In Verisa, and possibly some other places, only a few people had assured work. That he, the Lord of the Dead, would always be able to eat and have access to materials was a gift after a fashion. One that he needed to share with those who were experiencing different lives. If he could manage it, of course. That Mara's situation was far more dire than it had seemed before was, suddenly, upon his mind. The music played again then, riveting his attention, along with the entire audience then, with a bow and flourish. Mara Talish smiled and simply walked off the stage, leaving everyone standing there to their own devices. After a moment, most simply walked away, seeming thrilled. Azra didn't know what to say, some quarter of a candle mark later when the short blonde woman came up to them. The others cheered her, but he was concerned with other things. Still, she looked at him, her youthful face searching his, her blue eyes seeming eager for him to say something. So he did. Sorry, I was too busy hiding the tears and now my face is aching from smiling that hard. He still grinned again, and hugged her, hoping that wasn't unwelcome. Mara didn't pull back, holding him for a moment, sighing. You liked it then? It's been a while. I'm out of practice. The words were whispered, even if he couldn't imagine how one could do a better job at what she'd just done. It was perfect. Others, including people from Tekla, who had followed Mara to where they stood as a group, clearly wanted to talk to her, to beg for more, to ask her to move there, to their city. It was, Azra knew, an option for her. Even a few events each year as had been performed would hold her well enough, keeping her in food and a place to stay, possibly even in riches. A few spoke to her, but most stood back, not out of awe of her, but in fear of him. A thing he understood after a fashion. Marcus and Bonald had moved over, but they seemed had to be perceived as her men to anyone looking. They were both good-looking, and seemed strong, but in a way were too pretty to be other than ornaments, which, if anyone tried them, would be the last mistake that person or group made. Interestingly, Alice moved in near the small woman herself, seeming ready to protect her, using words and kind gestures to do so. We will see. Now we must leave for the night. A man, large and well-dressed, reached out and touched Alice on the arm. He didn't pull back from the dead girl, clearly not understanding she wasn't fully alive. Miss, are you available to spend some time with me? I can pay a silver. It took Azra longer to process the words from the man than anyone else there. He wasn't ugly, or so elderly that he'd need to bribe a woman, even one who was attractive, to merely speak to him. Then he wasn't asking for or suggesting speech. Interestingly, Mara moved over slightly, touched Alice on the back and shook her head. Sorry there, this is Alice Fargo, of Verisa. The man stood back and gave a nod. Forgive me, a gold? Emily went slightly wide-eyed, but didn't seem angry at the suggestion. Baffled, perhaps, about what to say or do about the matter. Azra was at a loss as well, but still managed to step forward. Alice was his friend, after all. You misunderstand, sir. This is Alice Fargo. If you wish to have her in such a fashion, you'd need to marry. There's competition for that, but throwing your hat in the ring might work. She's an immortal who will never age or tire after all. That isn't the sort we rent out on a whim, not for something as trivial coin. If you wish her attention, you'll need to offer more than merely that. It was true, though he realized it might not be welcome to mention her state that way. The man simply bowed toward Alice. Ah, amazing. This man, this Azra Lon, he is perhaps in your employ? A guard, perhaps? The man was clearly in a subtle fashion trying to undermine him, to make him seem small, assuming he was less than he was, at least to Alice. Interestingly, Kelvin laughed and moved in, his voice pleasant. Nothing like that, Master Cooper. This is Azra Lon, the Lord of the Dead for the City of Verisa, visiting with his friends to see his brother here in Tekla. He's marrying soon, and not to Alice, if I have that right. Possibly her mother, Emily. That was new information to Azra, but Emily, rallying, moved in. That's right. So he's her father, if the second one. He will be soon, at least. Now, Master Cooper, is it? Perhaps a missive for introduction would be in order, if you wish such. We leave the morning after next. We're currently at the Inn of the Sparrow. She sounded correct and polite, her eyes merry. The man bowed a bit, then did so toward Alice, who clearly looked too youthful for him to marry, or to lie with for a night. As for aging, despite what he'd said, she could choose to look any way she wished. A thing that he didn't speak of in the moment, since that would possibly push the poor man in front of them, dressed in fine cloth and bright colours, to lose himself and beg for her hand right then in the moment. It was interesting, but Nayland was also approached in a similar fashion, to see specifically if 3 men could have her for the night, as a group. Emily had her own admirers, as did Bonald and Marcus, though the men asking after them didn't offer nearly as much as what Nayland was being offered. No one tried that with Mara, which had Harold grinning as he summoned fire from the air over his right hand, to light their way, but mainly as a warning that the people there were prepared to fight if insulted or attacked. Benita rose into the air by 3 feet, pretending it was to keep her feet out of the mud below. Not for long, but for several moments, enough to be noticed doing it. Then carefully they went back to the inn. The same man from earlier was still there, nodding at them. Did you take in the Talish show? That was unexpected. I had to work, unfortunately. I nearly closed the door here and dashed over myself, but alas, I didn't hear of it until it was already half over. Mara gave the man a pleasant look. I'm considering another show tomorrow evening. If we do that, you're invited as my guest, of course. I don't know if that will be allowed, of course. She smiled happily at the fellow, who went wide-eyed. That would be amazing, of course. I understand now why you need guards out all night. That had seemed a little off before this. Should I sit up with a club, do you think? Harold shook his head, seeming to understand such things better than the rest of them. We have a watch set up. Marcus and Bonald here for the first part, with myself and Conrad in the morning hours. We also have spirits to watch for us. He spoke that as if it might be a lie. Glowing in a soft gold allowed Mondath to be seen and heard. Indeed, good innkeeper, we shall stand watch this night. No promises of success were made, since Mondath couldn't promise that. The man ducked his head, then, as if they hadn't spoken of guards or any such thing, changed the subject. If you need me, I'm in the back here. Don't hesitate to knock on the door. He glanced up, at Mondath, seeming nervous, but escaped then away from the strangers that the day had brought him. It was late enough to sleep, he supposed, and the others there worked out the real plan for the night. To that end, everyone gathered in his room, with Emily speaking first. Well, that was different. Starting to speak about Mara and her wondrous entertainment, Nayland spoke first, cutting him off. Indeed, that man, Master Cooper, that was bold, approaching a child like that. Not unheard of, since even fine shows such as the one we witnessed will attract women and men who seek to ply their trades. But there was no indication being given that Alice was doing any such thing. The rest of us either. I think it's merely that our dress and company seems a bit odd here in Tekla. We're dressed in fine, bright colours, yet we're with Mara, meaning we're likely her troop. Hopefully you weren't too offended, dear. The woman looked at Alice, who made an animated, silly-seeming face. Not truly. He was a fine enough-seeming man. It would have been nicer to be asked after without coin being offered first thing, I suppose. Not that I can take such an offer. Conrad, who'd been watching but silent for much of the evening, holding to his own counsel, nodded. True. If you're to marry, it needs to be where Master Az lives. So a man of Verisa for now. As for whoring, well, that's good enough work if you can get it. We probably should have taken people up on that portion. It's never a good plan to leave coin lying about like that, uncollected. There was a simple, matter-of-fact tone to the idea. as if he thought it was a bit silly of the men and women there to have not offered their bodies for sale that night. Then, like with Azra and Harold, no one had offered the boy coin for his time that way. Mara or Benita either. Which, while both of them were slightly plain compared to the others, both women were fine-looking people, dressed up as they were in finery. They both needed better shoes, of course. Darrow and Kelvin had gone back to their home directly after the show, with a plan to start working the next morning, first thing, making shoes for everyone. For a moment, he felt a cringing come across his entire being. Everyone stared at him, with Emily moving forward, touching his arm gently. It's not that uncommon in certain places, for women or even men to be requested that way. Those people, they meant no insult. She seemed nearly scared, so he cleared his throat. I'm not aware of all of that personally, but no. My face just then was about the fact that I could have handled flesh by sealing it for my entire life. Instead, I let things come to life around me, impeding everything I did. I feel slow now, I assure you all. Selfish, too, being more concerned with my own lack than how these events might impact you, my friends. Forgive me. Everyone seemed to do that, making small gestures and murmuring things like, of course. Harold took over then, rather efficiently, like a guard in truth, not just a future relative who could make fire out of air. Bonald and Marcus, you're working the first part. Can you walk a patrol without being seen too much? I have weapons in my things for us to use. Just sticks, since travelling requires careful use of force if need comes. Use those first, before magic, and try not to kill, since we're likely to see people trying to sneak in to meet with Mara, or perhaps these others, not those attempting darker things. Still, care needs be taken in case of that, always. The man looked up at the ceiling. Good Spirit, will you be watching as well as stated? That was a cue for Az to glow lightly, allowing Mondath to be seen again. I shall, Man of Fire. I do not need sleep or rest, so shall do the entire day and night. Marcus nodded along with the words then. I'm much the same. Things can be boring, but if I have orders to pay attention, it won't be bothersome for me. That was a good point, and even if he tried not to press his friends that way, Az thought for a moment. Indeed, all of you will be most interested in what your tasks are for the night, even if you choose them for yourself. Alice seemed pleased, at least. So sitting in the dark doing needlework will be interesting for once. Amazing. I need a candle to work by. Seeming to think that was fine, Harold went on. We have you ladies on call in case of attack? As mentioned, I will take the morning along with Master Libre. We'll need to be outside for large portions of that. Thankfully, it doesn't look like rain. Azra wondered for a moment why he wasn't set to watching, since he thought he could manage that as well as the others. Except that, he realized, that wasn't really the truth. Not exactly. If Benita were called on, she could use her magic to fight or fly away. Indeed, she was a war veteran, so had such skills in a very real fashion. Watching from a roof was more than possible for her, given her skill in rising into the air, no doubt. The others, Marcus, Bonald, Narlan, Emily and Alice, each of them would do their duty without blinking if it were needed. In truth, were it required, that could be a literal thing. He, on the other hand, was just a man that way. His mind would wander, grow tired, and he would eventually have to relieve himself and seek other comforts. Even Conrad, a child who had grown up in danger on the streets of Verisa, would be better suited to such a task, knowing what to look for that way. Only Harold was his equal, as far as Azra knew, and the man felt efficient and had a plan in place. It was humbling, but he could see being left to the end of the list that way. It wasn't until the others left that Harold, readying for sleep, pointed out the obvious. The spirit will need to contact you if he sees or notices anything, so do not sleep too deeply. Not that I expect anything to take place this night. He smiled then. Truly the largest danger is that, not understanding who is here, men or even women might try to seek out entertainment with our people. I don't know if you allow such things for your friends. The man seemed sly then, which Azra got for once. They may do what they desire, of course. Why do you have your eye on one of them? It would be awkward if it were Alice, being so youthful. The man nodded, though, and looked to the side a bit. Narlan is rather fetching, isn't she? Unmarried as well. That was, he knew, a simple truth, on both sides of the issue. She is. You should perhaps ask after that with her. Now I need to sleep in case the night is short. He managed to sound light and happy, not concerned that Harold was seeking to woo a woman who wasn't among the living. That, of course, wasn't exactly the case. She was dead, but as had been mentioned with Alice earlier, she was essentially an immortal, not a shambling corpse soon to rot away. As long as he lived, so did she, unless he was required to unmake her. Given that he might not be able to die himself, that could well mean that all of his friends would remain the same, for a very long time. She couldn't have children, but adoption was a thing, and the Turner had a large family, no doubt with spare children who needed care being around on occasion. It could be a situation that might be gotten around easily enough. True, Nayland was an older woman, but she didn't look it any longer, and wouldn't, unless she chose to, over time. The same was true for the others, even. Marcus would stay the same for as long as he desired, and had time to learn a trade, or even several. Honestly, he'd been brought back to serve as Headman Fawn, to act as his lover, possibly being loved by the man. He worked with his parents at their concern during the day, but what that was, Azra realized he wasn't truly aware of. Wagon making, he thought. The family also owned a cooperage, so Marcus might be a barrel maker. He'd never gone to their concern to make certain it was a good situation, truly. He also didn't know if Marcus would ever mention it if he were being abused either. He'd be honest if asked, at least. The dead didn't lie. They couldn't. Not unless he ordered them to. Sleep didn't come easily that night, but Mondath didn't come for him, to report anything or seek his aid at all. No one made too much noise or called out in alarm. There were, it seemed, many other people there at the inn, and they did make noise, seeking to relieve themselves, or entertaining each other in a carnal fashion. But while annoying to him, he managed to ignore most of that. It was, he figured, a danger of being at an inn, a thing he'd never done before. Hours before it was light out, Harold roused himself and stepped out of the room, gently knocking on the door one over to retrieve Conrad. What they did then, well, he didn't know at all. He dozed, but when he heard the rest of the inn starting to shift and rise for the day, with the sun he did the same. Then he had to work out what he was supposed to do for the day. Eating came to mind, and in the evening he was to visit with his brother, and perhaps, if she wished to do one, attend the show Mara presented to them. That left the centre of the day empty, totally, which was familiar enough to him as a part of life. He wasn't horribly busy most of the time. What he could do was work with Conrad on reading, of course. He was thinking about that as he washed up. There was a small wooden structure in the back of the building, where buckets of water could be heated in a great metal pot, and then mixed with cool water, which ran from a large cistern to the desired temperature. It was a nice arrangement, so he used it, purchasing some soap for everyone since it was available there. It was all oat and lavender, but it had lye in it, so cleaned well enough. They all scrubbed, the men going first, then standing as guard as the ladies came out with their things. That took several hours, and 4 women who were staying there that he hadn't even seen before came out, while his ladies were inside, seeing to their oblations for the day. One of them smiled at him. She was a round-faced younger woman with pretty red hair and freckles on her pale skin. "Well met. Are we allowed to wash, do you think?" He nodded. "That seems right. We'll keep anyone inappropriate from coming in. Oh, my manners. I'm Azra Lon. Zola Howell. This is my mother and sisters. Say, do you know, we heard that Mara Talish is going to do another show tonight." The truth was, he wasn't certain what she had planned, so he let his robed shoulders lift. He had his nice purple and black outfit on, being he was travelling. "I'm not certain, to be honest. She's inside, so you could ask her. I think that's the plan, but that could change on us." The ladies all seemed excited, nearly giddy about the prospect. The one who had spoken, Zola Howell, held her clothing and towel in the crook of her right arm, over her front, and reached out to touch his arm. "I love your makeup, by the way. Very daring. Is it the new fashion?" He didn't know how to answer at all, and nearly stammered when there was a calling out from the front of the building. "Lord of the Dead, come out, I vowed. Challenge you to battle." Whoever it was, vowed, he imagined, sounded serious, also a bit deranged. Everyone else came out, the women dressing as they ran, hair damp and in 2 cases uncombed, seeming prepared to defend him. Marcus and Bonnell did as well, heading to the front instantly. There, when Azra got there, out in the street, was a very interesting scene. 5 men, with ill-fitting armor, rotted bodies and bones showing in places, stood behind an old man with wispy white hair, a gaunt form and darker skin than Az had by far. His friends, the dead ones, moved into a line across the grey and mottled cobblestone street, with Harold, Benita and Conrad in the back. 2 of them were bringing their magic around, readying to do battle. Cleverly Conrad stood, his hands out in front of himself, dramatically. It wouldn't do anything, but to most watching it probably seemed as if he was the equal to any there. Azra simply smiled at the wild-eyed man. "Well met. Is all well here, sir?" Vald, who was wearing the skin of someone or other, took a half-step forward. He also was wrapped in a filthy death shroud. It was very traditional. Panting, the fellow tried to look hard, seeming scared. "This city is under my protection. I will not let you harm anyone in Tekla. Attack." He'd moved out in front of his own friends, seeking to protect them, so the slowly shambling dead tried to come for him first. Thankfully, with most threats, he was no better off than any other man, unless his friends were near to aid him. This one attack by the dead was a thing that he could actually handle on his own. Even having regular men or even women with sticks would be too much for him, but 5 dead with swords weren't even a thing for him to worry over. He waved, sending a green light, a dark one, over them, taking them directly from Vald, who watched in horror as it happened. Instead of turning them on the man directly, or locking their forms for all time, he focused and repaired their flesh, all in one go. That was more difficult than doing them one by one, but it was impressive seeming. At least he hoped that was the case. Then, when they were hale and hearty again, the dead men looking around, seeming amazed, being able to think again, he spoke. "There. Now we don't really need to fight. I'm not here to harm anyone. I'm just in the city to visit and see to having some shoes made. Is that allowed with you, sir? I should perhaps have sought your permission first thing. I apologize for my error in that." That part might be a problem, he realized. If the man demanded he leave his city, then he'd have to go. Vald, not he, was the lord of the dead there, after all. He could, if it was demanded, camp out away from there, he supposed. The world had dried a lot after the rains that had doused everything, so it might not be too bad. The old man simply raised his right hand and screamed, a black globe of light appearing there, hovering above the man's trembling fingers. It wasn't a magic that he'd ever seen before, but he'd read about it. It wasn't a necromancer ability at all, but was rather a form of control over time and space, directly. The power of a Gola. The man shuffled forward, holding his hand out, trying to reach for Az, as everyone else moved back. Being touched by such a glowing orb of black meant death, since a person so struck would age incredibly in a moment. Only, of course, if that happened to him, then he might well not die at all. Or he could, and then be the threat the man feared, possibly far worse than was being imagined. "No!" He was half panicked, so cast out a purple light at the man, sealing him away from the land of the living. The flash was blinding, and the world fairly roared as it happened. People, many of them, either gasped or screamed in response. As the man fell, he realized that he could have simply done the cape of flesh instead, the Gola power almost certainly coming from that bit of skin. Instead, there in the street was a dead body, one that couldn't come back. Damn it! He wasn't cursing the man, just angry at the situation. The 5 warriors in their now better fitting but still rusted and dented armor stood there, looking around, not understanding what had happened from the look on their faces. People who had been gathered to watch the fight stood there, milling around, even as one of them called for the guard. Murder was crime, after all. Feeling defeated, Azra just stood there and waited for his punishment. He'd felt pressed, but had taken a life, using magic. He had no idea what the rules were for that in Tekla. Everyone moved out of the street, standing on the sides. The Howl ladies were all there, having seen it all, as were dozens of others. Lord Vald hadn't been silent in his attack. Still, when the guard got there, it wasn't just a few men with sticks or swords, but several well-dressed men and women who seemed older. One of those with 2 strong-looking men walked up to Vald, examining the dead man, and then spoke calmly. "Does anyone know what happened here?" A man who had been there the whole time, across the street from the inn, but close, spoke then. He was lean and tall, with dark skin and a nice beard with only a little grey in it, as well as a bald head, the kind with hair on the sides. That was well trimmed and groomed. By his clothing in deep red and blue, he looked to be some sort of merchant. I saw it all, Headman Morse. Lord Vald called this other man out for a battle. He had the dead behind him, armed with swords. These men here. They were rotting and had bones out at the time. Vald told them to attack after this other fellow spoke about only being here to shop. I don't know, but he asked permission to be here and then was attacked. Instead of fighting, he healed the dead here, bringing them back to life. Then Vald made a ball of dark time and moved on the pale fellow, who waved at him. There was a flash of light, thunder came, and then Vald fell down, his heart giving out most like. He was an old man. Several other people nodded, and a few chimed in, saying that seemed to be the case. Azra didn't correct the errors, not having been asked. The man who asked the questions got around to him finally. Sorry there. Do you know more about this? He sighed. I fear I do. I'm Azra Lon, Lord of the Dead for the City of Verisa. Due to an accident of birth, I look like this, even though I'm alive. Your Lord of the Dead thought I was a High Lon, so tried to destroy me. I'm not, being alive, but I had to defend myself, so I locked him from the land of the living. He won't come back as a High Lon. He felt bad about that, but it was needed. Everyone knew that. Instead of clapping him in irons or even asking him to leave their city, the headman there swallowed and clapped him on the arm with a soft, empty and open hand. I see. Please don't think too poorly of him. Vald was trying to protect us, even if it was in the end misguided. Now we must see to the rights for him. Az nodded. That was going to be needful after all, even if he wasn't coming back in any fashion. I understand, Headman. I stand ready to do my part. That seemed both baffling to the man, and after a moment got a nod. Someone had to do it after all. Chapter 18. It turned out, since Vald was already sealed and no one cared about him at all, having no family that needed to be contacted or friends to see to his remains, that Azra's part in the events wasn't acting as the Lord of the Dead, but was instead merely handing over some coins. The local temple of Vekla saw to the rest, burning the body for them, and then collecting the remaining bones, which would be placed in Tekla's City of the Dead, a place not nearly as nice as the one in Verisa. It was a few silvers only. After that was done, no one acted as if he'd been the villain of the day at all for some reason. It wasn't even out of fear as far as he could see. Everyone just thought of it as Vald having done the wrong thing and then dying of it as a misadventure. A sad enough thing, but the man wasn't well loved there in particular. No one mocked the man or claimed he was insane or foolish either. Just that he'd done the wrong thing that day, possibly for what seemed like a good reason. Az did seem like a High Lon after all. It was, if that had been the case, even brave of the man to seek to drive him away truly. Even he, the victim of the action, could understand that part. The other man simply hadn't realized that doing nothing at all could have been an option. Azra explaining that he was there for shopping, or even a visit, should have been enough to at least start a conversation instead of a battle. He was happy enough not to be locked up in a damp cell over the whole matter, for his piece of the event. The middle portion of the day was taken up with that, and the evening split between visiting with his brother and Kelvin, then going to a much larger entertainment. The arena for that truly filled that night. People weren't looking at Mara, however, staring at him, the killer, instead. In part, that was due to him having brought the armed men with him. They were from a time so far back that they didn't speak the same language. They followed his orders, but his plan was to release them after they left. They had no life to hold to there, and seemed lost and uncomfortable, not embracing their new life. They stayed close to him, and acted as guards, looking around, ready to fight, or so it seemed. Still, people stared, and while no one menaced him, when the show, which a different one in part than the day before, was over, no one tried to come and harass Alice or the other ladies. Interestingly, a few people passed notes to Marcus for some reason. When they were back to the inn for the night, the 5 dead men from earlier outside walking as guards, the young-seeming fellow pulled those out. One of these was asking me to service a fellow with my mouth. A bit crude, but he'd been drinking and managed to write clearly enough. The rest are for others. He pulled them out. One for Alice, from a boy who looked not too old, asking her name only. Another for Narlan, which... well, that one is a bit... Anyway, one for you, Master Az. He couldn't imagine what that would be about. Asking me to leave their city? I can see that. Mara moved in and grabbed the paper, holding it away from Marcus playfully. Then she read it and went rather wide of eye. No, this is an invitation to stay on, as the lover of a Master Feld. Was he attractive, Marcus? The man seemed to be thinking. Honestly, Master Azra can do better. He wasn't ugly, but a bit older and didn't seem filled with charm or holding to anything else, other than the boldness to suggest moving here would be worthwhile just to warm his bed. The words were serious, but the mouth that spoke them smiled when they were out. If we had more time, you could visit with him, for an evening, and see if that was pleasant, of course. We don't have time for any of this. Mara has the last 3 papers. Those are all asking you to move here full-time, of course. She snorted softly and shook her head. Which is insane. In Verisa, those who would kill me are remote. My people are largely unknown there. Here, I could be a target again. Also, what happened earlier will send a message of a different fashion. I wasn't aware that you could kill with a mere look, Master Az. It wasn't truly that, but he didn't explain that sealing anything from the land of the living would do that to a body. It wasn't so much that he'd killed the man, as that he'd made his vital energy have to leave the sealed flesh, since it wouldn't allow such a thing any longer. A point that most wouldn't understand, even if they wanted to bother with doing so, which they probably wouldn't. There was a rough noise from Harold. That was impressive, I admit. So was taking his minions from him, then making them near living like that in front of everyone. That looked like you were being helpful and kind, not attacking anyone. Val, I won't lie and say I don't understand it. It took me meeting you twice before I got that you're different that way than the legends, Azra. A good man for all you have an exotic appearance. Ember saw that at Father's funeral, of course. Some of the others as well. You were offered wealth, even Ember herself, to kill and use as you will. And you locked Father away from this world forever, instead, then did it over and again so that we'd see that he couldn't come back. The man glanced at the others there, and focused on Naylan at the end. He wasn't a good man. He was powerful, in the way of my clan, nearly as powerful with all elements as he was with fire, in fact. His treatment of others. Well, if he hadn't held that power, he wouldn't have lived the long life that he had. He offered you his power too, his skin. Ember told us that. Val did that, didn't he? That Gola power wasn't his, really. Azra took a deep breath, then told the awful truth. He wanted to cry about it, to shake and look weak, but didn't allow himself that relief. He did. I could have sealed the flesh of the cape and taken the power from it, but I didn't think of it in time. As he sank to the ground locked from this world, then I realized it. Not before. It wasn't needed, though. I could have saved him. There was a soft noise, a shuffling and then a grunt from Conrad, who was standing in the corner of the bedchamber that Azra was sharing with Harold Turner. When he spoke, he sounded older than he looked. Then he often did. You did the right thing. That man tried to kill you and didn't bother to listen when you explained yourself. When that happens, you fight. I get you. You could have. After you already acted, done better. Next time you know how now. In that moment you had to act, so did. Bonald laughed gently. I was thinking the same thing. Still, we leave in the morning, which will set minds at ease, I wager. We need to have a guard again. We have the new men, which is useful. What are we doing with them? Teaching them our language and getting them gainful work? Alice nodded at the words. I was thinking about that. If you order them to learn fast and easily, that might help. Then we can see what kind of work they might enjoy doing. I can help with that part. Conrad, you can too, after your reading lessons. The boy nodded at the idea, not commenting. That the others assumed the new men would continue on was interesting. It hadn't been his plan, but he could take his time with that. It wasn't a stress for him at all. If the others felt better with that idea than him allowing the men to go to the lands of the dead, it was a fine enough one to his mind. Do that as you see fit, Alice. I'll give what commands that you think will be helpful to aid with your plan. Try to leave them what will they can have, however, as long as no one is being harmed. The girl rather cutely nodded. Agreed. I do have a plan. Good. I can go and stay with them if that will help. That got a snort and Marcus shook his head. Do that in the morning. I'll stand with them tonight. Bonald? They worked out that the pattern of the day before would repeat, with Conrad getting up in the morning again, with Harold. After that, they all went to their beds, being woken up early enough to wash well before the wagons came for them, the 5 full ones and their empty 2. It was a bit tight with the extra 5 bodies, so he hopped out, walking next to the wagon, allowing with a few covert commands for the new men to sit with Alice, who was busily pointing at things and repeating words. Each of the men did the same thing, their voices accented, but clear and pleasant seeming. Conrad started to climb out to walk as well, but Alice stopped him with a hand on the arm. "Stay. We need to work on reading as well. I have—" She looked around and whispered, as if Az wasn't going to hear her. "I took a book from Master Azra's library, don't tell." He glared a bit, since books were best protected, not taken on road trips. Several of his books mentioned that very fact, rather directly. More, some of those were about necromancy, and it had still been considered important enough to put on paper. Alice did look around to see him shaking a finger at her, but turned, hiding a smile. Instead of Conrad freeing space, Harold did it, moved to walk quietly alongside Az, the pace quick but not brutal truly. Their wagons were pulled by teams of horses, and even if the road was well constructed and hard, they kept up a good pace, meaning 20 miles was a journey of about 8 hours. About what he could have done on foot, except that in reality he would have to stop at about 10 miles, the blisters on his feet painful and weeping. Instead, he climbed into the back after the second water stop. This time Marcus and Bonald took their place walking. That wasn't tiring for them, and their feet wouldn't hurt when they were done. He and Harold would have blisters for days and sore feet, which had been part of the point. Everyone there understood that he meant it when he called those he'd wakened from the dead his friends. It was the reality. Truly, that day it wasn't about Marcus or Bonald. They'd seen it for a long while. Each day had, he hoped, been lived with that care for them being central to it. The new men and even the ladies, they needed to see that kind of thing in practice. To know that he didn't place himself above them. That, to his eye, was the mistake that so many made with both the living and the dead. Thinking that being strong or attractive or intelligent meant that you were better than anyone else was. That position granted at birth was more important than the work and effort that men and women put into their daily lives, which wasn't going to change any time soon. He was who he was, and that couldn't be changed. The ladies with him, except Benita and Mara, were dead. Even doing his best by them wasn't the same as what had been stolen from them. Nothing he did that anyone did would ever change that. He couldn't bring Vald back either. The old Lord of the Dead from Tekla was gone, and no one could bring him back to life. Only a fool would try to bring him back as a High Lon. If the man had fallen down and died from a head wound, Az would have sealed him away from life the instant he arrived on the scene. If it happened to Darrow, who he loved, he'd do the same thing. If he went down to death, then Darrow would have to try and do that to him, which he feared wouldn't work. He was too powerful, too close to the final state of Lon already. Shaking his head, he smiled, and took some water which was passed to him from the front of the wagon, since several of them needed that kind of thing. One of the new men handed the water skin to him, noticing that it started to move before it got into his pale hand. After a moment it occurred to him to seal it. The amount of energy it took wasn't even enough to show in the bright daylight. Not for the first time he was pleased with the fact that his skin didn't burn in the light. He could be burned by fire or heat, and that happened about a third of the time he cooked for himself, showing it to be a real enough factor. The sun liked him, though. So, warm and uncomfortable, sweating in the heat of the day. Just like everyone else who was living, he wasn't turning red or suffering from hiding under a hat or cloth pulled over his head. Benita was doing the latter, with Harold having pulled a floppy yellow hat of felt from his pack. It had been rolled and wasn't lovely, but did cover his ears and face with shade. Conrad didn't do that, but he was dark enough that he seemed fine so far. The lessons were pleasant, and at about hour 6 or so he took over, guiding the new men into speaking Ordo, the language of the 100 city-states of the Center Kingdom. They were doing well, but it was going to take them a while to become fluent. That was fine, as long as they were happy. At least enough so they weren't stuck, serving him as a slave and despising it, wishing for death that could never come, unless he realized that was what they wanted. Unless he cared enough for his friends to let them go, if that was what they needed. Still, in the moment they could work on speaking and reading, with Alice driving poor Conrad to try and read an entire book, one slow word at a time. She didn't let up until they were back in Verisa, the wagons stopping in front of the City of the Dead. The driver of the wagon he was in, a sturdy-seeming man who hadn't given his name at all, but seemed to be a relative to the family that owned the concern. One at a distance, since the main family were closer to the front of the line, away from the Lord of the Dead and his friends. Still the man, taciturn as he might have been, nodded at Az. "This work for you lot? I could take you all somewhere else if it's needed." Harold heard that and waved. "I'm near the south centre, the Turner Palace on the hill." If the man was uneasy or proud about where he lived, that didn't show. The driver gave a nod. "We can do that. Headed that direction more or less, which makes it easy. We should go. If I'm too late getting back, they'll dock my pay." Everyone hopped out quickly, with Azra slipping the man a coin, just in case those he worked for actually did do that. He didn't know what it was, copper, silver or gold, the man making it vanish with a nod and mumbled thanks. Then the two men left, everyone else heading home, to the tomb they lived in. He sighed, seeing the unchanging stonework of the graveyard. It's good to be home. Nothing against Tekla, of course. It was charming in many ways. That was true. But there had also been things he hadn't loved at all, like the battle in the street, also finding that his brother had had to kill their father to stop his own murder. Carrying his own pack, most of the people followed him. Not Benita, just everyone else, including the new fellows, the ones who were going to need a place to stay. They didn't need to sleep, but until they had work to do, a place to rest was a pleasant idea for them. He spoke out loud, Marcus being the one closest to him. We could clean up the second open tomb. Technically the third, but his home had been occupied by the living for generations. He wasn't ordering Marcus to do the work or even organize the project, just making a suggestion. Truly, even if he was tired and a little sore from walking, then riding in a bouncing wagon, he gave a nod. Let me put this pack away and... His intent was to help with the work. The glowing spirit lights in front of him seemed to be requesting something different of him. He began to glow brightly, showing that there were 7 of the beings there with them, hovering gently over the stone, showing like bright prisms of gold and scintillating white even in the bright portion of the day. One of them spoke, her voice clear. There you are? 10th seemed slightly annoyed with him for having been gone. It carried in her tone. There's a trial for those rapists tomorrow. I'll be needed as the one having noticed it first, you as well as a witness. Good that you got back in time. I nearly went to find you. For the life of him he could feel the woman, who had no body at all and probably hadn't in longer than the 100 city-states had existed, putting her hands on her hips and glaring at him, scolding him. He smiled at the idea. That is fortunate, then, that we returned today. Is there anything else? Other than well met, I mean. I missed all of you, of course. That wasn't exactly true, though after a fashion he could claim it without it being a lie. In the same way he'd missed Mrs. Baker and her husband, he'd missed the spirits there. Mondath had been with them the whole time, but was missing now. Then he had an entire existence that had nothing to do with Azra Lon at all, clearly. They all did. 10th stave gave off a feeling that was kind enough, gentle even. There were a few matters that went unaddressed, you being gone, crimes that we might have stopped if you'd been here, but other than that things have gone well. You need to go visit your future wives directly, however. Truly task the small ones here to help you find flowers for them. You captured some new slaves as well, I see. He, for the first time, barked at the spirit. Just a bit. Friends, not slaves. Just like you aren't familiar spirits, but cherished companions. He was willing to argue the point, even if it wouldn't be useful to anyone there. Indeed, most of the people had taken off, in the direction of the tomb, the smallest of the 3 empty ones, so it could be cleaned and made presentable for the new people. Alice had stayed, as had Conrad, hearing themselves referenced. The light above them, 10th stave, grumbled a little. It wasn't that grumpy seeming. That's what I meant, of course. Good. Still, I noticed there are new faces. Alice made a face then. Master Azra was attacked by the Lord of the Dead of Tekla. These new people were sent against him, so he aided them, retuning them closer to life and making them whole and thinking again, instead of shambling ancient corpses. Then the Necromancer tried to kill him with Gola magic. He had to seal him away from the world forever. The spirits, several of them spoke. Oh, that makes good sense then. We weren't certain if we were needed to go with you, for protection or not. Next time we should attend when you leave like that. We can't normally do much in the world of the living, but when you glow with golden light that becomes much simpler. This voice was that of a young man or manly-sounding woman, he thought. No name was given, though he nodded, since that might have been useful truly. Still, 10th Stave, you've had watchers out? Has there been any activity among the war beasts? There was no answer for a moment. Then, when the spirit spoke, her voice was low and hushed, as if she feared being overheard. Even there in the middle of the city of the dead. Yes. Nothing that gives us the name of the killer, but several of the Low City gang are working to overthrow Tom Sten. We haven't found the person behind that, but we will. It's only a matter of time. Now you lot, get flowers for 5 and take them around. I'll check the forces in the city. The golden lights vanished one by one. Then his own glow did, not needing it, daylight being enough. At a gentle run, his feet truly aching, he moved his pack into the stone tomb. Then noticed that Alice and Conrad were already walking away, out of the city of the dead, meaning he had to run more. We need daisies if they're available, I think. We can go to the common meadow for that, down this way. That did, after the rain, have many wildflowers, including those daisies. Several others that looked nice as well. Some small blue ones were plucked and put in the clumps of flowers by Alice, who explained herself. Blue hawthorn. To show you mean what you say. Does one of these go to my mother? That got him to stop, since it hadn't been a thing he'd thought about at all. There had been something about that, a few nights before in public, however. The truth was he wasn't in charge of such things. I don't know. I should ask Sarah, truly, I hadn't... I'm responsible for her. It would be wrong to abuse that. Conrad nodded, not seeming to think that sounded real, and Alice shook her head. A husband is always responsible for his wives. You can tell her no, but that isn't a good enough reason. The words were a bit sharp and a little short, he thought, which, given where they'd come from and the even temper of the girl, that was probably a good sign that he deserved the rebuke if it was one. I'll keep that in my thoughts then. Now, we should hurry. There was no need to rush, perhaps, but doing that might mean he wasn't going to be yelled at for being a horrible person. At least by Alice. Conrad seemed to find his actions well enough. At least he wasn't commenting on them, meaning that he soon had several large, decently arranged bunches of hand-picked flowers. Taking 5 such things with him felt cold and calculating, but he moved to see Sarah anyway, alone. Except that, of course, it being during the business hours of the shop and not raining, the place was filled with people. Many of them behind the counter, in fact. It took a bit of care to pick his way to the front, the hanging supply racks and bodies being in his way. When he got there, he pulled one of the bundles off, then realized that Ember and Nora were both there that day. Nora was handed the first one, given she was closest. Az, you brought flowers? They're lovely. The girl, looking very similar to Saraf, only with straighter hair, stood up, but didn't grab at him. The other flowers were in the way. Saraf grabbed those on seeing them and parted them out, with Ember getting one as well as herself, then one being handed over to a new woman who he'd never met before. She was even smaller than Mara was, and had brown hair, and a thickness to her that was a bit odd. Not unpleasant, but rather different. Then he had chalk-coloured skin and a red eye. He wasn't going to look down on her for being a bit round and tiny. Instead, he nodded with a smile. Well met. I'm Azra Lon. The woman closed her brown eyes, a sense of something taking place hitting him. That was on a soft wave of silver that had a blue hue to it. Blue like the sky, not indicating water. My future husband. I am Janisa Borrow. Jan. There is another, a 6th woman, who needs to join us. Emilia Fargus? She glanced at Saraf, who went wide-eyed. Emily Fargo, probably. She glanced at him then. She can speak to objects. They answer her. Emily is a fine enough choice. I was thinking of her as your lover, but we can do that as well, naming her as a wife. I'll ask after it, to see if that is her will, so it won't be an order from you. Now we're set up well for the wedding so far. Everyone is coming. We announced that the Lord of the Dead of Verisa is taking several wives, and that all the important people are invited. We're expecting 1,000. We have every bakery in the city ready to provide cakes for the day. It's the largest such event that we've seen in a generation. She grinned, since it was about having the guilty person there at the right time for her, and possibly other witches to search for, of course. He thought about the matter and sucked in a large amount of air. Oh, well, that won't be frightening or anything, will it? Standing in front of all of Verisa with them watching my every movement. Now I should pass out hugs to all of you and then take Jan away with me? We should speak. The woman looked down, seeming hard, but with a soft silver tendril moving to his head. Saraf simply nodded. A very good idea. Here now. She held him for a long while, as did Nora. Janissa Borrow looked at the ground but followed him out, seeming saddened. She spoke as soon as the door was closed. I'm not pretty enough and too small. You must send me away. Cast me aside, I understand. That was unexpected, so he grinned just a bit. No? Why would I do that? I was thinking we could tour my home in the City of the Dead and talk about you since we haven't met. Objects speak to you? What is that like? He gestured in the right direction and started to walk, the woman lighting up a good bit. Oh, Saraf had told me that she didn't know if we'd all be chosen. I'm not. No one else will have me. I shouldn't say that, but it's the truth. My father told me that I either married you or go to a cloister temple. That isn't my calling, so I'd rather have a husband. Even if I have to share like this. I was told that not all of the others will need you in bed all the time. So I can do that if... Is that well with you? It was blunt and still more than he'd heard about so far. That not all of the women married to him would be attracted to him made some sense, naturally. It was most likely why they were willing to marry in a group in the first place. Still, he nodded. Jan was cute, in a way that showed difference to most women. That sounds pleasant. I've never done anything like that myself. Oh, I want to. Don't get that portion wrong. It's simply, well, I know what it's like being a small part different than others. He waved at his pale face with a very white hand. She nodded at him, seeming to understand. Objects speak to me. I can do it back. It sounds like words. Like a person is there explaining things. They can be a bit simple and get things wrong like anyone else does. It's the magic of my family, of course. Now tell me about you. Lord of the Dead. That must be a frightening task. He smiled, since most would think that. Truly? It isn't at all. It's less frightening than many things, in fact. Now standing in front of 1,000 people saying vows and so forth, that's frightening. Dead people, ghosts and spirits. Those are just people. Here in the land of the living, we tend to be far more powerful than they are as well. Not always, but often enough to make a real difference. Chapter 19. As the day of the wedding approached, Az was both busy and oddly nervous. Not that what hit him was unexpected. He'd known from a very young age that one who looked like him might never find love at all. Even friendship was a rare and valuable thing in his world. One that he cherished, but also didn't always trust that easily. Love was a pure dream, which, as the wedding came closer, he thought more about that than he'd believed he would. The women involved all had their reasons for marrying him, but none of them were doing it because of love. Most of them weren't even thinking that he'd give them children, which was the normal reason to marry, at least there in Verisa. He did the things needed, paid coin when told for the event itself, and tried to get to know the ladies. Only, of course, most of them were rather busy. On top of that, he felt odd, marrying Emily, all on its own. The others had a choice. Emily was acting like she had one as well, but the woman was, on the deepest level, his slave. To her, it was different than that. It was still forced. So he worried for days, being measured for new robes, which were in a dark blue, and had tooled leather all over them, since he could lock the flesh away from life. Now. That one still got to him, about 3 times a day. He'd changed everything in his life to not make flesh come to life near him, and he'd had the ability to stop that the entire time. It had never once occurred to him either. His brother had gotten it when they were children. Then, in many ways, Darrow was the better of them. That he'd killed their father was different. But once the blush was off that particular rose, it made sense. His brother had always tried to protect him, from when they were little. Then, when Az was about to be murdered, for an insane reason, Darrow hadn't just protected him, but possibly the world. That was the key, of course. Darrow had always loved him, even if he was strange and too powerful. The man could have been bitter toward him for a dozen reasons, but had chosen not to. Instead, he'd given and given, to make certain his little brother had a chance in life. It meant claiming no one had loved him was false. There was at least the one. It wasn't the same, certainly, as having a woman, but something, no matter how small, was better than nothing that way. Mondeth had been there for him as well, in a similar fashion. Which means you need to give that back to everyone else if you can. Realizing that he'd spoken out loud got him to smile, as Headman Fawn, dressed in a nice but very plain blue suit, reached out and patted him on the shoulder. They were in the players' arena on the stage, since nowhere else was large enough for all the people who had come that day. Not just the Sten gang, or the families of his soon-to-be wives, but in the section to the right, that had been set aside for him, for his family and friends. Darrow was there next to Kelvin, both having come the day before, with all the shoes that had been purchased from them made to order. A thing which had taken a lot of work, from the sound of it. Possibly a bit of magic as well, to speed the working of the leather up. Behind them, though, that was the surprise. He'd hoped and asked for a few people to come and be there for him on the day. His friends, for instance. All of the spirits were there as well, hidden from most in the audience. Still, most of the merchants in the market were there. Bara, who had been attacked, was sitting next to Kelvin, and her family was packed around her. Attal was there as well, the weathered old bald man grinning at him when he looked over, winking in a pleasant fashion. Near him the Turloy clan, all of them, had come out. One of the young ones, Danid, gave him a salute, raising a hand to him. He nodded back. Then, behind them, there were hundreds of people, ones he recognized even if only in passing. People who had made the sign against him and received a wave and a smile back. Some for years. True, the other side had the friends and family of 6 women, so that was packed and full. Some on his side were probably there for them and had settled in his seats simply to help keep things from looking too lopsided. Even at that, they'd cared enough to actually do it when they didn't have to. There, standing on the stage with him as his friend, was Headman Fawn. The man had never even given him a chance to say no, since clearly they were the best of friends. The man had even said it that way. Plus, for the plan, if he was there up front, they could play several witches out in the audience, trying to find the killer. As they walked onto the stage, Seraph coming out first, in a lovely but plain white gown, her hair with flowers in it, and no veil covering her face. Since they didn't need to hide her hideous face to prevent him from running away, she cast silver energy out into the crowd. Hovering over the Sten group then, of course, over Boris. That lingered, and there was a single sad-seeming nod. Then she moved to Tom, the father, and Willa, several others as well. She smiled on seeing him and murmured, "We have them." Then she sighed. "You can flee now." He winked at her, which people saw, the flowers in her hands looking lovely that day. They were daisies, since those were her favourite. Plus they were in season. Then, one by one, the others came out and stood next to him. At the front, there was a man in bright purple, a priest from the Temple of Nod. They did most of the marriages, since their goddess was the one who guarded home and hearth. The man spoke for a very long time, covering the duties of each of them, as well as the benefits of their new position. Then, one at a time, in front of everyone, Az got to kiss them all. Saraf went first, with the last place being taken by Nora, being the youngest of them. There had been some bickering over the order, since it was a hierarchy of sorts. Saraf was the first wife, meaning she was more or less in charge. Ember was next in line then. Interestingly, it went to Jan, Mara and Emily. Music rose, a golden light coming from Marissa as it did, a happy tune that caused a gasp. Then golden prisms lit the air. Spirits, but they were moving, gently floating in time to the sounds that came. The power for that, their visibility, came from Darrow, but also 4 other places in the arena. Other men and women, all Lon, adding to the effect. Some not that powerfully, but 2 of them were nearly in the range that Darrow was. Azra marked those people in his mind. Then, smiling, Saraf turned. Boris Sten was the killer, To counter Tom Sten's plan to harm Willa Sten, as we thought. The words were raw and a bit harsh, but Headman Fawn nodded. I understand, we'll deal with this. Later. That got a nod, since a wedding wasn't the place for such a thing. Plus, there was an array of fine cakes which, if all was well, would be enough for everyone. Azra was guided outside the arena, where servants had been hired for the day, passing out pieces of cut wood and small paddles made of the same material to eat with. After a moment, each of the newly married people had what they wanted. That wasn't at all the same thing. He was eating a fine nut cake, and Saraf had a spice roll with whipped icing of some sort in the middle. Jan took a bite of hers and looked up at him, her round cheeks well made up. She was cute and dressed in white like the others. This is very sweet. The day has put me off eating too, I fear. She looked happy, however, and moved closer to him. Ember nodded but held her position. I understand that sensibility, Janissa. This is a... No, I will not allow it. The bellowed word came from Tom, who was standing near his son, Boris, looking ready to fight. Neither of them had turned into war beasts as of yet, however. Saraf took a breath, then smiled. It was far from sane seeming. So we won't be dealing with this later. It seems that Boris is planning to confess, both to his crime but also as to why he did it, to protect his younger sister. Boris, good-looking and strong if young, stood up straight. I will. Now. Here where no one can hide it. I killed those women, in my war beast shape, wearing my other skin. The one you forced on me, father. You were forcing Willa to kill her half-sister, Alice Fargo, and planned to make her eat her flesh. You did that to all of us. This horror ends now. Looking around, Az realized something odd. 3 of his people started to move in with good speed, and the 5 new men, the ones from Tekla, glanced at him, seeming uncertain as to their part, and then started to do the same thing. He waved at them and spoke loudly. No, this is a private matter. Everyone move away. He could have tried to tell the ladies, the dead ones, that they couldn't take their vengeance. It might even have worked. Probably not, but he was powerful with the dead. He didn't, though. Interestingly, the 3, Alice, Emily and Narlan, didn't go for Boris at all. No, each of them, dressed gaily and in finery for the day, hit Tom Sten all at once, savagely, before the war beast could come out fully. It tried, and they took real damage. Only they bit, scratched and tore at the man, as he tried to do the same in return. Several men and women started in to protect their leader, only to have a woman in the crowd speak. No, as the Lord of the Dead suggested, this is a private matter, do not interfere. Then the woman Mary Knott turned away, stepping back. The others slowly did the same. Boris simply stood there, not moving at all, shaking, not in fear but with an effort to hold the beast inside of himself, a thing that no one else noticed, except perhaps Az. As his father was murdered, Boris didn't try to run, even as the elder man was torn to pieces. Regardless of the fact that the 3 women were covered in the victim's blood, even as they failed to bleed themselves and returned to smooth flesh almost in an instant with each blow from the war beast. The younger fellow didn't allow himself to turn away from the scene either, fighting against it. Waiting for his turn, one of the new men standing there spoke clearly enough, seeming to understand the idea finally. Blood price. The others nodded, and then the crowd went silent, as the snarling and grunting stopped. The 3 ladies stood there, clothing in tatters, covered in red from Tom Sten, who was in several large and many smaller pieces at the moment. Everyone stared as Boris knelt down. It was me. I did it. To save Willa. He didn't ask for forgiveness, simply kneeling down, sinking in his nice brown outfit with jacket and trousers, to the dirt they were standing on in the reception area. Then he waited. Emily and Naylan moved back, Naylan closing her eyes. We understand, I can forgive you. You tried to save your sister from a horrid fate. She stopped and moved back, shaking a little. Emily looked over at Az and did the same, perhaps understanding that he'd want that from her, that it was a special day for them both and adding to the death wasn't a grand thing. Alice moved, slowly, her face set. When she got to Boris, she nodded very sadly. I loved you, Boris Sten. I still do. There was a nod and the boy spoke gently. I know. I'm sorry. Alice nodded and touched the side of his face. The boy didn't jerk away. The war beast inside of him was still. I can forgive you killing me. I see that, why you did it to save Willa. I can't forgive the others. My mother there only to protect me from heartbreak. Naylan, a good woman, trying to protect a stranger from rapine. No, I can't do it myself. You don't get to walk away from such acts, even if you meant well. No, that came from a girl. Willa, Az thought, but oddly didn't know. Even if he'd just married her sister, they looked very different, Willa being of lighter complexion and hair by far. The girl dashed forward and tried to pull Alice away. That didn't work well, even if the other girl wasn't fighting against her. Please, he only wanted to keep me from becoming a monster. Boris gave his sister a sad look then. This, my death, it was always going to be the cost of this. True, I thought father would kill me, but there is no other way. The scales must be balanced. This wasn't done in war or for some good reason. I killed to protect my secret. I could have run and simply scared Alice away. I could have told the guard or the council, but in my fear of our father, I killed innocent people. Do it. Then he held his hands on his upper thighs, in fists, looking at Alice, as if she were going to do the deed. Except that she loved him. So many there did. In many ways, clearly, he was worthy of such. If the man had killed his father to save the girl, they would be hiding the crime, that being the part of right. They might even announce it to the world, it not being a crime at all. Azra focused, and with a flash of purple sealed the body of Boris Sten, so that life could not be held in it. It was without pain, and happened without more than a moment. He toppled to the side, a gold spirit separating cleanly at the same time. Very few people there even glanced in Azra's direction, not knowing what had taken place. Then, Headman Fawn called for the guard, and very oddly went to get some cake. This was a bit dark, but it is done now. A shame about the boy. I understand his mistake, even if it can't be condoned. He was brave about it in the end. The man spoke loudly, and while about half of the guests left, the body of Boris being taken away by his people. Then the event started again. It wasn't an instant matter, and Azra noticed that Nora stayed behind. With them. With him. Her husband. Still, there was an attempt from others at merriment. Slow in its resurgence, and with a pall over it, of course. His wives, all of them, moved over to him. Emily covered in blood and her dress torn in 15 or 20 different places. Smooth flesh showed from under that, unharmed. Alice walked up with Naylan, both seeming upset. I ruined your wedding. It was a bit of a wail and came from the girl, not the very good-looking woman next to her. Naylan nodded, however, agreeing. Ember gave each of them a hug. No, you didn't. This is only the reception. The wedding was lovely. Plus, the day isn't over yet. Things are set to rights in our City of Verisa, and my own life just got markedly better. Did you know that I'm married now, Mrs. Lon? That has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Everyone there seemed to agree, since most of them had the same last name now. Smiling, if a bit somberly, Az agreed. Then wondered what he was supposed to do next. Luckily, Saraf had that planned out. Tonight we all spend it together. Then after that, there's a list. I get you first, then one a day. You get every 7th off, to rest up. Everyone in earshot laughed, even if the witch wasn't jesting at all. Az made a soft noise, smiling. You do understand that I've never done more than kiss a woman, right? Most of that had happened there that day. Several of the women smiled at that, Emily moving in a bit, to whisper and not shame him in public. Don't worry, we'll show you what to do. Then, with that, they went back to the celebration. It wasn't perfect, but Ember had been correct. Verisa had, once again, been set to right. In a bloody way, but it was a good thing regardless. So he decided to take it that way and be happy. While he could. That was all anyone could really ask for.